Ukraine is walking back claims that they killed a Russian commander. Now, they had said the commander of Russia's Black Sea Fleet was one of 34 officers killed in a strike on the fleet's headquarters in Crimea. But then on Tuesday, the Russian Defense Ministry released video that appears to show that commander, Viktor Sokolov, in a meeting. Now, it is impossible, for NBC News to verify when the video was taken. Ukraine now says they are clarifying their information about the operation in Crimea.
Let's turn now to the conflict unfolding southeast of Ukraine. Thousands of ethnic Armenians are fleeing a war-torn and long-disputed region in Azerbaijan. The mass exodus follows years of unrest. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now with the latest. And Chapman, good morning. These tired and hungry refugees were also hit by a deadly explosion. What more do we know about that?
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, well, already in the midst of a crisis, dozens killed, more than 100 injured at this explosion as a fuel depot, as many are trying to escape the enclave. Tens of thousands of ethnic Armenians fleeing Nagorno-Karabakh, heading for Armenia, crossing the mountainous roads in the South Caucasus. Many families cramming into vehicles overcrowded with people and belongings, yet some saying they're doing it all while they're starving. But, what really got us to this point? Well, it's been years of fighting in the region since both Armenia and Azerbaijan were part of the Soviet Union. And Russian peacekeepers since around 2020 have helped maintain the peace in the area. But Russia has been involved in this conflict in Ukraine now for nearly 2 years, and they've accused Armenia of being too closely aligned recently with the U.S., so there does seem to be some calls that maybe they have not been able to be as effective as recently. And also a blockade since December last year has caused people in the area to struggle to get things, necessities, food, medicine, fuel. And Azerbaijan has said it was needed to stop the flow of weapons, but days of recent violence between separatists in the area and Azerbaijan has led to an unarming of the separatists of the area, making this humanitarian crisis that the U.S. has pledged to try to help with humanitarian aid as these people continue to flee the area. Francis?
It seems to be getting worse. Chapman, thank you.
Now to Iraq, where a celebration quickly turned into a tragedy. The Ministry of Health there says more than 100 people are dead after a fire broke out at a wedding hall. Officials believe the fire may have been started by fireworks. State media reporting that the building had flammable panels that may have helped the fire spread fast. We still don't know if the bride and groom survived this. We do know at least 150 people were hurt, and there are concerns the death toll will rise.
An urgent manhunt is underway this morning in Baltimore. Police are searching for a suspect considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of killing a 26-year-old tech CEO. Our Emily Ikeda has the latest.
An urgent manhunt for an armed and dangerous man who police say killed a 26-year-old tech CEO.
This individual will kill and he will rape. He will do anything he can to cause harm.
Police imploring people in Baltimore to be careful with 32-year-old Jason Billingsley.
Every single police officer in Baltimore City, the state of Maryland, as well as the U.S. Marshals are looking for you. We will find you.
He's accused of murdering Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree Pavel Lapierre.
Pavel, CEO and founder of EcoMap Technologies.
A Baltimore-based company Lapierre founded while a student at Johns Hopkins University. On Monday, Baltimore police found the 26-year-old dead in an apartment with signs of blunt force trauma shortly after she was reported missing. They do not believe Lapierre knew her killer. Friends say she lived above EcoMap's office. Her death, a total shock to coworkers. EcoMap calling her a visionary, writing the circumstances surrounding Pavel's death are deeply distressing.
This is a homicide investigation. How do you even begin to make sense of that? This 26-year-old rising star in the tech industry.
You don't. There's no sense to be made of it.
Venture capitalist and mentor Matt Conwell helped Lapierre secure funding when she first started her company.
Pavel was that person who was always smiling, always optimistic, and always looking to help others.
Billingsley has a lengthy rap sheet, including sex offense, assault, and robbery convictions. He was released on parole last fall. Back to you.
Emily, thank you.
California is barring schools from banning certain books in their libraries. Governor Gavin Newsom signed the bill on Monday. And under the new law, schools will be fined if they ban library books and textbooks that are classified as diverse or inclusive. California schools are also not allowed to censor instructional materials based on race or sexual orientation. The governor said the legislation cements California as, quote, the true freedom state.
The Sunshine State in for a rainy midweek with some other systems set to bring rain up the mid-Atlantic. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking those storms and more. And boy, we know how that feels. We've been there here in the Northeast, Angie.
Yeah, my social media was flooded with people saying, is the sun ever going to come back out in the Northeast? The answer is yes. Today will be a pretty good day for folks there. We'll start to dry out, but we do have another system that we'll watch later in the week that could impact us with some more rain. We've got some severe storms that we'll track across parts of the Midwest. We've got a low pressure system that's way out towards the Pacific Northwest, so some unsettled areas there. But of course, Florida, the Sunshine State, not so sunny over the next couple of days. We've got a kind of stationary front that starts to eventually move a little farther south here as the week goes on. But either way, between now and Friday, going to bring ample amounts of rain. As we get through the weekend, upwards of 3 inches could be possible across the state. Wherever you see those oranges or those reds are the higher amounts. Again, Fort Pierce, West Palm, Miami, all places that we could see some flooding concerns over the next couple of days. And meanwhile, we got to look to the mid-Atlantic. Today, we'll see some nicer conditions in places like New York, a little drier. But as we get into tomorrow and beyond, we'll start to see that kind of cool, damp forecast get back into the picture. More rain on tap for us here across that region. And on top of that, we have the potential for some coastal flooding over the next couple of days. 8 million people included in these with those onshore winds, leaving us with rip current risks as well. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead in Philadelphia, 66 degrees. We look towards Columbus, 76 degrees with some partly cloudy skies. New Orleans hits 90 degrees today. The showers and thunderstorms will be possible from Tampa to Orlando and down through Miami through this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, good to see you and good to see the sun later. Yeah. Well, the James Webb Space Telescope might have found our next home. Check this out. It's a rendering of a solar system about 40 light years from the sun. According to the scope's readings, it checks a lot of boxes to hold life. 3 of the star's 7 planets sit in what is known as the habitable zone. Kind of makes you wonder, would you live on a different planet?
Still ahead, a disturbing shortage in American hospitals isn't in the supply closet.
There aren't enough doctors. We'll tell you how we got here and what officials are doing to solve it when we come back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More More and more people across the country are struggling to find primary care doctors. An alarming estimate from the American Medical Association projects a shortage of nearly 48,000 physicians in a decade's time. NBC's Ann Thompson has more on what's causing that.
See you in a little bit.
Dr. Terry Vester, 68 years old, is still working as a primary care physician in rural Lafayette, Alabama, the only one within a 30-minute drive.
There have been doctors that come through here, but they don't stay.
In New York City, where there are 4 times as many doctors as the entire state of Alabama, Olga Torres lost her primary care physician to concierge medicine 2 years ago.
I could go see him at this concierge practice for $10,000 a year.
Have you been looking for a primary care physician?
I have.
And have you found one?
I have not.
Unable to find one taking new patients, Torres says her cardiologist fills that role.
This is not what she should be doing.
Across America, primary care doctors are increasingly hard to find.
My own parents had the same issue in Jacksonville, Florida.
Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld leads the American Medical Association.
Why is that shortage so acute today?
Well, the problem is the number of physicians in the U.S. is growing. It's just not growing fast enough.
The AMA says it takes 10 years to educate and train a physician while the population grows and ages.
We know that health outcomes are worse when people don't have access to primary care. They live shorter lives and they live sicker lives.
The AMA says more federal funding is needed to increase training slots. The average $200,000 in medical school debt must be eased and physician burnout addressed. Until replacements arrive, Dr. Vester and her internist husband vow to keep working.
They will come, but we're going to be here until then. We'll just have to go to the gym and exercise a little bit.
To keep America in good health. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
In a victory for the Fearless Fund, a federal judge has refused to immediately block a grant program by the organization. Senior U.S. Judge Thomas Thrash ruled that the venture capital firm can continue offering grants to only black female entrepreneurs. He added that a lawsuit arguing it illegally excluded other races was not likely to succeed. The lawsuit could be a test case as the battle over consideration on race shifts to the workplace after the Supreme Court's June ruling that ended affirmative action in college admissions.
Still to come, Megan Thee Stallion tells her fans it's okay to not be okay. We've got more on her mental health PSA.
No matter who you are.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes, you leave.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Y'all, it's okay to not be okay. Reach out to a friend if you see them going through it. No matter who you are, being vulnerable is what makes us whole.
In the latest PSA for Seize the Awkward, Megan Thee Stallion opens up about her own mental health journey. The ongoing campaign strives to create conversations about mental health and encourage young adults to check on their peers who might be struggling. If you are experiencing a mental health crisis, you can reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. And I love that celebrities are coming out and talking about mental wellness. I also think that just people in general need to be more open about it. Let your friends know that it's okay to come to you.
It's taken away the stigma. It's fine. We're all going through it. Whether you have that perfect grid on Instagram, what's happening behind the scenes is very, very real.
Absolutely.
All right. The Golden Globes has added 2 new categories for its upcoming 2024 awards. The first new addition is Cinematic and Box Office Achievement in Motion Pictures. Eligible nominees include this year's highest earning or most viewed films. The second category is Best Stand-Up Comedian on Television. Comedy specialists on broadcast, cable, and streaming platforms will also be considered. So the nominations are going to come out around December 11th, around-ish, and then January are the awards.
All right. Well, Airbnb is offering a chance to stay in your favorite ogre's house. A detailed replica of Shrek's swamp in the Scottish Highlands has everything you need to escape village life. Guests can even light earwax candles to set the mood. Wow. And just like the early 2000s film, you'll have your very own outhouse. The chance to book starts October 13th for up to 3 guests, October 27th through the 29th. All right, if that's your thing, then looks great.
A little asterisk. You got to fly yourself, though. So 2 weeks, you got to book that. All right, when we come back, the latest on a potential strike that could rock the Vegas Strip.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand.
And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Wild horses could be dragged away and some new sauces to spice up those McNuggets. Here's what you need to know early today. The public will have a 30-day period to decide if the famous wild horses in North Dakota's Theodore Roosevelt National Park should stay or go. The horses have become a major attraction for tourists.
Las Vegas hospitality workers have voted in favor of a strike that could impact more than 36 casinos and hotels. The Culinary Workers Union has not set a walkout deadline as they continue bargaining for better pay, benefits, and working conditions.
An 1858 photo of Abraham Lincoln has been donated to his library and museum in Illinois. Lincoln had given one of the copies of it to a man who was severely injured testing a cannon for his campaign rally.
We're loving it. McDonald's just announced 2 limited edition sauces, sweet and spicy jam and mambo sauce. They'll hit the menu October 9th.
Who run the world? Beyonce and her fans. See how the Beehive pulled all the strings to make this fan very happy.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, remember that airline mishap we told you about that caused a fan with disabilities to miss Beyonce's concert in Seattle? Well, all the Beehive swarming social media caught the attention of the superstar herself. Maya Eaglin has more on this fan's dream journey to the Renaissance Tour.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eklund, NBC News.
Wow, that is great to see. He is clearing the way, literally clearing the way for everybody else to be able to do the same thing at concerts and every place else.
Accessibility is so important, and we as a world need to get better with that. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations. As of the stroke of midnight, the Writers Guild of America strike is officially over. We've got the details of the deal, including the critical artificial intelligence agreement.
Efforts to avoid a government shutdown coming down to a matter of days. With movement from the House and the Senate, we'll have a live report from Washington.
A massive antitrust lawsuit against Amazon accusing the tech giant of operating an illegal monopoly. CNBC's Arabella Gumede joins us to break down what's at stake.
A mechanic in South Carolina breaking barriers for women on the job. She's sharing how she caught the car bug, her message to women, and her hope for the next generation.
And that's a nice Boulder. A new Airbnb listing will have you telling everyone to get out of your swamp. How you can sleep in Shrek's Woodland Digs. It's Wednesday, September 27th. Early today starts right now.
And good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Nearly 5 months after hitting the picket lines, thousands of Writers Guild members are back on the job. WGA leadership officially struck a 3-year deal with studios Tuesday evening. The deal includes an annual raise in pay minimums, as well as residual bonuses based on streaming viewership. One of the final sticking points was over the use of artificial intelligence. Under this deal, AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit or rights, among other points. The agreement now goes to the Guild's members for official ratification.
With only days left to keep the government funded, Tuesday saw both chambers of Congress taking action to try to break the impasse. This as the Republican leader calls on the most powerful man in Washington to end the crisis before it begins. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, good morning. We know that if Congress doesn't act by midnight Sunday, the government does shut down. What's the latest?
Well, good morning, Jessica. Both the Senate and the House are trying to break the government funding logjam, but both chambers' plans face likely opposition as the possibility of a shutdown becomes more of a reality. The Senate on Tuesday introduced a short-term bill that would keep the government funded until mid-November. Despite its bipartisan origins, the plan will likely be a non-starter in the House, as it includes provisions that face staunch opposition in that chamber. This includes $6 billion in funding to both aid Ukraine and disaster funding for FEMA. On the other side of the Capitol, the House finally voted to begin debate on a package of 4 appropriations bills after they were blocked by hardline members of the Republican Party last week. These bills contain spending cuts demanded by many of those GOP hardliners and would likely fail in the Senate, even if they did make it out of the House. Meanwhile, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Tuesday questioned why President Biden isn't involved in the government funding negotiations.
I will continue to move through our approach bills. We're getting ours done, send them over to the Senate. But I think the best way here is for the president to acknowledge the problem that he created on the border.
Are you asking for a meeting with the president to solve this issue?
I think it would be very important to have a meeting with the president.
Now, we should note that despite McCarthy's suggestions, the president has no formal role in the government funding situation other than signing whatever passes through Congress. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you.
Now to a major development in the New York Attorney General's fraud case against former President Trump. In a new ruling, Judge Arthur Engoron denied the Trump team's request to dismiss AG Letitia James's $250 million civil suit against the former president and his company, alleging years of financial deception. Engoron also ruled that Trump lied to banks and insurers for years by exaggerating his net worth and changing the value of his assets for his own benefit. The judge wrote that Trump's legal arguments defending his financial statements were based in a fantasy world. The judge also ordered the business certificates of the companies named as defendants in the case, including the Trump Organization, canceled. In a statement, Trump referred to the fraud ruling as ridiculous and untrue and said his civil rights have been violated. The trial is still set to begin next week.
On Tuesday, the Supreme Court rejected the latest attempt by Alabama Republicans to redraw the state's congressional maps. It comes after a ruling back in June that said Alabama's map was in violation of the Voting Rights Act. A court ordered it to redraw it to include a second majority black district. In the new ruling, the justices refused emergency requests to block lower court rulings that threw out the GOP's latest map, which, by the way, still only included one majority black district. State officials expressed dismay at this decision, with Republican Attorney General Steve Marshall saying the previous maps that were drawn should have been upheld.
Now let's turn to a developing story overseas. Thousands of ethnic Armenians are fleeing a war-torn and long-disputed region in Azerbaijan. The mass exodus follows years of unrest. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now with the latest. Chapman, these tired and hungry refugees were also hit by a deadly explosion. What more do we know about that?
Well, Francis, they were already in the midst of a crisis. Dozens more killed and hundreds injured at an explosion at a fuel depot as tens of thousands of ethnic Armenians flee the enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh for Armenia, crossing the mountainous roads in the South Caucasus. Many families cramming into vehicles overcrowded with people and belongings, many saying they were starving. But what really got us to this point? Well, years of fighting in the region since both Armenia and Azerbaijan were part of the Soviet Union. Now, Russia has had peacekeepers in the enclave for several years, which has kind of helped maintain the peace. But as Russia has historically been aligned closer with Armenia due to their military involvement in Ukraine and accusations that Armenia has gotten closer with the West, many in the area feel that they've been abandoned. And a blockade has been in place since December of last year, and it's caused people in the area to struggle getting fuel, food, medicine, important things. And recently, days of fighting and bombardment by Azerbaijan has made the separatists lay down their arms in a surrender agreement, and many worry now that they are unsafe with Azerbaijan having full control of the area. Now, Azerbaijan says they are safe to say, but many doubt this, and Armenia's prime minister has called this an example of ethnic cleansing. Now, the head of USAID, Samantha Power, in the region has pledged $11.5 million in humanitarian aid, and just as many wonder how this unfolds as this continue to be a humanitarian crisis in the region. Francis.
A crisis that keeps getting worse. Chapman, thank you.
Now to Iraq, where a celebration quickly turned into a tragedy. The Ministry of Health there says more than 100 people are dead after a huge fire broke out at a wedding hall. Officials believe the fire may have been started by fireworks. State media reports the building had flammable panels that may have helped the fire spread fast. We still don't know if the bride and groom survived. At least 150 people were hurt, and there are concerns that the death toll will rise.
A school district in rural Mississippi is making new efforts to narrow the reading gap, reevaluating their reading program after noticing a dangerously low proficiency rate. It's a problem students across the country continue to face as test scores fall. NBC's Rahima Ellis shares those new approaches.
In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it.
Space. Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Florence, Mississippi.
To the forecast now, the Sunshine State is not living up to its name this morning. We know that Florida is in for a round of storms and some potential flooding. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking all the rain still moving across the country. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, ladies. A couple of trouble spots this morning. The good news is the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic drying out mostly today. You'll get to finally see a little sunshine in that region, but the severe storms will be possible across parts of the Midwest, parts of the Pacific Northwest, and of course, Florida. We're going to deal with some heavy rain across that region here as we go through the next couple of days. We've got a kind of front that's hanging around. It's going to be pesky for the next couple of days. So that means ample opportunities to pick up some additional rain across that region. It is, in fact, rainy season across the Sunshine State. Excuse me. The mountains will total 1 to 3 inches likely for widespread areas, but we could see localized spots getting up to 5 inches by the time we get through Saturday. So some flooding concerns will definitely be on the table. As we look ahead to the day today in the Mid-Atlantic, we'll see some of these showers trying to work in later today. We've got a low that's going to kind of hang out just offshore. It'll slowly move north as we get into tomorrow along that coast here as we get into Friday as well. Things are going to be a little unsettled. Once again, we'll see some rain get back into the picture, and we'll also have that potential for some coastal flooding with those strong onshore winds in this region. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures ending up into the mid-60s from Boston to Philadelphia. We'll see plenty of sunshine in Charleston as we head to 75 degrees. 93 with a whole lot of sunshine in Memphis. 94 in Little Rock. We'll deal with mostly sunny skies in Dallas and some showers and thunderstorms across Florida. And that's a look at the forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Angie. Still ahead, why the Actors Guild is looking to expand their strike.
Plus, is Amazon a monopoly? Well, the FTC seems to think so. How the latest lawsuit could impact your next shipment.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do.
No time to lose, gotta live it up. More fun
It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business in a good way.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
As writers end their strike, actors vote to expand theirs. The new strike would include performers who provide voices and stunts in video games. The agreement covering video game performers expired last November and has been extended on a monthly basis. Negotiations between the union and gaming developers began this week. SAG-AFTRA is asking for more breaks for performers and protections against artificial intelligence.
Target says crime is forcing it to close 9 of its stores in major cities. The company is closing locations in New York City, Seattle, Portland, and San Francisco. Target says it cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized crime are threatening the safety of their staff and guests. Target, which has nearly 2,000 stores across the U.S., has been outspoken about a rise in retail crime in recent years.
The Federal Trade Commission has filed a long-awaited lawsuit against Amazon. The FTC, along with 17 states, accusing Amazon of using monopoly power to inflate prices and undermine competition.
CNBC's Arabella Gumede joins us now with more details from this lawsuit and how Amazon is responding. Arabella, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So this is certainly a big case, right? It's actually not the first time that the FTC has come up with a bust up against Amazon. In fact, just earlier this year, Amazon paid around $25 million in a fine for consumer protection. It was a consumer protection case earlier this year. So clearly, Lina Khan, the commissioner of the FTC, then has actually said that big companies, big tech entities in particular, the ones that they're really keen to kind of look at. And this is really not a case, according to Lina Khan anyway, that is based on trying to break up Amazon, but really more about measuring the size and saying that a lot of its services are doing one of 4 things. 1, stopping rivals as well as sellers from lowering their prices. 2, they degrade the quality the quality for shoppers, should I say. 3, they tend to overcharge sellers. And 4, stifle innovation. The hope is that this will create a little bit more of a competitive landscape and greater innovation within the retail space. Whether that will be achieved, however, is going to be very interesting to note, because this case may take some time, guys.
All right, Arabella, thank you.
Still to come on Early Today, the Golden Globes is adding 2 new awards in January.
And you can live like an ogre, at least for a couple of days. You gotta head to your own personal swamp next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Y'all, it's okay to not be okay. Reach out to a friend if you see them going through it. No matter who you are, being vulnerable is what makes us whole.
In the latest PSA for Seize the Awkward, Megan Thee Stallion opened up about her mental health journey. The ongoing campaign strives to create conversations about mental health and encourage young adults to check on their peers who may be struggling. If you're experiencing a mental health crisis, you can reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. So the power of these celebrities and artists resonates so much farther beyond their music. Just simple words like that can make a difference.
It absolutely can. Share how you're feeling with someone that you trust. The Golden Globes has added 2 new categories for its upcoming 2024 awards. The first new addition is Cinematic and Box Office Achievement in Motion Pictures. Eligible nominees include this year's highest earning or most viewed films. Second category is Best Stand-Up Comedian on Television. Comedy specials on broadcast, cable, and streaming platforms will also be considered. It's right up our alley. We love
sure
this stuff.
Is. When it comes to award season's coming up in December and January. Airbnb is offering a chance to stay at your favorite ogre's house. The detailed replica of Shrek's swamp in the Scottish Highlands has everything you need to escape village life. Guests can even light earwax candles. And just like they did in the early 2000s film, you can have your very own outhouse, if that's your thing. The chance to book starts October 13th for up to 3 guests, October 27th through the 29th. Airfare not included. You got to be able to book that, too, if you win it.
It does look interesting. Still to come, Tinder is heating up with an invite-only subscription.
What you need to know about the $500 a month plan right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A chilling warning about Arctic ice while Taylor Swift helps jersey sales go red hot. Here's what you need to know early today. As winter in the southern hemisphere ends, ice levels in the sea around Antarctica hit a record low for the season. Officials warn that rising ocean temperatures could mean the ice will continue to melt in new lows.
OpenAI announced an update to ChatGPT, which allows the software to understand your voice and process images. ChatGPT can also use synthetic voices to speak back to you as part of the update.
Sportswear company Fanatics announced sales for Travis Kelce's jerseys jumped 400%, coming after Taylor Swift was seen in the press box during Sunday's game.
And Tinder is rolling out an invite-only subscription plan that costs $499 a month. Users who have Tinder Select get perks like early access to new features and limited messaging to people without matching first.
The story of a Latina woman breaking barriers in South Carolina.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait the dishes?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with the trailblazing mechanic, inspiring women one wrench turn at a time. A Latina woman is breaking barriers as the owner and operator of a shop in South Carolina. Carlos Flores, with our Greenville affiliate, spoke with her.
For Mexican native Dina Estrada, she says she got the car bug early.
I remember at some point saying, like, when I grow up, like, and this is me as a child, like, when I grow up, I want to not have to deal with this, this, and this. And I think one of them was an automobile, like just a car, just a way to get around. So
Estrada is now the owner of Ruiz Tires and Auto Services in Greenville.
It's different whenever you have somebody else's safety in your hands. So I take that very seriously. That takes time, dedication, and you got to keep up a reputation because mechanics can have an awful reputation.
Estrada also understands that there aren't that many women choosing to step under the hood.
I've encountered little kids or little girls that say, "Mom, she's a girl." And like, not to flatter myself at all. It's like, and she's pretty. And like, she gets her hands dirty. Like, it's so surprising for little kids to see, you know, a shift in an industry or to have a shift in our perspective. Mechanic is just a trade. And there's very simple things that we can do as females or that I've hired females to do. And I'm very grateful to have been given the opportunity by other females to allow them to work with me and allow me to teach them. They have a trip they need to make and I can't leave it behind.
And because of her hard work, her business has become a safe place for women.
When I come to her, she's professional. She's nice. She explains it. She's going to let you know what's going on. She's, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's transparent. She don't make you feel small. And if there's any questions, concerns, she's going to explain it.
But while she is breaking down barriers with every oil change and tire replacement, she knows she's picking up what the last generation started.
Our Hispanic community is not just immigrants. Our Hispanic community is not just a labor for, part of that labor workforce. Instead, we're business owners and we're thriving and we're pushing on our kids, our family, and so many other people that are, without us knowing, looking up and looking at us.
Carlos Flores for that inspiring story. Love her spunk, love her confidence. She needs to expand.
I know. She's making me want to learn how to do all those things. Now for a look at what's still ahead this morning.
This morning on the third hour of today, we're going to head into the great outdoors. I'm going to take you on the job with a national park ranger. Then celebrity makeup artist Charlotte Tilbury is sharing some beauty secrets. And we're putting a new spin on a classic combo, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Can't wait. That's all coming up this morning on the third hour of today.
Makeup and grilled cheese.
Yeah. Love every iteration of grilled cheese. Can't wait to see what they got. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, price check. Amazon is in the hot seat on the heels of a sweeping new antitrust lawsuit from the FTC. It alleges the e-commerce giant leveraged its industry power to warp product prices across the internet. We're going to dig into the fine print and what the case could mean for your online shopping experience. Also breaking overnight, we have a deal. As of 12:01 this morning, Hollywood's writers can get back to work. We've got more on the tentative agreement between the WGA and the big studios as the actors' walkout continues. Plus, forging history, President Biden has now become the first sitting president to join striking workers on the picket line. His message to America's auto workers as former President Trump prepares to follow in the current president's pro-labor footsteps tonight. And taking the mound for one parent, it was an emotional Phillies debut over the weekend that proves once and for all there is crying in baseball. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. This morning, Amazon is facing more legal troubles over the business practices of its online mega marketplace. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, sued Amazon yesterday, alleging the e-commerce giant is stifling fair competition. The lawsuit is backed by the attorneys general of 17 states, and it argues that Amazon is a monopoly. The FTC alleges that the tech giant's anti-competitive practices put pressure on sellers to agree to their terms and inflates the price of goods, which is then passed on to their tens of millions of customers. Amazon is fighting back. The company's leadership released a statement in response, saying in part, the FTC's focus has radically departed from its mission of protecting consumers and competition. The practices the FTC is challenging have helped to spur competition and innovation across the retail industry. For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, this was a highly anticipated move by the Biden administration, which has been trying to enforce antitrust laws. Walk us through this lawsuit. How significant is it?
We have a capitalistic system where if you build a widget and you're really good at building your widget, you can dominate the widget industry. Unless you dominate it too much, in which case it's illegal because you have what's called a monopoly. And the FTC is the government watchdog, so to speak, that goes after companies that engage in monopolistic practices. And that's essentially what the government here is arguing, that's what Amazon is doing. It's using its massive market power to hold down smaller competitors and would-be competitors, people who would like to enter into the industry. One allegation, for example, one of the ones that I think is the most compelling to me, is that allegedly Amazon takes other competitors who are offering a product at lower prices and puts them so low down in the search results that they get no business at all. That way, they can artificially, supposedly, elevate or inflate prices and keep them at a kind of cartel-like set price that is artificial and not based on supply and demand. Now, the challenge here is for the government that to what degree is this improper monopolistic practices, or to what degree is it just good old-fashioned competition?
My understanding is these are hard cases for the FTC to win. I mean, what does the FTC have to prove to win the case?
They have to show that Amazon went beyond simply competing in the industry and essentially put its thumb on the scale, that it unfairly competed and used its power to hold down would-be competitors. But, Joe, you're exactly right. It's a gray area. To one juror or to one fact finder, the same kind of conduct may seem more like, hey, that's crossing the line. But to another person, maybe a small business owner who has scrapped his way up to the top, he might think, hey, man, it's all fair game in the industry.
So how long can a lawsuit like this play out for? Are there any chances that Amazon settles it all?
There are huge chances that Amazon settles. This is a large lawsuit. It doesn't appear that the government is looking to break up the company. That's sometimes the remedy or the relief sought in these cases. I looked at the complaint. They are saying they're not leaving out what they call structural relief. It's a possibility, but the main goal is to basically stop Amazon from doing this. So that's good news for Amazon. It doesn't appear the government is primarily looking to break them up the way they did the airlines or some other monopoly in American history. So in this case, what instead they're looking for is to basically stop the practices. But that doesn't mean this isn't a large case with a lot of parties. 17 states have joined in, all alleging their own violations of state law. This is a case that will, if you're a betting person, it will settle. A lot of them do. Most of them do. Both sides have too much to lose if it goes to trial. Amazon has a lot of risk at trial, and so too does the government. They don't want to bring a case this large and go down in a flaming disaster if Amazon gets a not liable verdict at trial.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Auto workers are on the picket line for the 12th straight day, but on this day, they were joined yesterday by a rather big name. The UAW is still locked in a stalemate with the top three automakers, and if no progress is made, more walkouts could be happening soon. Yesterday, in a historic show of support, President Biden grabbed a bullhorn as he showed his support for auto workers on the picket line in Michigan. He's making it clear he stands with the union.
Deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
This major labor fight is also a political battle as well. Tonight, Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, is skipping the GOP debate in California. Instead, he'll deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. Both the 45th and 46th presidents are vying for votes in a state that could be crucial when it comes to winning in 2024. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Wayne, Michigan, outside of Detroit. So, Jay, the White House originally took the position it would stay out of negotiations and leave the specifics to the union and the management. But President Biden seemed to shift that position, traveling there yesterday at the invitation of Union President Sean Fain. So what was President Biden's message, and how was that visit received by auto workers?
Yeah, Joe, and I think the White House would still say they're not actively involved in the negotiations, though definitely they made a difference in how things are perceived with that visit yesterday. And it's really added a pep in the step, if you will, of those picketing outside plants like this Ford plant here in Wayne, Michigan. So many of those on the picket line saying they really appreciate the president's support, think it's very important as this process continues and brings a much brighter spotlight to what's going on here. Many feel like the visit could ratchet up pressure on automakers to get some type of deal done. Sean Fain feels the same way. Here's what he had to say about it all.
Thank you, Mr. President, for coming. Thank you for coming to stand up with us in our generation's defining moments. And we know the president will do right by the working class.
Yeah, and Fain, the president of the UAW, saying that the working class was built by the unions like his, and got the same feeling from President Biden, who said as much as he was talking with those workers on the picket line, Joe.
So, Jay, looking ahead to Trump's speech tonight, what are we looking for in his remarks, and can we also expect him to meet with union leadership?
Well, he wants to. He's invited union members, not leadership. Sean Fain has said point blank that he thinks another Trump administration would be, and I'm quoting his words here, a disaster. So I don't think he'll meet with leadership, but he does want to meet with some of the UAW workers. Interesting to point out, though, his rally this evening will be in a non-union shop, a production and distribution center, which is non-union here in the suburbs of Detroit. He's been pretty consistent here, walking a thin line between the union workers and the automakers, and really focusing his attack on President Biden and criticizing the administration's commitment to electric vehicles that he says will push jobs overseas.
All right, Jay Gray in Michigan. Jay, thank you so much. Over in Hollywood, the writers' strike is officially finished. As of midnight, writers were free to return to work after the writers' union's leadership agreed to a 3-year deal with major movie studios. The agreement, which still needs to be ratified by the union's 11,500 members, would increase residuals for streaming content, boost pay by up to 5%, and raise health and pension contributions. It also includes specific guidelines for safeguards over the use of artificial intelligence. For more, let's bring in entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. So the union says workers can now go back to work. What stands out in this deal? Does it seem like it's a good result for both sides?
It's a good result for the union, particularly. The studios are probably going to feel a little bit of a sting when you look at the numbers. This deal has about $233 million in enhancements for the union, and the offer from the studios was about $86 million. So that's nearly 3 times. But there are some compromises in there. But of course, the basic pay increases, the increases in staffing levels. I think most interesting is the streaming residuals part of this deal. There's a bonus now built in, and this has been the wild, wild west. How do we measure success for streamers? What they've done here is they've said they've built in a bonus if a streaming title does well within 90 days of release and is viewed by at least 20% of the subscriber base. So you can see it gets really nitty gritty, right? But this is a bonus that didn't even exist before. And then, of course, there's a near 76% increase in residuals for foreign streamed titles. So things that are streamed overseas, I should say. So the streaming bonuses, the streaming residuals is a big deal. And then, of course, the AI protections are very interesting, saying that the studios have to be upfront. They cannot force writers to use AI. They cannot use AI for source material, but a writer can choose to use AI if they're allowed to. So there's going to be a lot, you can see that this is language that we're just kind of learning how to kind of balance and monitor, and we're seeing how it's going, but there are definitely some great protections in there.
Yeah, it's such a great point. There are 2 of these major issues are issues they never had to deal with before. So they're in many ways starting from scratch, trying to hash these things out. So Brian, what happens next? Is it just a formality for the 11,000 plus members to follow their leaders and ratify the deal?
Well, given the enthusiasm from both sides, from both coasts, I think it's pretty much a certainty that it will go through. But the voting begins on the 2nd, on Monday, and will continue through the 9th. And members of the union have an opportunity to ask questions and hold meetings. But they have the information now; they can see the increases as well as a desire to get back to work. So I think we'll see this go through.
And I think we'll see some talk shows back on the air, perhaps as early as next week, or certainly in the next couple weeks. So Brian, we still know actors are striking. Where do things stand there? Could this deal with the writers maybe clear the way for actors to reach a deal, say, before year's end?
Right. Well, as you say, talk shows are coming back, but they'll be missing actors to promote their projects. Bill Maher starting on Friday. Kelly Clarkson had some of her crew there yesterday. The actors, yeah, that still has to be worked out. I think, we're going to see a lot of production wait until January because we see the holidays coming up. So we already see a real urgency to get the actors strike worked out. And I think the union SAG-AFTRA is going to be looking to see if the studios will come back to the table as soon as possible.
Until then, I hope you like cooking segments on those talk shows. All right. Brian, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Embattled New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is expected to appear in a New York courtroom today. The Democratic senator and his wife Nadine will be arraigned on federal bribery charges. The couple accused of receiving cash, gold, and a luxury car in return for a variety of corrupt acts. Menendez returned to Capitol Hill yesterday after announcing he would not step down from Congress. He was confronted by reporters when he arrived. Take a listen.
You run for re-election, sir?
As I said, I'm here to do the work of the people of New Jersey.
Why won't you resign, sir? Senator Menendez?
Because I'm innocent.
What's
wrong with you guys?
Why were there gold bars there?
Meanwhile, NBC News has learned the FBI is investigating whether Egypt's intelligence services might have been involved in the alleged bribery scheme. That's according to sources familiar with the matter. Menendez has denied any wrongdoing. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside of the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, good morning. So set the scene for us. What can we expect to play out today behind you there in court? And what more can you tell us about what we're learning about this FBI investigation in this case?
Good morning, Joe. Good to be with you. We are expecting the senator to enter the building through a side entrance. We're not expecting any comments in particular, but of course, if he does say something, either himself or through his lawyer, we will be here to listen to those comments and ask some questions, including one that he was again just asked yesterday and didn't quite answer whether he intends to run again in 2024. Of course, he has said he believes he'll be exonerated, and at the end of this, he believes that he will still be New Jersey's senior senator. Now, as for that new reporting from our colleagues Jonathan Dienst and Ken Delanian, according to sources familiar with the matter, the FBI investigators are looking into whether Egyptian intelligence officials used, for example, Nadine Menendez, Bob Menendez's wife, to get to the senator, whether there was any influence here from any Egyptian intelligence officials. And so this investigation, this counterintelligence investigation, will take place at the same time as this federal criminal investigation. And we did reach out, our colleagues at NBC News reaching out to an attorney for one of the co-defendants here, Wael Hanna, who denied having any ties to Egyptian intelligence. Representation from Nadine Menendez declined to comment on that, Joe.
So, Lindsay, let's talk about how Menendez's fellow Democrats in the Senate are reacting to all this. We know here nearly half of the Democratic caucus calling for his resignation, including fellow New Jersey Democrat Cory Booker. What else are we hearing from members of Congress?
I mean, really just the staggering mounting of calls. When I was covering this just 2 days ago, when the senator delivered comments in Union City, New Jersey, where he grew up, there were only 2 senators in the Democratic caucus who were calling at the time for his resignation, John Fetterman, and then later in the afternoon, Sherrod Brown of Ohio. Now we're up to 24 Democratic senators, including some prominent ones who are facing re-election themselves next year, as so is Menendez, including Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, John Tester, Tammy Baldwin, and of course, notably, as you mentioned, Cory Booker, New Jersey's senator, his fellow senator, who is often an ally of Menendez, essentially saying at this point, and there's a truck going by, so you'll have to excuse the noise here. You know what? Let's go ahead and listen to what some other senators are saying before we talk about Cory.
These serious and illegal allegations in the indictment against Senator Menendez are deeply troubling. Senator Menendez is entitled to a presumption of innocence and a full trial, but I think he should resign.
I do think he should step down in order to mount and focus on his defense.
All right, so, Joe, I mentioned Cory Booker. He said in a statement yesterday that he is calling for Menendez to step down, essentially saying that senators, while they're held to the same criminal standard, they have a common ideals standard, and also says that the people he has to represent and work with in the Senate have been shaken to their core. Of course, Menendez remaining defiant as of Monday, saying that he will not step down, Joe.
So, and interesting here, Menendez is actually the first sitting senator in U.S. history to be indicted on 2 unrelated criminal allegations. Hispanic lawmakers came to his defense back in 2015, but as NBCNews.com reported this week, Latino lawmakers are notably silent this time around. What more should we know about that?
Right. So, Joe, essentially one operative telling NBCNews.com that the silence is deafening here. And while many Latino lawmakers and organizational groups rallied to his defense in 2015 during that separate indictment, really, they aren't doing the same this time around. Many telling NBC News anonymously that the nature of the allegations are just simply too severe for them to stand behind him at this point. And remember, in that statement on Friday, Menendez had blasted those rushing to judge a Latino and push him out of his seat. Well, NBCNews.com is reporting that that's turned a lot of people off, essentially saying, while yes, there is implicit bias, what's basically laid out in the indictment does not appear to reflect that, Joe.
All right, Lindsay Reiser here in New York. Lindsay, thank you so much. In other legal news, a New York judge has ruled that former President Trump committed repeated acts of fraud for years. This is part of the New York Attorney General's $250 million civil lawsuit against Trump and his company. The judge ruled yesterday that Trump lied to banks and insurers by both overvaluing and undervaluing his assets to his benefit. He has denied any wrongdoing, and his attorney called the ruling outrageous. The judge also found that Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, and their companies liable for fraud. The Attorney General's civil trial against Trump is set to begin next week, and it's expected to last nearly 3 months. It's unclear if Trump will testify in his own defense in that trial. The Senate is moving forward with a bipartisan short-term funding bill designed to keep the government open until mid-November, but it's unclear if the Republican-led House will approve it, raising fears the government will shut down over the weekend. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now with the latest. Scott, good morning. So as we just said, the Senate's come up with a plan to try and keep things open until November 17th. What are the odds this passes in the House? Just what are the main sticking points right now?
Good morning, Joe. Yes, you're right. The Senate does have a plan. That plan is bipartisan, backed by both Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. However, Speaker Kevin McCarthy says that that plan will go nowhere in the House of Representatives. He says that will be flatly rejected by House Republicans because Republicans are demanding steep spending cuts in any CR that goes forward. And in the Senate plan, they are funding things at existing levels. So that is a huge sticking point. Secondly, is the issue of Ukraine. The Senate plan includes $6 billion for economic and military aid for Ukraine. House Republicans, a large majority of them, want no money for Ukraine, saying the focus should be instead back here on the domestic front. And so those are some real big problems and explain why there is this big gulf between House Republicans and Democrats who control the Senate and the White House.
You know, another factor, we know McCarthy is in a tough spot. He relied on help from ultra-conservatives to become Speaker in the first place, but now he might need Democrats' help to keep the government open, but that could cost him his speakership. So what are you hearing are his chances of both passing a spending bill and actually hanging on to his leadership position?
Yeah, McCarthy is in a really sticky situation here, as you laid out. I mean, he promised the conservatives, in order to grab that speaker's gavel, deep spending cuts through these appropriation bills that they are working through right now. Those are a non-starter for Democrats in the Senate and for President Joe Biden. And so he is in this situation here where we are 4 days away from the deadline. He needs to reach across the aisle to avert a shutdown and team up with Democrats. And on top of that, you have a conservative lawmaker named Matt Gaetz who says, look, Kevin McCarthy, if you go that route, if you bring a short-term bill to the floor, if you extend your hands to Democrats, then I'm going to make a motion or force a vote on the floor to remove you as Speaker of the House. And so he is really in a no-win situation here, having to choose between the speakership, a job he has coveted his entire political career and achieved it, and shutting down the government, which will impact millions and millions of Americans in terms of federal benefits, as well as forcing millions, potentially millions of federal workers to go without a paycheck for the foreseeable future, Joe.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much. Let's take a deeper look at the impact this potential crisis could have on the economy if Congress doesn't act by the end of the month. That's Saturday night at midnight. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers could face being furloughed if that happens. That means they won't get paid. Now, a little history. The last government shutdown back in 2019 lasted 34 days. It ended up costing tens of billions of dollars. Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung for more on this. So, Brian, what have we learned from 2019 that could maybe help us manage a shutdown this year?
Well, it's going to have a big impact across the country and in other communities specifically as well. But I want to point out, let's look at what happened the last time we had a shutdown, which was in 2019. As you mentioned, 300,000 people were furloughed. They didn't get pay. We also lost about $11 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. At the time, $3 billion was estimated to have been permanently lost, just simply didn't get back. Now, in terms of the specific agencies, we saw situations like with TSA and even at the IRS that some workers just simply didn't show up. You have to remember that even those that aren't furloughed would still have to continue to work without pay for however long that shutdown goes. But for what it's worth, Wall Street didn't seem to care that much. Markets went up 10% during that last shutdown.
So, Brian, many federal workers obviously located in the Washington, D.C. area. How would a shutdown affect that area in particular?
Yeah, well, when we talk about the impact of a government shutdown on individual households, we're looking specifically at that DMV area. There are over 500,000 federal workers across those 3 states. And we actually took a look by the numbers at how much of the workforce is employed by specifically the federal government. In D.C., it's 51%. That makes sense. Virginia and Maryland, 4% and 5% respectively. But when you look at the numbers of the impact that we saw from the last government shutdown in 2019, D.C. had estimated that it lost about $47 million in revenue. You didn't have people going to the restaurant because you had tourists that maybe weren't coming in because the Smithsonian museums were closed, in addition to the workers that maybe just simply didn't want to eat out during a time that paychecks weren't coming in.
So we call part of that area the Beltway. Let's widen the scope a little bit. What could be the ripple effect beyond the Beltway?
Yeah, well, I'm highlighting 3 other states that have a high concentration of people employed by the federal government. Hawaii is one of them. In Honolulu, 7% of the people there are employed by the government. Tourism is big there. 16% of Americans actually said they canceled or plan to cancel their Hawaii trips because of the 2019 shutdown, a big impact there. I also want to highlight Alaska, 4.5% employed by the government, 9% in Fairbanks. By the way, 60% of Alaska's land managed by the federal government. The Department of the Interior has a lot of employees in that state. Again, they also have military and oil operations there. And then the last state I want to point out here is West Virginia. They have about 6% employed in the Parkersburg, Vienna area of that state. Major government employers, the Veterans Affairs, as well as the Treasury, which operates a Office of Fiscal Service in the state as well, Joe.
All right, Brian Chung breaking it down for us. Thank you so much, Brian. Some breaking news now. North Korea says it is expelling U.S. soldier Travis King. It comes 2 months after King dashed across the border into the country's territory. According to North Korea's state news agency, KCNA, authorities have finished their questioning of King. The agency says that he confessed to illegally entering the North because he was, quote, disillusioned by the inhumane treatment and racial discrimination within the U.S. Army. King ran into the demilitarized zone, or DMZ, the heavily fortified border between North and South Korea, back in July. North Korean officials have not released any information on the actual timing of his release. Coming up on Morning News Now, yes, we do have more Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce news this morning, with the Chiefs star finally breaking his silence on that whirlwind weekend that broke the internet. But first, 7 GOP primary contenders will face off on the debate stage tonight. Once again, the frontrunner, former President Trump, will be absent. We've got a full preview of what to expect next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Florida is in for storms, even potential flooding. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather meteorologist Angie Lastman keeping an eye on the Sunshine State and more. Angie, good morning.
Yeah, not living up to its name. Good morning, Joe. We're continuing to see kind of an unsettled pattern shaping up for the state of Florida, really. That's where the focus is going to be for some flooding potential over the coming days. And you can see what it looks like this morning. Your satellite and radar showing just really some showers, some thunderstorms, especially offshore, but a lot of them moving onshore for folks in the southwestern portions of the coastline of Florida, places like Fort Myers. But everyone's really going to get in on this action. You can already see some of those flood watches up at this hour, and we'll likely see more to come throughout the next 3 days. Here's how it all plays out. We've got this kind of slow moving and at times stationary front, the system that's going to kind of slowly but surely move down the peninsula. But as it does, it keeps it quite unsettled. So heavy rainfall. We're going to see good tropical kind of downpours working through across this region. And you can see this is last into tomorrow. It'll slowly push a little farther south as far as the cold front is concerned. But places like Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, West Palm, all on the table for seeing some really substantial rainfall in the next couple of days. This is what we look like as we get into Friday, still unsettled. By the time we head into the weekend, we'll continue to see that rain falling between now and then, and we could pick up 1 to 2, even 3 inches of rain for the widespread area. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some spots that pick up maybe 5 inches of rain. We know how easily a lot of places in Florida flood, so just keep an eye out for that. Remind you not to drive through those flooded roadways. Otherwise, I got 2 words for you, Joe. Drying out in the Northeast. This is what everybody's been wondering. When are we going to finally see some sunshine there? Today is the day, but unfortunately it doesn't last long. We'll see kind of another unsettled pattern get back in the picture by the end of the week.
I guess we're getting, it's like Seattle all over again.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm flashing back to my time there. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Problem.
Tonight in California, 7 Republican candidates will take the stage at the second GOP primary debate. But once again, former President Donald Trump will not be among them. Instead, he's planning to give a speech to auto workers who are striking in Detroit. Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen to help us preview the event. John, good to have you with us. So this debate's going to be moderated by Fox Business and Univision. What might that tell us about what could be discussed tonight? And could we see more of a play for Hispanic voters at this debate?
Good morning, Joe. Hispanic voters are certainly a segment of the electorate the Republicans are trying to cut more into. They've had some success in the last presidential election with doing that, with Donald Trump in particular. So absolutely, I think that that's an audience that Republicans broadly are seeking to reach out to, and certainly each of these candidates.
So, as we mentioned, Trump's going to be missing at the debate. A recent NBC News poll still has him way in front of all the other candidates. But as we heard a little earlier, yesterday a judge ruled Trump and his company committed fraud by making false and misleading valuations. That's on top of all the other indictments out there. Is this the night where maybe we see more candidates beyond Chris Christie go on the attack, try and use some of these legal challenges against him?
It just doesn't seem that there's a lot of percentage right now in polling in terms of going after Trump. But we've seen as candidates who go after Trump get hammered by Trump and then they get knocked down. Even those who don't, Ron DeSantis, we've seen his trajectory look like Black Monday on the stock market in October of 1987, straight downward. So it may be that some of the candidates decide that they're going to do more to attack Trump. We've already seen that from, say Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson, who did not make this debate stage, has done that in the past, and maybe that's a lesson that going after Trump is not something that most Republicans want right now. Because if you look at surveys, most Republicans still like Donald Trump, even the ones who aren't thinking about voting for him. I think the best way to look at this debate right now is there's still a scramble among all of the rest of the Republican field to try to become the alternative to Trump. It's not even clear to me that a one-on-one race would necessarily be particularly competitive. But for right now, when they're fighting each other, they are certainly not competitive against Trump.
So with that in mind, which candidates do you think have the most to gain or lose tonight? Could it be a make or break for some of them?
Great question. You know, every debate is make or break for DeSantis because of that trajectory. He's got donors who are anti. He's got supporters who are anti-Trump voters who saw him as the one at one point, do not necessarily see him that way anymore. So for DeSantis, a bad performance could be a knockout punch. On the other hand, you've also got Nikki Haley, the governor of South Carolina. I think she was widely believed to have won that first debate. And there's going to be a big question about whether she can sustain that momentum. We've seen her roll out some more policies in the last week or so. She wants to eliminate the federal gas tax, which pays for highways and infrastructure. About, I want to say it's about $25 billion a year into the federal government from that gas tax at 18 cents a gallon. So, you know, Haley's got to prove that she can continue to to sort of feel her way through that debate stage in a way that's better than the other candidates. And, you know, for everybody else, it's just trying to get noticed.
Yeah, and Haley might have a bigger target on her back because she did so well in the first debate. Others might be looking to try and take her down in this one. John, appreciate you as always. Thank you so much. Coming up, we have got a new health alert for you this morning. What's behind a concerning shortage in primary care providers all across America? What it could mean for your next trip to the doctor's office. That's next on Morning News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, now for what's making international headlines. A gas station explosion has killed at least 68 people. All right. We'll have more on international headlines in just a moment. We're going to talk about a health alert now. The Association of American Medical Colleges predicts that the U.S. is going to face a shortage of up to 55,000 primary care doctors by 2033. That means it will be tougher to find a regular doctor. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what's behind the shortage.
See you in a little bit.
Dr. Terry Vester, 68 years old, is still working as a primary care physician in rural Lafayette, Alabama, the only one within a 30-minute drive.
There have been doctors that come through here, but they don't stay.
In New York City, where there are 4 times as many doctors as the entire state of Alabama, Olga Torres lost her primary care physician to concierge medicine 2 years ago.
I could go see him at this concierge practice for $10,000 a year.
Have you been looking for a primary care physician?
I have.
And have you found one?
I have not.
Unable to find one taking new patients, today Torres says her cardiologist fills that role.
This is not what she should be doing.
Across America, primary care doctors are increasingly hard to find.
My own parents had the same issue in Jacksonville, Florida.
Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld leads the American Medical Association.
Why is that shortage so acute today?
Well, the problem is the number of physicians in the U.S. is growing. It's just not growing fast enough.
The AMA says it takes 10 years to educate and train a physician while the population grows and ages.
We know that health outcomes are worse when people don't have access to primary care. They live shorter lives and they live sicker lives.
The AMA says more federal funding is needed to increase training slots. The average $200,000 in medical school debt must be eased and physician burnout addressed. Until replacements arrive, Dr. Vester and her internist husband vow to keep working.
They will come, but we're going to be here until then. We'll just have to go to the gym and exercise a little bit.
To keep America in good health. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Let's keep the health news going here. Time for our weekly medical checkup. Researchers have found a link between rising hospital visits for drug and alcohol disorders and climate change. Plus, a new study reveals just how much time teens are spending on their phones. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with a closer look at these stories. So let's start off with climate change maybe impacting your health in different ways. One of the interesting findings, hospital visits might increase on warmer days.
Yeah.
Why might that be?
Well, I read that and I thought, I'm going to predict that it's because people are outside and they're drinking more. And that is pretty much what they found. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Really?
So, I mean, you know, a little bit of that is intuitive, right? You're outside, maybe you're doing riskier behaviors. But if you're doing riskier outdoor behaviors and you're consuming more alcohol at the same time, that can be kind of a little bit of a dangerous combination. Also, dehydration also makes the alcohol effect, you know, even more pronounced. DUIs, things like that. So doctor's orders are, when you're outside drinking and when you're inside drinking, always a good idea to have a glass of water after every alcoholic beverage, right? So that kind of like keeps your volume the same, but you're getting more non-alcoholic fluids. And try, how about this? Don't drink when you're outside when the weather's really hot. I know it's easier said than done, but I think it's good to be mindful. Dehydration and hot weather really does exacerbate the effects of alcohol, and I think people need to keep that in mind.
All right, super interesting. All right,
Yeah.
So we know the expression misery loves company,
Yes.
but there is a study that says maybe keeping your negative thoughts to yourself can help your mental health?
Do you know the name Sigmund Freud?
Yes.
We all do,
Yes.
right? So he was sort of the godfather of this concept that repressing your feelings is something bad. You need to emote.
What's
you need
on your
to
mind, let it out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that, you know, all of your, you know, everything that could be bad about that is because of that reason. But there's been a sort of movement, and essentially this is what cognitive behavioral therapy is, that if you are able to train your brain to block bad and negative feelings, you can actually reap the benefits. And what they found in the study was that, you know, fears became less vivid. The amount of worrying decreased by about 44%. Patients with PTSD also had a significant improvement in their symptoms. The way they conducted this, like you think, well, how do they do this? You have a negative thought, and then you attach a word to that negative thought. And what you have to do is concentrate on the word, and you don't let your mind wander to the thing that it's associated with. It sounds hard, and I think it is, but you have to do that 12 times a day for 3 days straight. I want everyone at home to try this, because I'm going to try this also. So pretty soon, that word turns from being negative to kind of being neutral. I think it's really cool. Now, but the doctor's orders are, it's still okay to talk about your negative feelings. You know,
Sometimes you gotta let it out.
I mean, it's like, here I go, back and forth. But, you know, but it's like writing things down on a worry note, like whatever works for you. Therapy, talk therapy is still super, super important. But I like the idea that this could still be something helpful for folks. You could try it at home.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Worth giving it a shot.
Yeah.
All right, I want to ask you about something that we were talking about yesterday. Kate Snow's fascinating report. All
Yeah.
these notification, kids are getting hundreds, some getting 4,500 notifications
Imagine that.
a day. Just what were your thoughts when you heard that?
Just apropos to what we were talking about, right? One of the things I also, as a take-home here, is that we should also reflect on ourselves as adults and what we're doing. But yeah, Kate's report was really quite profound. So she found that 97% of children are using social media during school. 60% of kids still have their social media apps that active overnight. Greater than 50% 80% of kids got more than 237 pings throughout the day. Really quite shocking. Doctor's orders, and I'm like, am I the only medical contributor who gets these segments because I have two teenagers, and it's so relevant to our lives as well. Turn off your notifications if you can. Put it into do not disturb mode. Have phone-free activities, meal times. And I know that sounds so rote, but we also have to remind ourselves at dinner. My husband, my son, my daughter, put your phones away. And I think one of the most important things in take-homes is start the conversation. What apps are you into, honey? Oh, you like Snapchat? Why do you like it? Da, 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 da. And really, empower your children to talk about these things.
And not judgmental, really, right?
And not judgmentally. Just say, why are you, why is it on all day? And because, our generation, maybe, I'm sorry, Joe, I'm including you in my generation, but we're not quite as savvy as all the notifications and turn off and all the things that you can do. Kids are, but I think it's a good time to have a conversation with your children and say, put on the do not disturb while you're studying. So you're not, Snapchat is constant. Every time someone texts, there's a ping. And if you don't have it turned off, it's just human nature, right?
Exactly.
You're going to go to it. So reminder for all of us.
And parents can model good behavior too.
Exactly.
So, all right, Dr. Azar, thank you so much for everything this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up after the break, the taxpayer dollars that are being sunk into a $1 billion Navy ship that has been sitting on dry land for 6 years. More on that next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the staggering cost that repairing old Navy ships is having for taxpayers. This as a $1 billion Navy ship in Virginia has been stuck sitting in dry dock under maintenance for the past 6 years. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie reports on the growing outrage.
growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible, but he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. Consulting firm McKinsey has agreed to settle hundreds of lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on how much they're going to be paying and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. So McKinsey has agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits by hundreds of local governments and school districts. They allege the consulting firm fueled the opioid epidemic through its work for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma and other drug companies. The settlement, which must still be approved by a judge, is on top of the $641 million McKinsey has already paid to settle claims by state attorneys general. Thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas have voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos. The Culinary Workers Union hasn't gone on strike in more than 3 decades. The union is continuing to bargain for better pay, benefits, and working conditions with the top casino employers on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts. And more than half of workers say they feel behind on their retirement savings, including more than 2/3 who say they're significantly behind. A new survey by Bankrate finds only 25% of people say they're contributing more to their retirement savings this year compared to last year, while 22% say they didn't contribute last year and won't do so this year. Nearly 1/3 of workers say they would need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Now to an unforgettable experience for one Beyonce fan. An Oregon man with cerebral palsy was turned away from a flight to a concert because the plane could not accommodate his wheelchair. But as NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin reports, once the Beehive heard his story online, they came to the rescue.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Coming up, he is being called the proudest dad in baseball after his son's emotional pitching debut for the Phillies. And he's proving once and for all there is, in fact, crying in baseball. Got that story up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's revisit a story we've been covering all this week, that potential romance between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Now, as everyone knows by now, Swift was spotted alongside Kelce's mom, cheering him on at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday. Now, Kelce has spoken about the episode on his podcast, New Heights. Take a listen.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I want to know the answer. Kelsey is experiencing a new level of fame this week. You know, his 3.3 million followers on Instagram, and the Chiefs have a ton of new fans. So hopefully there won't be any bad blood anytime soon. Stay tuned. Finally this hour, an emotional debut. One very proud dad proved there is crying in baseball. The moment moving fans as the dad watched his son pitch in his first major league game. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky takes us inside that heartfelt moment.
He's got tears in his eyes. Why wouldn't he? This is a great moment for the Kerkering family.
In baseball, it's the unwritten rule, stolen straight from Hollywood.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
But in a packed Phillies stadium Sunday, proud father Todd Kerkering couldn't help but prove that wrong, watching son Orion make his major league debut.
And the first pitch is in there.
The team calling on the 22-year-old in the 8th inning, whose first pitch brought tears to one proud papa.
It was an instant. I'd say when he threw that first pitch, it was in for a strike.
It's just absolutely amazing.
Then I knew he was ready.
I think both of you were pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. You can say that. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. First major league strikeout.
Dad's tears rolling right through 2 crucial strikeouts.
Have you ever seen your dad looking like that?
That's the only second time my whole life I've ever seen him like that.
Pride coming not just from a Phillies victory, but Orion's journey from Little League to baseball's biggest stage.
What do you say now to there's no crying in baseball?
The parents can absolutely cry. That's the only time you can cry in baseball now.
We have an exception here.
Guess there's always an exception to the rule.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Just got to look for it.
Breaking one baseball rule for the better. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Take that, Tom Hanks. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, out in force. President Biden becomes the first sitting president to join a picket line, appearing with auto workers striking in Michigan, a show of solidarity over their labor dispute with the big 3 car makers.
You saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices. Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
All the details from that visit, plus a look ahead to former President Trump's trip to Detroit later today and his speech to auto workers. Fraudulent behavior. Trump's visit comes a day after a New York State judge ruled the former president and his company committed repeated acts of fraud by making false and misleading valuations for multiple real estate assets. What this ruling means for Trump and his growing list of legal battles. Also this morning, back to work. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over after union leaders reached an agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you all the details of that deal and how Hollywood is reacting to this breakthrough. Plus, the rise of a tech titan. It has been 25 years since Google took the internet by storm with its search engine. We're going to take a look at the company's astronomical growth and what that could mean, what could be next for the online powerhouse. Good to have you with us. We begin this morning with the United Auto Workers strike. President Biden made good on his promise yesterday, hitting the picket line with union members in a historic show of support. The president rallied with auto workers and called for fair pay. And now, just one day later, former President Trump is going to be heading to Michigan. He is skipping tonight's GOP debate to deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. Twin visits in 24 hours by 2 of the biggest names in American politics. And the magnitude of that is not lost on union members. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Belleville, Michigan, at the GM facility in Michigan, where President Biden spoke yesterday. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You might be able to hear the plane taking off in the background here. Again, this is where the president landed and visited workers here just 24 hours ago, making history. The magnitude of it, as you said, lost on no one. One member telling me that his comments about pay were, quote, amazing, and she hopes the American people listen. That being said, members here also know former President Trump tonight will bring a spotlight of his own. The question is, will all of this publicity tied to politics translate to progress in talks with the big 3?
They're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too. The simple proposition.
This morning, auto workers on strike against America's big three car companies, counting the commander-in-chief as a historic ally. President Biden becoming the first sitting U.S. president to join a union picket line at this GM parts facility near Detroit Tuesday.
That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now. Thank you very much.
What was it like to see an actual sitting president show up here, say those things?
Awesome. Fantastic. Hooray. Thank you. Bye.
It's a great testament to see him come here. And, I think his comments were very well received. Him recognizing the sacrifices our members made.
Biden's appearance coming 24 hours before former President Donald Trump's own Detroit stop. His campaign confirming he's skipping tonight's second GOP debate to aggressively court blue-collar workers here. With the 2024 race ramping up, both candidates walking perilous political tightropes. Mr. Trump's visit blasted by UAW leadership who say they're fighting an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. During his visit, President Biden answering a question about the UAW's call for 40% raises. All of the big three who have offered 20% raises say the visits will not impact talks. GM writing their focus is not on politics, but on bargaining in good faith. Among the workers picketing with the president Tuesday, Mercedes Wallace, a single mom of two praying the presidential spotlight leads to a fair deal.
It's letting the world know that just because you are a working class, you're still being heard. You have a voice too.
And regarding former President Trump's visit here tonight, he is set to speak to union members at a non-union body manufacturing plant just north of Detroit. We are also told, by the way, that he will not join the picket lines, nor will he be joined by UAW leadership like the president was. Joe.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much. Now to the legal trouble surrounding former President Trump. This time we're talking about the $250 million civil lawsuit brought against him by the New York Attorney General. A judge ruled that Trump had committed fraud repeatedly and lied about his net worth for years. Some of Trump's companies have been ordered to be removed from his control and dissolved. He has denied any wrongdoing, and his attorney is calling the ruling outrageous. To help break it all down, let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Ken, good morning. So New York Attorney General Letitia James brought this lawsuit against the Trump Organization just over a year ago. Trump and members of his family are part of the suit. What are some of the big takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Good morning, Joe. Look, this is enormously significant. Even though this is a civil case, not a criminal case, the repercussions for Donald Trump and his business organization are incredible. Potential loss of control of significant assets in New York, including a company that employs hundreds of people, and the potential to be banned from doing business, him and his family, in New York State for 5 years. What the judge ruled is that even without a trial, he could say definitively that Donald Trump and his business entities persistently committed fraud by overvaluing properties for the purposes of getting loans from banks and for insurance claims and other factors. And one of the best ways, this is very complicated, but let me just break it down in a very simple way that the judge used as an example. Donald Trump's apartment, where he lives in Trump Tower, is 11,000 square feet. But Trump, in documents, persistently said that it was 30,000 square feet, thereby overvaluing it by tens of millions of dollars. And Trump's lawyer said, look, that's just fudging. That's just kind of a margin of error. The judge said, absolutely not. He's a real estate developer. Inflating the square footage by 200%, that's just fraud, Joe.
So, Ken, what's been the reaction from Trump's team? How do they plan to defend themselves in this case?
Well, they're going to appeal, and the appeal will be a big issue here. His lawyers say this is an outrageous ruling that is not consistent with the facts and the law. Donald Trump supporters also say that even if technically there was fraud here, they question the whole premise of this case being brought by a Democrat elected in New York. They say that they've never seen a case like this. And they also say, look, at the end of the day, the banks who were the party to this transaction, they were all paid back. So there are no victims here. Obviously, the Attorney General disagrees.
And Ken, this ruling comes before the lawsuit is set to go to trial beginning next week. How does this decision, this ruling, impact the trial itself? When can we expect it all to get underway?
It gets underway Monday, and really now this trial is only about money and damages and how much fraud there was and what penalty the Attorney General can ultimately obtain from Donald Trump. So it'll be a pretty boring trial with a lot of expert witnesses talking about valuations and square footage, and most of the drama has been taken out of it by this ruling, but nonetheless deeply significant because at the end of it, we're going to find out exactly what the penalty is for Donald Trump and his business entities. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife Nadine are expected to be in a New York courtroom today answering to federal bribery charges. They're accused of accepting cash, gold, and a luxury car in return for favors. They face several charges, including conspiracy and extortion. Meanwhile, NBC News has learned the FBI is investigating whether Egypt's intelligence services might have been involved in the alleged bribery scheme. That's according to sources familiar with the matter. Menendez has denied any wrongdoing in the case. Republicans are gearing up for their second GOP debate tonight. This time, 7 candidates are set to face off at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not make the cut this time around. Another noticeable absence, as we mentioned, the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump. He is skipping the event and will address auto workers in Michigan instead. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Simi Valley. So, Maura, candidates have taken advantage of the news cycle around the UAW strike, the looming government shutdown, to try and hone their messages on the economy, which is always a top issue for voters. What are some of the other top issues we're expecting to hear about tonight?
Yeah, Joe, those issues are likely to be top of mind on the debate stage today. It's also important to remember that this debate is being hosted by Fox Business, so the economy and things of that nature are very likely going to be questions asked of the candidates on the debate today. Since the last debate, over the last month, we've seen several candidates roll out their economic proposals if they were to be president. Nikki Haley's and Ron DeSantis's in particular really hinging on energy policies as well, America being energy dominant. So that's something that will likely be talked about and touted on stage today. And as you mentioned, that auto worker strike was a big talking point, has been a big talking point on the campaign trail. Nikki Haley and Tim Scott very much strongly advocating against their anti-union stances, saying that people that are striking should be fired if they're not happy with their deal. And so this is obviously a stark difference than what the Democratic Party stands for, and will definitely be a conversation to really set apart candidates in that sense. We've also heard a lot on the campaign trail in recent weeks about the different candidate stances on abortion bans and where that should land. But that's obviously all related to former President Trump bringing that conversation into play as well. So there will be a multitude of conversations on the stage tonight, but I think we can largely expect the economy being the main focus, Joe.
What are you hearing from voters? What do they want to hear about?
Well, new NBC News polling indicates that actually 58% of likely Republican primary voters still think that former President Trump should be the leader of the Republican Party. But that does not mean that voters in early voting states like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina aren't paying attention. Our team actually spoke with a few voters in those states to get a sense of what they're looking for. Take a listen.
I am very interested in somebody who is actually going to start working on managing the debt and deficit spending overall. Entitlement reform is obviously significant.
I think economic relief all the way around, and something that is good for every citizen. Not just the rich, not just the poor, not just the medium, but it'll touch everybody's life.
Voters also brought up, as you may remember in the last debate, a lot of fighting on the stage, people saying they want some more messages of hope and maybe conversation and civil debate rather than a battle on stage, Joe.
And more quickly, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been seen as Trump's most likely challenger, but he's been slipping in the polls. So which candidates are maybe in position to take advantage of that, stepping onto the stage tonight?
Well, it's an open question, and it's one candidates are definitely looking to take advantage of on that stage tonight, given that Ron DeSantis largely stepped back from being involved in those attacks last time. Nikki Haley seeing a pretty significant bump in the polls since then and in the early voting states. So it really depends if we see Ron DeSantis decide to be more aggressive, Tim Scott indicating he might be more aggressive. But that's an open question. And the reality is, based on all of the polling we've seen recently, Donald Trump still has an average of more than 40 points ahead of these candidates. So they're really looking to get those incremental momentum spikes from these debates.
Still a big gap between Trump and everyone else. All right, Maura, thank you so much. But just days until a possible government shutdown, Republicans in the House are still squabbling over several sticking points. Well, Democrats in the Senate have floated a short-term bipartisan funding bill to keep money flowing until mid-November. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is in Washington with the latest on all this. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And you're right, there's been a little bit of progress on Capitol Hill. The Republicans taking steps towards passing a series of appropriations bills. You're right, the Senate Democrats taking steps towards passing their own short-term spending plan. But to be clear, the two sides are really far away from any sort of grand deal that could avoid a government shutdown this weekend. And that means millions of federal workers across America, including active duty service members that serve at installations like this one behind me, could be out of a paycheck as soon as this weekend. This morning, the government shutdown standoff at a standstill.
The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen.
Late Tuesday, Speaker Kevin McCarthy and House Republicans advancing appropriations bills that have no hope of passing the Senate. McCarthy promising the next step would be their version of a short-term funding bill.
We will move a continuing resolution, bring a rule to the floor to secure our border and keep government open.
President Biden calling McCarthy out for backing out of an agreement the two sides made on spending levels during the debt ceiling negotiations, writing, "We shook hands. Now they're reneging on the deal."
What good is Speaker McCarthy's word if he can promise something, we will vote on legislation to that end, and then he will reverse his stance?
Meanwhile, Senate Democrats introducing their own version of a short-term spending bill, one that includes new funding for Ukraine and disaster relief, which House Republicans will likely not pass. And while the two sides bicker over the numbers, Army Specialist Janaris Velasquez worries how she's going to pay her bills.
Our lives don't stop during that time, so we have bills, we have apartments, we have kids, we have to eat, and we don't have another source of income.
In past government shutdowns, service members like Velasquez were given special carve-outs to make sure their pay was never interrupted. But this time around, they're in the same boat as millions of other government workers. Staff Sergeant Antonio Hayes has a daughter to care for and is scheduled to be deployed this Thursday without any guarantee that when he leaves, his paychecks will still be coming.
If you're going to work, I feel like you should get paid.
And one of the big problems here is that if the government does shut down, there's really no timeline for Congress to get its act together and get the government back open. So that's really going to lead to a lot of uncertainty for those frontline defenders for America. And then, of course, the millions of ordinary Americans that rely on the federal government for critical services. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over. Days after that tentative agreement was reached, the leadership of the Writers Guild unanimously approved the deal with major studios. The deal now goes to the union for ratification. Writers already have the go-ahead to return to work as of 12:01 this morning. NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with the latest on all this. Chloe, good morning.
I was setting alarms. I've been telling you, I've been setting alarms on my phone to not miss these big moments.
Exactly.
And it's been paying off. We've been reporting it here at NBC. So after nearly 5 months, Joe, on the picket lines that brought TV and the film production to a halt, right? Now 11,000 writers, they're going to go back to work this morning, finally. Now, details of the agreement were shared with writers late Tuesday. The WGA saying that gains and protections for members were made in every single sector of the entertainment industry.
This morning, the 148-day writers' strike is officially over. The WGA board and council releasing a statement late Tuesday saying that the new agreement unanimously passed and is now in the hands of guild members.
Feeling really happy, actually a lot of emotions. The deal is still tentative because we still have to vote on it, but very, very happy that there seems to be an end in sight.
The 94-page agreement includes much of what writers have been waiting for. Increased residuals and transparency for streaming content, pay increases, with most members getting a 5% raise, increased health and pension contributions, and specific guidelines around the use of AI, including that it cannot be considered source material and can't be used to undermine a writer's credit or separated rights. Writers taking to social media to share their relief and gratitude. One posting, "Thanks to every member who negotiated and every member who walked the walk." The provisional 3-year agreement was reached late Sunday between the WGA and AMPTP, which represents streaming and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal. Tuesday's vote to move the deal through and end the strike right away means that late night shows and daytime talk could be back as soon as next week. And fresh episodes of your favorite scripted shows could be back on track by January.
We did everything that we could.
However, it remains to be seen if there will actually be actors available to act.
We can't do anything without actors. We need them desperately.
The SAG-AFTRA union saying Tuesday, we are reviewing the WGA's tentative agreement and are committed to achieving a fair and just deal for our members. We remain on strike. We will not speculate regarding schedule or next steps.
I'm hoping end of October. I'm done walking this line, even though I love it, but my feet are tired. I'm ready to get back to work.
Today, thousands of writers can do just that. Hollywood now one big step closer to reopening.
All right, so what does this mean now? Well, there is a ratification vote for all of the rank and file members of the Writers Guild. Now, that's going to take place for about a week in early October. So we could see all of this wrap up by Halloween. Next, we have the actors. So the AMPTP, this that represents streamers and studios, they have to come to the bargaining table to work things out with SAG-AFTRA that represents over 100,000 actors. And then, you know, our favorite shows and movies.
Perhaps.
Back up and running.
That would be nice
by
to
the
see.
holidays.
Exactly, just in time. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Time now for weather and the warm temps expected across the plains. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with your forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We've got, I don't know, summer-like conditions across parts of the south. We're continuing to see the plains hit the 90s, not just for today, but as we get into tomorrow, too, we'll see a lot of 90s across the board. In the afternoon hours today, expect Amarillo to hit 91 degrees, San Angelo 93, and the heat continues here over the next couple of days. This is a look at tomorrow, 85 for our friends in Kansas City, 82 in St. Louis. All of these numbers running well above average for this time of year, not feeling much like fall. And that heat actually expands up into portions of the Midwest. You can see it makes a big difference by the time we get to Saturday in Chicago. We're flirting with the upper 70s into the low 80s by Sunday. Cincinnati sits in the low 80s as we round out the work week and head into the weekend. But parts of the Northeast and New England, you'll remain kind of more seasonable until we get into Sunday. Places like New York will go back to the mid 70s. So a little bit of a weather whiplash. If you're looking for that warmer weather, then you're going to have a taste of it here over the next couple of days, depending on where you are. Meanwhile, we've got severe storms that we're tracking across parts of the Midwest this afternoon and into the evening hours. We've also got that heavy rain stretched across parts of Florida for the next couple of days. That'll be something you're in and out of, with the potential for some flood concerns as well. So heads up there. And we're drying out finally across the Northeast. If you're looking for that drier air, that those brighter skies, we're going to have it from places like New York to Washington, D.C. up into Boston today. You're finally going to get some sunshine back in the picture, but it doesn't last for long. We'll start to see those rain chances getting back into the picture by the end of this work week. In the meantime, here are some of the places that it's raining across the country right now. We do see, of course, some of those showers and thunderstorms active in parts of the Midwest. Places like St. Louis, you're dealing with a wet morning. Across parts of southern Florida, you're also dealing with a wet morning. But let's look ahead to tomorrow and Friday, because that's when we'll start to see the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast once again get back into action as far as the rain is concerned. Joe, we'll have to deal with this as we round out the work week. Unfortunately, more rain to come, and the coastal flooding concern will be there for folks in this region.
You know, the umbrellas are already out, so if we have to use them a little more, that's fine.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, drastic measures. More and more retailers shutting down their stores in response to a recent surge in crime and theft. What's behind this worrying trend? Next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with news that Target has announced it's closing multiple stores in big cities across the country because of violence and theft. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in Los Angeles and has the details.
These smash and grab scenes are quite upsetting, especially when you think of regular shoppers in the middle of all of this chaos. It's the reason why some retailers like Target are now taking action.
Overnight, Philadelphia police responding to a chaotic scene. Large crowds of young people looting stores and damaging property. Authorities say they hit multiple locations, including a Lululemon, Foot Locker, and Apple store. Police making more than 20 arrests, but dozens likely got away. These kinds of smash and grab crimes have become all too common, forcing a growing number of retailers to try to combat the thefts. This morning, one of them, Target, is taking drastic action to reduce retail crime. The company announcing it'll shut down 9 stores by the end of October, 3 in both San Francisco and Portland, 2 in Seattle, and 1 in New York City. The company blaming the closures on theft and organized retail crime, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This is crazy. They're locking up the toothpaste.
The move comes after videos from inside Target stores went viral, showing everyday items locked behind security glass, frustrating shoppers.
Since when did my local Target start locking everything up?
Those locked cases, just one of the ways the retailer says it tried to deal with shoplifting, saying despite our efforts, we continue to face fundamental challenges to operating these stores. Target is not alone. In 2021, Walgreens closed 5 locations in San Francisco over shoplifting fears. And while Walmart and Nordstrom have also closed some locations in major cities, neither blamed crime. Still, in a newly released survey conducted by the National Retail Federation, 88% of responding retailers said shoplifters have become more aggressive, and 28% say they had to close some locations due to crime.
Retailers are experiencing unprecedented levels of theft, crime, and violence in their stores.
Now, as another major retailer shuts down stores, retail crime threatens to knock the industry off target.
The National Retail Federation says retailers have lost more than $100 billion because of thefts and robberies like those smash and grabs. All of this happening right before the Christmas holiday season gets ready to ramp up. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. Now to the conflict in Azerbaijan. Thousands of Armenians took to the streets, fleeing their homes in the war-torn Nagorno-Karabakh region. Departure made worse by an explosion at a fuel depot that killed dozens. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest.
They're arriving by the thousands. A growing exodus of ethnic Armenians from the besieged breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. All of us were crying, and I want to cry right now as I speak, this woman said, because I left everything. Some 20,000 displaced civilians have arrived in Armenia, according to its government, after enduring an intense 2 days of Azerbaijani shelling and fighting. Many of them were injured, others starved by Azerbaijan's 10-month blockade. It was a nightmare. There are no words to describe it, said this woman. The village was heavily shelled. Almost no one is left in the village. An added tragedy, an explosion at a fuel depot killed at least 68 people and injured scores more. These refugees have lost more than their homes. They've also lost their homeland. For many, this exodus marks a final defeat after decades of conflict. Separatist leaders accepted a surrender agreement on Tuesday that gave Azerbaijan full control of the region.
Those people are really exhausted and that there is a lot of malnutrition. So it's really hard for them even to just walk or arrive here.
Journalist Astra Gagopian was at the Armenian border with Azerbaijan reporting on the refugees.
Many of them are from villages which were taken by the Azerbaijani army, so they really lost their homes already. And there is really this feeling that this time is different. It's another war, but it's a war that is definitely lost this time.
Many are calling the Armenians' flight an example of ethnic cleansing, including Armenia's prime minister. The Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh continue to face danger of ethnic cleansing, he said. In recent days, humanitarian aid arrived in Nagorno-Karabakh, but it didn't change the situation. Samantha Power, the head of America's USAID, declined to use that term, but she cited troubling reports of violence against civilians and pledged $11.5 million in American humanitarian aid. Azerbaijan's government has said Armenians are safe to remain in the enclave. But after decades of war and a crippling blockade, few Armenians believe them. The war was among a number of ethnic conflicts left in the wake of the breakup of the Soviet Union. Russia historically backed Armenia and deployed a peacekeeping force to the region after it brokered peace in 2020. But lately, Armenia has made overtures to the West, antagonizing Moscow. And Russia may feel it has more to gain from Azerbaijan in its access to oil and pipelines.
The pivotal factor was that Azerbaijan was talking separately to the Russians and has a joint agenda with the Russians to pressure Armenia and also to keep the West out of the Caucasus.
But regardless of who's to blame, for many here, this conflict and the dream of an Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh have already been lost. And it looks like this conflict is over after 30 years. But now the next political conflict looks like it could be against the prime minister of Armenia. Now, those Armenian residents of Nagorno-Karabakh were outraged by the behavior of the Armenian prime minister. They said that he needlessly antagonized Moscow by cozying up to the West, and that then he capitulated in the face of Azerbaijani aggression.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Some breaking news now. North Korea says it is expelling U.S. soldier Travis King. This comes 2 months after he dashed across the border into the country's territory. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There's actually very little we know right now. KCNA is reporting that North Korea has decided to expel Travis King, the American soldier who willingly crossed the border into one of the world's most hostile countries. KCNA says that Private Second Class King, who's 23, confessed to illegally entering North Korea. It also says North Korea says that he harbored ill feelings over, quote, inhumane treatment and racial discrimination in the U.S. Army. King crossed the border in July during a guided tour of the joint security area that divides North and South Korea, where he had been released from a detention facility on assault charges and was expected to return to the U.S. Because Travis King crossed into North Korea as a civilian, the U.S. had not yet designated him a prisoner of war, and it still isn't clear what sort of diplomatic intervention might have taken place. Where King is now, where he's being expelled to, where he is going, all still uncertain. But KCNA is saying that Travis King will soon no longer be inside North Korea.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Coming up, marking a milestone. Google celebrates 25 years, can you believe it, since it burst onto our computer screens. We're going to take a look back at the tech titan's huge rise and what's next. That's coming up.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big dishes
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're back now with an alarming new report from the CDC. Drug overdoses from fake pills, often laced with fentanyl, are on the rise. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra shows us the toll it's taking on families.
These photos are all Elizabeth Dillender has to keep her son's memory alive.
He's the funniest person I've ever met in my life. He didn't have an enemy. He just made everybody laugh.
20-year-old Cade Webb was athletic. He loved skateboarding and snowboarding. And above all else, he was excited to become a father. But just weeks before his daughter was born, Cade's mother got the call she'd been dreading for years.
His stepmom just called me screaming, like screams that you never want to hear.
On December 3rd, 2021, Cade lost his battle with addiction. He died in Roseville, California, found collapsed in a Safeway bathroom.
When they found my son, the detective had contacted us and said that they had the pills tested that were with Cade and that they had detected fentanyl.
Dillender is now part of a club she never asked to be in. They're grieving loved ones left behind from overdose.
It robbed my family of a really great future.
Kaylee Duggar's fiance, Jake Carter, was about to turn 24 years old. They were expecting a baby and a new life together. But the night before his birthday, Carter died in his sleep, and another child was robbed of a parent.
Every time I look at my daughter, I'm reminded that he should be here when she hits milestones. You know, I don't have him here to share that moment with him.
These are the stories that the Centers for Disease Control says are only growing with time. In a September report, the CDC says the numbers of drug overdose deaths from fake pills have more than doubled. From 2019 to 2021, it's gone from 2% to 4.7%. And the majority of deaths among people younger than age 35, just like Jake.
He had been looking for oxycodone, and then we got the autopsy report like 4 months later, and he had 10 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system.
The CDC says fake pills are often laced with fentanyl, illegally disguised as anti-anxiety meds or painkillers, and often bought on the streets or from friends. Dillender says her son thought he was buying from someone he could trust.
I think he mildly considered him a friend at the time and had requested some Percocet, and it wasn't. It was fentanyl. And he died instantly.
Experts say not only does fentanyl make illicit drugs more powerful, fentanyl makes the process for sellers cheaper.
It's easy to store, it's easy to transport, and there's a very limited regulatory oversight of the components necessary to make it.
The odorless and scentless nature of fentanyl makes buying unprescribed drugs an increasingly deadly gamble.
Taking an illicit pill is like playing Russian roulette.
And for Dillender, it cost her family everything.
I had to kiss my son in a casket. I had to brush his bangs off his forehead and hold his cold hand and realize that staring at his face was the last time I would ever see it.
Since Cade's death, his mom has tried to find new meaning. She started a podcast called Dear Fentanyl, a goodbye letter.
I really hope that this will be impactful and an avenue to make change to save lives.
The same name of the letter Cade penned from rehab. In it, the warning signs she wished she'd spotted earlier.
I'm the worst outcome possible. So if I have one thing that I could share with somebody to make a difference in their life or save their child, it's whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to spare someone else the pain she lives through every day. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
All right, so back in the late 1990s, it was all about searching on Yahoo and browsing the internet on Netscape. I remember that. Then along came a search website with a curious name, Google. Its products would eventually change how we find information, how we communicate, how we collaborate, even how we drive. NBC's Harry Smith is here with a look back and a look into the future. Hello.
Google, the noun that became a verb, right? We went to Mountain View, California to look into Google's history and to look into the future. The Googleplex has a kind of college-y vibe. But here, pursuit of the near impossible supersedes beer pong. Google, initially called Backrub, was conceived in a nearby Stanford dorm room, and true to Silicon Valley startup legend, moved to a garage 25 years ago.
My parents had never heard of Google at the time. Most people hadn't.
Engineer Jen Fitzpatrick joined the company a year later.
And I think my dad thought I was a little bit nuts going to this tiny little company that no one had ever heard of, and as far as he was concerned, was probably going to be out of business before long.
Jen's desk, a wooden door propped up by sawhorses. Back then, when she showed Google to people in coffee shops, they were mystified.
It's like people were sometimes intimidated by the big white blank page with a box in the middle of it. They didn't know what to type.
That blank space has propagated a slew of offspring, from Gmail in 2001 to Maps in 2005. They bought YouTube in 2006 and launched Chrome and Android in 2008. Now Google's top products serve some 2 billion people each, and Alphabet, Google's holding company, is worth more than $1 trillion. For Gen Zers and new employees, Lucas Gonzalez and Anushe Sheikh, the world was always at their fingertips, online.
We don't remember a time before Google, so I think we're best equipped to understand the changes that are happening.
The technology they work on was for decades out of reach.
I work on responsible AI, artificial intelligence at Google.
I work at Google DeepMind on our large model efforts.
Both whip-smart and irrepressibly optimistic about AI's possibilities. Google's big bet for the next 25 years. And for the AI-wary, this thought.
Think about maybe how you felt when you first traveled on a plane, or when you first used a PC or logged onto the internet. I think for new things, there's still this discovery phase where you have to try something out and see what it's like.
Google's conversational chatbot AI is called Bard, a late competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Shakespeare, it's not. Yet. Where is AI right now?
I think the latest generation of generative AI is an infant. It is very early.
Sissy Shao is a vice president and general manager at Google, overseeing Bard, which now can plug into Gmail. What did you ask Bard?
I said, summarize all the emails from my kids' school. As a busy parent, you understand the start of school year is very stressful. You know, inundation of emails, buy this, prepare that, and Bard was able to summarize all that, saved me hours of time, did it in minutes.
From the earliest days, Don't Be Evil has been embedded in Google's ethos. So we asked, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Our design with Bard is to be neutral and unbiased. We do feel like the right thing to do is to show people like a diversity of opinions on any particular topic.
But AI still concerns a lot of people. Numerous tech industry leaders have called for a moratorium on AI development, but not Shao, not Google.
I think that with any technology, good actors and bad actors will have access to it. And I think it's really about having industry and governments really work together to make sure that protections are put in place so that these technologies are applied for the immense good that they can capture and also protect against the downsides.
Downsides? How about job security for old news guys? So in this exercise of doing our deep dive here, we actually asked Bard to come up with some questions to ask you. Can you guess which one it was?
No, I can't guess, but Bard's pretty good at coming up with questions.
It was the one about, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Ah, good job, Bard. It's a good question.
So this is part of the race now. Who's going to dominate that space? It's almost like 25 years ago. We also should say, you saw how big Alphabet, Google has become, $1.7 trillion company. That's part of the reason for monopolistic allegations that the attorneys general of the United States and all of the states have said, we need to break these guys up.
I look forward to your story 25 years from now when we look back at this moment of you and I sitting here wondering what was next.
Yeah, we might not be here. AI will replace us.
Harry Smith, as always, thank you
Pleasure.
so much. Stay with us. More Morning News Now after this.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're back now with a look at the staggering cost that repairing old Navy ships is having for taxpayers. This as a billion-dollar Navy ship in Virginia has been stuck sitting in dry dock under maintenance for the past 6 years. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey reports on the growing outrage.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible, but he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. Consulting firm McKinsey has agreed to settle hundreds of lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on how much they're going to be paying and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. So McKinsey has agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits by hundreds of local governments and school districts. They allege the consulting firm fueled the opioid epidemic through its work for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma and other drug companies. The settlement, which must still be approved by a judge, is on top of the $641 million McKinsey has already paid to settle claims by state attorneys general. Thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas have voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos. The Culinary Workers Union hasn't gone on strike in more than 3 decades. The union is continuing to bargain for better pay, benefits, and working conditions with the top casino employers on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts. And more than half of workers say they feel behind on their retirement savings, including more than 2/3 who say they're significantly behind. A new survey by Bankrate finds only 25% of people say they're contributing more to their retirement savings this year compared to last year, while 22% say they didn't contribute last year and won't do so this year. Nearly 1/3 of workers say they would need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now to an unforgettable experience for one Beyonce fan. An Oregon man with cerebral palsy was turned away from a flight to a concert because the plane could not accommodate his wheelchair. But as NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin reports, once the Beehive heard his story online, they came to the rescue.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Coming up, he is being called the proudest dad in baseball after his son's emotional pitching debut for the Phillies. And he's proving once and for all there is, in fact, crying in baseball. Got that story up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's revisit a story we've been covering all this week, that potential romance between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Now, as everyone knows by now, Swift was spotted alongside Kelce's mom, cheering him on at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday. Now Kelce has spoken about the episode on his podcast, New Heights. Take a listen.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I want to know the answer. Kelce is experiencing a new level of fame this week. You know, his 3.3 million followers on Instagram, and the Chiefs have a ton of new fans. So hopefully there won't be any bad blood anytime soon. Stay tuned. Finally this hour, an emotional debut. One very proud dad proved there is crying in baseball. The moment moving fans as the dad watched his son pitch in his first major league game. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky takes us inside that heartfelt moment.
He's got tears in his eyes. Why wouldn't he? This is a great moment for the Kirkering family.
In baseball, it's the unwritten rule, stolen straight from Hollywood.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
But in a packed Phillies stadium Sunday, proud father Todd Kirkering couldn't help but prove that wrong, watching son Orion make his major league debut.
And the first pitch is in there.
The team calling on the 22-year-old in the 8th inning, whose first pitch brought tears to one proud papa.
It was an instant. I say when he threw that first pitch, it was in for a strike.
It's just absolutely amazing.
Then I knew he was ready.
I think both of you were pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. You can say that. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. First major league strikeout.
Dad's tears rolling right through 2 crucial strikeouts.
Have you ever seen your dad looking like that?
That's the only second time my whole life I've ever seen him like that.
Pride coming not just from a Phillies victory, but Orion's journey from Little League to baseball's biggest stage.
What do you say now to there's no crying in baseball?
The parents can absolutely cry. That's the only time you can cry in baseball now.
We have an exception here.
Guess there's always an exception to the rule.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Just got to look for it.
Breaking one baseball rule for the better. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Take that, Tom Hanks. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, price check. Amazon is in the hot seat on the heels of a sweeping new antitrust lawsuit from the FTC. It alleges the e-commerce giant leveraged its industry power to warp product prices across the internet. We're going to dig into the fine print and what the case could mean for your online shopping experience. Also breaking overnight, we have a deal. As of 12:01 this morning, Hollywood's writers can get back to work. We've got more on the tentative agreement between the WGA and the big studios as the actors' walkout continues. Plus, forging history, President Biden has now become the first sitting president to join striking workers on the picket line. His message to America's auto workers as former President Trump prepares to follow in the current president's pro-labor footsteps tonight. And taking the mound for one parent, it was an emotional Phillies debut over the weekend that proves once and for all there is crying in baseball. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. This morning, Amazon is facing more legal troubles over the business practices of its online mega marketplace. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, sued Amazon yesterday, alleging the e-commerce giant is stifling fair competition. The lawsuit is backed by the attorneys general of 17 states, and it argues that Amazon is a monopoly. The FTC alleges that the tech giant's anti-competitive practices put pressure on sellers to agree to their terms and inflates the price of goods, which is then passed on to their tens of millions of customers. Amazon is fighting back. The company's leadership released a statement in response, saying in part, the FTC's focus has radically departed from its mission of protecting consumers and competition. The practices the FTC is challenging have helped to spur competition and innovation across the retail industry. For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Danny, this was a highly anticipated move by the Biden administration, which has been trying to enforce antitrust laws. Walk us through this lawsuit. How significant is it?
We have a capitalistic system where if you build a widget and you're really good at building your widget, you can dominate the widget industry. Unless you dominate it too much, in which case it's illegal because you have what's called a monopoly. And the FTC is the government watchdog, so to speak, that goes after companies that engage in monopolistic practices. And that's essentially what the government here is arguing, that's what Amazon is doing. It's using its massive market power to hold down smaller competitors and would-be competitors, people who would like to enter into the industry. One allegation, for example, one of the ones that I think is the most compelling to me, is that allegedly Amazon takes other competitors who are offering a product at lower prices and puts them so low down in the search results that they get no business at all. That way, they can artificially, supposedly, elevate or inflate prices and keep them at a kind of cartel-like set price that is artificial and not based on supply and demand. Now, the challenge here is for the government that to what degree is this improper monopolistic practices, or to what degree is it just good old-fashioned competition?
My understanding is these are hard cases for the FTC to win. I mean, what does the FTC have to prove to win the case?
They have to show that Amazon went beyond simply competing in the industry and essentially put its thumb on the scale, that it unfairly competed and used its power to hold down would-be competitors. But, Joe, you're exactly right. It's a gray area. To one juror or to one fact finder, the same kind of conduct may seem more like, hey, that's crossing the line. But to another person, maybe a small business owner who has scrapped his way up to the top, he might think, hey, man, it's all fair game in the industry.
So how long can a lawsuit like this play out for? Are there any chances that Amazon settles it all?
There are huge chances that Amazon settles. This is a large lawsuit. It doesn't appear that the government is looking to break up the company. That's sometimes the remedy or the relief sought in these cases. I looked at the complaint. They are saying they're not leaving out what they call structural relief. It's a possibility, but the main goal is to basically stop Amazon from doing this. So that's good news for Amazon. It doesn't appear the government is primarily looking to break them up the way they did the airlines or some other monopoly in American history. So in this case, what instead they're looking for is to basically stop the practices. But that doesn't mean this isn't a large case with a lot of parties. 17 states have joined in, all alleging their own violations of state law. This is a case that will, if you're a betting person, it will settle. A lot of them do. Most of them do. Both sides have too much to lose if it goes to trial. Amazon has a lot of risk at trial, and so too does the government. They don't want to bring a case this large and go down in a flaming disaster if Amazon gets a not liable verdict at trial.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Auto workers are on the picket line for the 12th straight day, but on this day, they were joined yesterday by a rather big name. The UAW is still locked in a stalemate with the top three automakers, and if no progress is made, more walkouts could be happening soon. Yesterday, in a historic show of support, President Biden grabbed a bullhorn as he showed his support for auto workers on the picket line in Michigan. He's making it clear he stands with the union.
Deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
This major labor fight is also a political battle as well. Tonight, Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, is skipping the GOP debate in California. Instead, he'll deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. Both the 45th and 46th presidents are vying for votes in a state that could be crucial when it comes to winning in 2024. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Wayne, Michigan, outside of Detroit. So, Jay, the White House originally took the position it would stay out of negotiations and leave the specifics to the union and the management. But President Biden seemed to shift that position, traveling there yesterday at the invitation of Union President Sean Fain. So what was President Biden's message, and how was that visit received by auto workers?
Yeah, Joe, and I think the White House would still say they're not actively involved in the negotiations, though definitely they made a difference in how things are perceived with that visit yesterday. And it's really added a pep in the step, if you will, of those picketing outside plants like this Ford plant here in Wayne, Michigan. So many of those on the picket line saying they really appreciate the president's support, think it's very important as this process continues and brings a much brighter spotlight to what's going on here. Many feel like the visit could ratchet up pressure on automakers to get some type of deal done. Sean Fain feels the same way. Here's what he had to say about it all.
Thank you, Mr. President, for coming. Thank you for coming to stand up with us in our generation's defining moments. And we know the president will do right by the working class.
Yeah, and Fain, the president of the UAW, saying that the working class was built by the unions like his, and got the same feeling from President Biden, who said as much as he was talking with those workers on the picket line, Joe.
So, Jay, looking ahead to Trump's speech tonight, what are we looking for in his remarks, and can we also expect him to meet with union leadership?
Well, he wants to. He's invited union members, not leadership. Sean Fain has said point blank that he thinks another Trump administration would be, and I'm quoting his words here, a disaster. So I don't think he'll meet with leadership, but he does want to meet with some of the UAW workers. Interesting to point out, though, his rally this evening will be in a non-union shop, a production and distribution center, which is non-union here in the suburbs of Detroit. He's been pretty consistent here, walking a thin line between the union workers and the automakers, and really focusing his attack on President Biden and criticizing the administration's commitment to electric vehicles that he says will push jobs overseas.
All right, Jay Gray in Michigan. Jay, thank you so much. Over in Hollywood, the writers' strike is officially finished. As of midnight, writers were free to return to work after the writers' union's leadership agreed to a 3-year deal with major movie studios. The agreement, which still needs to be ratified by the union's 11,500 members, would increase residuals for streaming content, boost pay by up to 5%, and raise health and pension contributions. It also includes specific guidelines for safeguards over the use of artificial intelligence. For more, let's bring in entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. So the union says workers can now go back to work. What stands out in this deal? Does it seem like it's a good result for both sides?
It's a good result for the union, particularly. The studios are probably going to feel a little bit of a sting when you look at the numbers. This deal has about $233 million in enhancements for the union, and the offer from the studios was about $86 million. So that's nearly 3 times. But there are some compromises in there. But of course, the basic pay increases, the increases in staffing levels. I think most interesting is the streaming residuals part of this deal. There's a bonus now built in, and this has been the wild, wild west. How do we measure success for streamers? What they've done here is they've said they've built in a bonus if a streaming title does well within 90 days of release and is viewed by at least 20% of the subscriber base. So you can see it gets really nitty gritty, right? But this is a bonus that didn't even exist before. And then, of course, there's a near 76% increase in residuals for foreign streamed titles. So things that are streamed overseas, I should say. So the streaming bonuses, the streaming residuals is a big deal. And then, of course, the AI protections are very interesting, saying that the studios have to be upfront. They cannot force writers to use AI. They cannot use AI for source material, but a writer can choose to use AI if they're allowed to. So there's going to be a lot, you can see that this is language that we're just kind of learning how to kind of balance and monitor, and we're seeing how it's going, but there are definitely some great protections in there.
Yeah, it's such a great point. There are 2 of these major issues are issues they never had to deal with before. So they're in many ways starting from scratch, trying to hash these things out. So Brian, what happens next? Is it just a formality for the 11,000 plus members to follow their leaders and ratify the deal?
Well, given the enthusiasm from both sides, from both coasts, I think it's pretty much a certainty that it will go through. But the voting begins on the 2nd, on Monday, and will continue through the 9th. And members of the union have an opportunity to ask questions and hold meetings. But they have the information now; they can see the increases as well as a desire to get back to work. So I think we'll see this go through.
And I think we'll see some talk shows back on the air, perhaps as early as next week, or certainly in the next couple of weeks. So Brian, we still know actors are striking. Where do things stand there? Could this deal with the writers maybe clear the way for actors to reach a deal, say, before year's end?
Right. Well, as you say, talk shows are coming back, but they'll be missing actors to promote their projects. Bill Maher starting on Friday. Kelly Clarkson had some of her crew there yesterday. The actors, yeah, that still has to be worked out. I think, we're going to see a lot of production wait until January because we see the holidays coming up. So we already see a real urgency to get the actors strike worked out. And I think the union SAG-AFTRA is going to be looking to see if the studios will come back to the table as soon as possible.
Until then, I hope you like cooking segments on those talk shows. All right. Brian, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Embattled New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is expected to appear in a New York courtroom today. The Democratic senator and his wife Nadine will be arraigned on federal bribery charges. The couple accused of receiving cash, gold, and a luxury car in return for a variety of corrupt acts. Menendez returned to Capitol Hill yesterday after announcing he would not step down from Congress. He was confronted by reporters when he arrived. Take a listen.
You run for re-election, sir?
As I said, I'm here to do the work of the people of New Jersey.
Why won't you resign, sir? Senator Menendez?
Because I'm innocent.
What's
wrong with you guys?
Why were there gold bars there?
Meanwhile, NBC News has learned the FBI is investigating whether Egypt's intelligence services might have been involved in the alleged bribery scheme. That's according to sources familiar with the matter. Menendez has denied any wrongdoing. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside of the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, good morning. So set the scene for us. What can we expect to play out today behind you there in court? And what more can you tell us about what we're learning about this FBI investigation in this case?
Good morning, Joe. Good to be with you. We are expecting the senator to enter the building through a side entrance. We're not expecting any comments in particular, but of course, if he does say something, either himself or through his lawyer, we will be here to listen to those comments and ask some questions, including one that he was again just asked yesterday and didn't quite answer whether he intends to run again in 2024. Of course, he has said he believes he'll be exonerated, and at the end of this, he believes that he will still be New Jersey's senior senator. Now, as for that new reporting from our colleagues colleagues Jonathan Dienst and Ken Delaney. And according to sources familiar with the matter, the FBI investigators are looking into whether Egyptian intelligence officials used, for example, Nadine Menendez, Bob Menendez's wife, to get to the senator, whether there was any influence here from any Egyptian intelligence officials. And so this investigation, this counterintelligence investigation, will take place at the same time as this federal criminal investigation. And we did reach out, our colleagues at NBC News reaching out to an attorney for one of the co-defendants here, Wael Hanna, who denied having any ties to Egyptian intelligence. Representation from Nadine Menendez declined to comment on that, Joe.
So, Lindsay, let's talk about how Menendez's fellow Democrats in the Senate are reacting to all this. We know here nearly half of the Democratic caucus calling for his resignation, including fellow New Jersey Democrat Cory Booker. What else are we hearing from members of Congress?
I mean, really just the staggering mounting of calls. When I was covering this just 2 days ago, when the senator delivered comments in Union City, New Jersey, where he grew up, there were only 2 senators in the Democratic caucus who were calling at the time for his resignation, John Fetterman, and then later in the afternoon, Sherrod Brown of Ohio. Now we're up to 24 Democratic senators, including some prominent ones who are facing re-election themselves next year, as so is Menendez, including Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, John Tester, Tammy Baldwin, and of course, notably, as you mentioned, Cory Booker, New Jersey's senator, his fellow senator, who is often an ally of Menendez, essentially saying at this point, and there's a truck going by, so you'll have to excuse the noise here. You know what? Let's go ahead and listen to what some other senators are saying before we talk about Cory.
These serious and illegal allegations in the indictment against Senator Menendez are deeply troubling. Senator Menendez is entitled to a presumption of innocence and a full trial, but I think he should resign.
I do think he should step down in order to mount and focus on his defense.
All right, so, Joe, I mentioned Cory Booker. He said in a statement yesterday that he is calling for Menendez to step down, essentially saying that senators, while they're held to the same criminal standard, they have a common ideals standard, and also says that the people he has to represent and work with in the Senate have been shaken to their core. Of course, Menendez remaining defiant as of Monday, saying that he will not step down, Joe.
So, and interesting here, Menendez is actually the first sitting senator in U.S. history to be indicted on 2 unrelated criminal allegations. Hispanic lawmakers came to his defense back in 2015, but as NBCNews.com reported this week, Latino lawmakers are notably silent this time around. What more should we know about that?
Right. So, Joe, essentially one operative telling NBCNews.com that the silence is deafening here. And while many Latino lawmakers and organizational groups rallied to his defense in 2015 during that separate indictment, really, they aren't doing the same this time around. Many telling NBC News anonymously that the nature of the allegations are just simply too severe for them to stand behind him at this point. And remember, in that statement on Friday, Menendez had blasted those rushing to judge a Latino and push him out of his seat. Well, NBCNews.com is reporting that that's turned a lot of people off, essentially saying, while yes, there is implicit bias, what's basically laid out in the indictment does not appear to reflect that, Joe.
All right, Lindsay Reiser here in New York. Lindsay, thank you so much. In other legal news, a New York judge has ruled that former President Trump committed repeated acts of fraud for years. This is part of the New York Attorney General's $250 million civil lawsuit against Trump and his company. The judge ruled yesterday that Trump lied to banks and insurers by both overvaluing and undervaluing his assets to his benefit. He has denied any wrongdoing, and his attorney called the ruling outrageous. The judge also found that Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, and their companies liable for fraud. The Attorney General's civil trial against Trump is set to begin next week, and it's expected to last nearly 3 months. It's unclear if Trump will testify in his own defense in that trial. The Senate is moving forward with a bipartisan short-term funding bill designed to keep the government open until mid-November, but it's unclear if the Republican-led House will approve it, raising fears the government will shut down over the weekend. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now with the latest. Scott, good morning. So as we just said, the Senate's come up with a plan to try and keep things open until November 17th. What are the odds this passes in the House? Just what are the main sticking points right now?
Good morning, Joe. Yes, you're right. The Senate does have a plan. That plan is bipartisan, backed by both Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. However, Speaker Kevin McCarthy says that that plan will go nowhere in the House of Representatives. he says that will be flatly rejected by House Republicans because Republicans are demanding steep spending cuts in any CR that goes forward. And in the Senate plan, they are funding things at existing levels. So that is a huge sticking point. Secondly, is the issue of Ukraine. The Senate plan includes $6 billion for economic and military aid for Ukraine. House Republicans, a large majority of them, want no money for Ukraine, saying the focus should be instead back here on the domestic front. And so those are some real big problems and explain why there is this big gulf between House Republicans and Democrats who control the Senate and the White House.
You know, another factor, we know McCarthy is in a tough spot. He relied on help from ultra-conservatives to become Speaker in the first place, but now he might need Democrats' help to keep the government open, but that could cost him his speakership. So what are you hearing are his chances of both passing a spending bill and actually hanging on to his leadership position?
Yeah, McCarthy is in a really sticky situation here, as you laid out. I mean, he promised the conservatives, in order to grab that speaker's gavel, deep spending cuts through these appropriation bills that they are working through right now. Those are a non-starter for Democrats in the Senate and for President Joe Biden. And so he is in this situation here where we are 4 days away from the deadline. He needs to reach across the aisle to avert a shutdown and team up with Democrats. And on top of that, you have a conservative lawmaker named Matt Gaetz who says, look, Kevin McCarthy, if you go that route, if you bring a short-term bill to the floor, if you extend your hands to Democrats, then I'm going to make a motion or force a vote on the floor to remove you as Speaker of the House. And so he is really in a no-win situation here, having to choose between the speakership, a job he has coveted his entire political career and achieved it, and shutting down the government, which will impact millions and millions of Americans in terms of federal benefits, as well as forcing millions, potentially millions of federal workers to go without a paycheck for the foreseeable future, Joe.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much. Let's take a deeper look at the impact this potential crisis could have on the economy if Congress doesn't act by the end of the month. That's Saturday night at midnight. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers could face being furloughed if that happens. That means they won't get paid. Now, a little history. The last government shutdown back in 2019 lasted 34 days. It ended up costing tens of billions of dollars. Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung for more on this. So, Brian, what have we learned from 2019 that could maybe help us manage a shutdown this year?
Well, it's going to have a big impact across the country and in other communities specifically as well. But I want to point out, let's look at what happened the last time we had a shutdown, which was in 2019. As you mentioned, 300,000 people were furloughed. They didn't get pay. We also lost about $11 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office at the time. $3 billion was estimated to have been permanently lost, just simply didn't get back. Now, in terms of the specific agencies, we saw situations like with TSA and even at the IRS that some workers just simply didn't show up. You have to remember that even those that aren't furloughed would still have to continue to work without pay for however long that shutdown goes. But for what it's worth, Wall Street didn't seem to care that much. Markets went up 10% during that last shutdown.
So, Brian, many federal workers obviously located in the Washington, D.C. area. How would a shutdown affect that area in particular?
Yeah, well, when we talk about the impact of a government shutdown on individual households, we're looking specifically at that DMV area. There are over 500,000 federal workers across those 3 states. And we actually took a look by the numbers at how much of the workforce is employed by specifically the federal government. In D.C., it's 51%. That makes sense. Virginia and Maryland, 4% and 5% respectively. But when you look at the numbers of the impact that we saw from the last government shutdown in 2019, D.C. estimated that it lost about $47 million in revenue. You didn't have people going to the restaurant because you had tourists that maybe weren't coming in because the Smithsonian museums were closed, in addition to the workers that maybe just simply didn't want to eat out during a time that paychecks weren't coming in.
So we call part of that area the Beltway. Let's widen the scope a little bit. What could be the ripple effect beyond the Beltway?
Yeah, well, I'm highlighting 3 other states that have a high concentration of people employed by the federal government. Hawaii is one of them. In Honolulu, 7% of the people there are employed by the government. Tourism is big there. 16% of Americans actually said they canceled or plan to cancel their Hawaii trips because of the 2019 shutdown, a big impact there. I also want to highlight Alaska, 4.5% employed by the government, 9% in Fairbanks. By the way, 60% of Alaska's land managed by the federal government. The Department of the Interior has a lot of employees in that state. Again, they also have military and oil operations there. And then the last state I want to point out here is West Virginia. They have about 6% employed in the Parkersburg, Vienna area of that state. Major government employers, the Veterans Affairs, as well as the Treasury, which operates a Office of Fiscal Service in the state as well, Joe.
All right, Brian Chung breaking it down for us. Thank you so much, Brian. Some breaking news now. North Korea says it is expelling U.S. soldier Travis King. It comes 2 months after King dashed across the border into the country's territory. According to North Korea's state news agency, KCNA, authorities have finished their questioning of King. The agency says that he confessed to illegally entering the North because he was, quote, disillusioned by the inhumane treatment and racial discrimination within the U.S. Army. King ran into the demilitarized zone, or DMZ, the heavily fortified border between North and South Korea, back in July. North Korean officials have not released any information on the actual timing of his release. Coming up on Morning News Now, yes, we do have more Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce news this morning, with the Chiefs star finally breaking his silence on that whirlwind weekend that broke the internet. But first, 7 GOP primary contenders will face off on the debate stage tonight. Once again, the frontrunner, former President Trump, will be absent. We've got a full preview of what to expect next.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Florida is in for storms, even potential flooding. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather meteorologist Angie Lastman keeping an eye on the Sunshine State and more. Angie, good morning.
Yeah, not living up to its name. Good morning, Joe. We're continuing to see kind of an unsettled pattern shaping up for the state of Florida, really. That's where the focus is going to be for some flooding potential over the coming days. And you can see what it looks like this morning. Your satellite and radar showing just really some showers, some thunderstorms, especially offshore, but a lot of them moving onshore for folks in the southwestern portions of the coastline of Florida, places like Fort Myers. But everyone's really going to get in on this action. You can already see some of those flood watches up at this hour, and we'll likely see more to come throughout the next 3 days. Here's how it all plays out. We've got this kind of slow moving and at times stationary front, the system that's going to kind of slowly but surely move down the peninsula. But as it does, it keeps it quite unsettled. So heavy rainfall. We're going to see good tropical kind of downpours working through across this region. And you can see this is last into tomorrow. It'll slowly push a little farther south as far as the cold front is concerned. But places like Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, West Palm, all on the table for seeing some really substantial rainfall in the next couple of days. This is what we look like as we get into Friday, still unsettled. By the time we head into the weekend, we'll continue to see that rain falling between now and then, and we could pick up 1 to 2, even 3 inches of rain for the widespread area. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some spots that pick up maybe 5 inches of rain. We know how easily a lot of places in Florida flood, so just keep an eye out for that. Remind you not to drive through those flooded roadways. Otherwise, I got 2 words for you, Joe. Drying out in the Northeast. This is what everybody's been wondering. When are we going to finally see some sunshine there? Today is the day, but unfortunately it doesn't last long. We'll see kind of another unsettled pattern get back in the picture by the end of the week.
I guess we're getting, it's like Seattle all over again.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm flashing back to my time there. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
problem.
Tonight in California, 7 Republican candidates will take the stage at the second GOP primary debate. But once again, former President Donald Trump will not be among them. Instead, he's planning to give a speech to auto workers who are striking in Detroit. Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen to help us preview the event. John, good to have you with us. So this debate's going to be moderated by Fox Business and Univision. What might that tell us about what could be discussed tonight? And could we see more of a play for Hispanic voters at this debate?
Good morning, Joe. Hispanic voters are certainly a segment of the electorate the Republicans are trying to cut more into. They've had some success in the last presidential election with doing that, with Donald Trump in particular. So absolutely, I think that that's an audience that Republicans broadly are seeking to reach out to, and certainly each of these candidates.
So, as we mentioned, Trump's going to be missing at the debate. A recent NBC News poll still has him way in front of all the other candidates. But as we heard a little earlier, yesterday a judge ruled Trump and his company committed fraud by making false and misleading valuations. That's on top of all the other indictments out there. Is this the night where maybe we see more candidates beyond Chris Christie go on the attack, try and use some of these legal challenges against him?
It just doesn't seem that there's a lot of percentage right now in polling in terms of going after Trump. But we've seen his candidates who go after Trump get hammered by Trump and then they get knocked down. Even those who don't, Ron DeSantis, we've seen his trajectory look like Black Monday on the stock market in October of 1987, straight downward. So it may be that some of the candidates decide that they're going to do more to attack Trump. We've already seen that from, say Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson, who did not make this debate stage, has done that in the past, and maybe that's a lesson that going after Trump is not something that most Republicans want right now. Because if you look at surveys, most Republicans still like Donald Trump, even the ones who aren't thinking about voting for him. I think the best way to look at this debate right now is there's still a scramble among all of the rest of the Republican field to try to become the alternative to Trump. It's not even clear to me that a one-on-one race would necessarily be particularly competitive. But for right now, when they're fighting each other, they are certainly not competitive against Trump.
So with that in mind, which candidates do you think have the most to gain or lose tonight? Could it be a make or break for some of them?
Great question. You know, every debate is make or break for DeSantis because of that trajectory. He's got donors who are antsy. He's got supporters who are antsy, anti-Trump voters who saw him as the one at one point, do not necessarily see him that way anymore. So for DeSantis, a bad performance could be a knockout punch. On the other hand, you've also got Nikki Haley, the governor of South Carolina. I think she was widely believed to have won that first debate. And there's going to be a big question about whether she can sustain that momentum. We've seen her roll out some more policies in the last week or so. She wants to eliminate the federal gas tax, which pays for highways and infrastructure. About, I want to say it's about $25 billion a year into the federal government from that gas tax at 18 cents. 18 cents a gallon. So, you know, Haley's got to prove that she can continue to, you know, to sort of feel her way through that debate stage in a way that's better than the other candidates. And, you know, for everybody else, it's just trying to get noticed.
Yeah, and Haley might have a bigger target on her back because she did so well in the first debate. Others might be looking to try and take her down in this one. John, appreciate you as always. Thank you so much. Coming up, we have got a new health alert for you this morning. What's behind a concerning shortage in primary care providers all across America? What it could mean for your next trip to the doctor's office. That's next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
We're back with a health alert. The Association of American Medical Colleges predicts that the U.S. will face a shortage of up to 55,000 primary care doctors by 2033. That means it'll be tougher to find a regular doctor. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what's behind that shortage.
See you in a little bit.
Dr. Terry Vester, 68 years old, is still working as a primary care physician in rural Lafayette, Alabama, the only one within a 30-minute drive.
There have been doctors that come through here, but they don't stay.
In New York City, where there are 4 times as many doctors as the entire state of Alabama, Olga Torres lost her primary care physician to concierge medicine 2 years ago.
I could go see him at this concierge practice for $10,000 a year.
Have you been looking for a primary care physician?
I have.
And have you found one?
I have not.
Unable to find one taking new patients, today Torres says her cardiologist fills that role.
This is not what she should be doing.
Across America, primary care doctors are increasingly hard to find.
My own parents had the same issue in Jacksonville, Florida.
Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld leads the American Medical Association.
Why is that shortage so acute today?
Well, the problem is the number of physicians in the U.S. is growing. It's just not growing fast enough.
The AMA says it takes 10 years to educate and train a physician while the population grows and ages.
We know that health outcomes are worse when people don't have access to primary care. They live shorter lives and they live sicker lives.
The AMA says more federal funding is needed to increase training slots. The average $200,000 in medical school debt must be eased and physician burnout addressed. Until replacements arrive, Dr. Vester and her internist husband vow to keep working.
They will come, but we're going to be here until then. We'll just have to go to the gym and exercise a little bit.
To keep America in good health. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Let's keep the health news going here. Time for our weekly medical checkup. Researchers have found a link between rising hospital visits for drug and alcohol disorders and climate change. Plus, a new study reveals just how much time teens are spending on their phones. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with a closer look at these stories. So let's start off with climate change maybe impacting your health in different ways. One of the interesting findings, hospital visits might increase on warmer days.
Yeah.
Why might that be?
Well, I read that and I thought, I'm going to predict that it's because people are outside and they're drinking more. And that is pretty much what they found. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Really?
So, I mean, you know, a little bit of that is intuitive, right? You're outside, maybe you're doing riskier behaviors. But if you're doing riskier outdoor behaviors and you're consuming more alcohol at the same time, that can be kind of a little bit of a dangerous combination. Also, dehydration also makes the alcohol effect, you know, even more pronounced. DUIs, things like that. So doctor's orders are, when you're outside drinking and when you're inside drinking, always a good idea to have a glass of water after every alcoholic beverage, right? So that kind of like keeps your volume the same, but you're getting more non-alcoholic fluids. And try, how about this? Don't drink when you're outside when the weather's really hot. I know it's easier said than done, but I think it's good to be mindful. Dehydration and hot weather really does exacerbate the effects of alcohol, and I think people need to keep that in mind.
All right, super interesting. All right,
Yeah.
So we know the expression misery loves company,
Yes.
but there is a study that says maybe keeping your negative thoughts to yourself can help your mental health.
Do you know the name Sigmund Freud?
Yes.
We all do,
Yes.
right? So he was sort of the godfather of this concept that repressing your feelings is something bad. You need to emote.
What's
you need
on your
to
mind, let it out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that, you know, all of your, you know, everything that could be bad about that is because of that reason. But there's been a sort of movement, and essentially this is what cognitive behavioral therapy is, that if you are able to train your brain to block bad and negative feelings, you can actually reap the benefits. And what they found in the study was that, you know, fears became less vivid. The amount of worrying decreased by about 44%. Patients with PTSD also had a significant improvement in their symptoms. The way they conducted this, like you think, well, how do they do this? You have a negative thought, and then you attach a word to that negative thought. And what you have to do is concentrate on the word, and you don't let your mind wander to the thing that it's associated with. It sounds hard, and I think it is, but you have to do that 12 times a day for 3 days straight. I want everyone at home to try this, because I'm going to try this also. So pretty soon, that word turns from being negative to kind of being neutral. I think it's really cool. Now, but the doctor's orders are, it's still okay to talk about your negative feelings. You know, like,
gotta let it out.
I mean, it's like, here I go, back and forth. But, you know, but it's like writing things down on a worry note, like whatever works for you. Therapy, talk therapy is still super, super important. But I like the idea that this could still be something helpful for folks. You could try it at home.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Worth giving it a shot.
Yeah.
All right, I want to ask you about something that we were talking about yesterday. Kate Snow's fascinating report. All these notification kids are getting hundreds, some getting 4,500 notifications
Imagine that.
a day. Just what were your thoughts when you heard that?
Well, just apropos to what we were talking about, right? One of the things I also, as a take-home here, is that we should also reflect on ourselves as adults and what we're doing. But yeah, Kate's report was really quite profound. So she found that 97% of children are using social media during school. 60% of kids still have their social media apps that active overnight. Greater than 50% of kids got more than 237 pings throughout the day. Really quite shocking. Doctor's orders, and I think, I'm like, am I the only medical contributor who gets these segments? Because I have two teenagers, you know, and it's so relevant to our lives as well. Turn off your notifications if you can. Put it into do not disturb mode. Have phone-free activities, meal times. And I know that sounds so rote, but we also have to remind ourselves at dinner. My husband, my son, my daughter, put your phones away. And I think one of the most important things in take-homes is start the conversation. What apps are you into, honey? Oh, you like Snapchat? Why do you like it? Da, 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 da. And really like empower your children to talk about these things.
And not judgmental, really, right?
And not judgmentally, just say like, why are you, why is it on all day? And because, our generation, maybe, I'm sorry, Joe, I'm including you in my generation, but we're not quite as savvy as like all the notifications and turn off and all the things that you can do. Kids are, but I think it's a good time to have a conversation with your children and say, put on the do not disturb while you're studying. So you're not, Snapchat is constant. Every time someone texts, there's a ping. And if you don't have it turned off, like it's just human nature, right?
Exactly.
You're going to go to it. So reminder for all of us.
And parents can model good behavior too.
Exactly.
So, all right, Dr. Azar, thank you so much for everything this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up after the break, the taxpayer dollars that are being sunk into a $1 billion Navy ship that has been sitting on dry land for 6 years. More on that next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize doing the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the staggering cost that repairing old Navy ships is having for taxpayers. This as a $1 billion Navy ship in Virginia has been stuck sitting in dry dock under maintenance for the past 6 years. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby reports on the growing outrage.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness, then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible, but he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. Consulting firm McKinsey has agreed to settle hundreds of lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on how much they're going to be paying and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. So McKinsey has agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits by hundreds of local governments and school districts. They allege the consulting firm fueled the opioid epidemic through its work for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma and other drug companies. The settlement, which must still be approved by a judge, is on top of the $641 million McKinsey has already paid to settle claims by state attorneys general. Thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas have voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos. The Culinary Workers Union hasn't gone on strike in more than 3 decades. The union is continuing to bargain for better pay, benefits, and working conditions with the top casino employers on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts. And more than half of workers say they feel behind on their retirement savings, including more than 2/3 who say they're significantly behind. A new survey by Bankrate finds only 25% of people say they're contributing more to their retirement savings this year compared to last year, while 22% say they didn't contribute last year and won't do so this year. Nearly 1/3 of workers say they would need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Now to an unforgettable experience for one Beyonce fan. An Oregon man with cerebral palsy was turned away from a flight to a concert because the plane could not accommodate his wheelchair. But as NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin reports, once the Beehive heard his story online, they came to the rescue.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Coming up, he is being called the proudest dad in baseball after his son's emotional pitching debut for the Phillies. And he's proving once and for all there is, in fact, crying in baseball. Got that story up next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Welcome back. Let's revisit a story we've been covering all this week, that potential romance between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Now, as everyone knows by now, Swift was spotted alongside Kelce's mom, cheering him on at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday. Now Kelce has spoken about the episode on his podcast, New Heights. Take a listen.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I want to know the answer. Kelce is experiencing a new level of fame this week. You know, his 3.3 million followers on Instagram, and the Chiefs have a ton of new fans. So hopefully there won't be any bad blood anytime soon. Stay tuned. Finally this hour, an emotional debut. One very proud dad proved there is crying in baseball the moment moving fans as the dad watched his son pitch in his first major league game. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky takes us inside that heartfelt moment.
He's got tears in his eyes. Why wouldn't he? This is a great moment for the Kerkering family.
In baseball, it's the unwritten rule, stolen straight from Hollywood.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
But in a packed Phillies stadium Sunday, proud father Todd Kerkering couldn't help but prove that wrong, watching son Orion make his major league debut.
And the first pitch is in there.
The team calling on the 22-year-old in the 8th inning, whose first pitch brought tears to one proud papa.
It was an instant. I'd say when he threw that first pitch, it was in for a strike.
It's just absolutely amazing.
Then I knew he was ready.
I think both of you were pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. You can say that. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. First major league strikeout.
Dad's tears rolling right through 2 crucial strikeouts.
Have you ever seen your dad looking like that?
That's the only second time in my whole life I've ever seen him like that.
Pride coming not just from a Phillies victory, but Orion's journey from Little League to baseball's biggest stage.
What do you say now to there's no crying in baseball?
The parents can absolutely cry. That's the only time you can cry in baseball now.
We have an exception here.
Guess there's always an exception to the rule.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
You just got to look for it.
Breaking one baseball rule for the better. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Take that, Tom Hanks. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, out in force. President Biden becomes the first sitting president to join a picket line, appearing with auto workers striking in Michigan, a show of solidarity over their labor dispute with the big 3 car makers.
You saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices. Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
All the details from that visit, plus a look ahead to former President Trump's trip to Detroit later today and his speech to auto workers. Fraudulent behavior. Trump's visit comes a day after a New York State judge ruled the former president and his company committed repeated acts of fraud by making false and misleading valuations for multiple real estate assets. What this ruling means for Trump and his growing list of legal battles. Also this morning, back to work. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over after union leaders reached an agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you all the details of that deal and how Hollywood is reacting to this breakthrough. Plus, the rise of a tech titan. It has been 25 years since Google took the internet by storm with its search engine. We're going to take a look at the company's astronomical growth and what that could mean, what could be next for the online powerhouse. Good to have you with us. We begin this morning with the United Auto Workers strike. President Biden made good on his promise yesterday, hitting the picket line with union members in a historic show of support. The president rallied with auto workers and called for fair pay. And now, just one day later, former President Trump is going to be heading to Michigan. He is skipping tonight's GOP debate to deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. Twin visits in 24 hours by 2 of the biggest names in American politics. And the magnitude of that is not lost on union members. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Belleville, Michigan, at the GM facility in Michigan, where President Biden spoke yesterday. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You might be able to hear the plane taking off in the background here. Again, this is where the president landed and visited workers here just 24 hours ago, making history. The magnitude of it, as you said, lost on no one. One member telling me that his comments about pay were, quote, amazing, and she hopes the American people listen. That being said, members here also know former President Trump tonight will bring a spotlight of his own. The question is, will all of this publicity tied to politics translate to progress in talks with the big 3?
They're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This morning, auto workers on strike against America's big three car companies, counting the commander-in-chief as a historic ally. President Biden becoming the first sitting U.S. president to join a union picket line at this GM parts facility near Detroit Tuesday.
That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now. Thank you very much.
What was it like to see an actual sitting president show up here, say those things?
Awesome. Fantastic. Hooray. Thank you. Bye.
It's a great testament to see him come here. And, you know, I think his comments were very well received. You know, him recognizing the sacrifices our members made.
Biden's appearance coming 24 hours before former President Donald Trump's own Detroit stop. His campaign confirming he's skipping tonight's second GOP debate to aggressively court blue-collar workers here. With the 2024 race ramping up, both candidates walking perilous political tightropes. Mr. Trump's visit blasted by UAW leadership who say they're fighting an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. During his visit, President Biden answering a question about the UAW's call for 40% raises. All of the big three who have offered 20% raises say the visits will not impact talks. GM writing their focus is not on politics, but on bargaining in good faith. Among the workers picketing with the president Tuesday, Mercedes Wallace, a single mom of two praying the presidential spotlight leads to a fair deal.
It's letting the world know that just because you are a working class, you're still being heard. You have a voice too.
And regarding former President Trump's visit here tonight, he is set to speak to union members at a non-union body manufacturing plant just north of Detroit. We are also told, by the way, that he will not join the picket lines, nor will he be joined by UAW leadership like the president was. Joe.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much. Now to the legal trouble surrounding former President Trump. This time we're talking about the $250 million civil lawsuit brought against him by the New York Attorney General. A judge ruled that Trump had committed fraud repeatedly and lied about his net worth for years. Some of Trump's companies have been ordered to be removed from his control and dissolved. He has denied any wrongdoing, and his attorney is calling the ruling outrageous. To help break it all down, let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. Ken, good morning. So New York Attorney General Letitia James brought this lawsuit against the Trump Organization just over a year ago. Trump and members of his family are part of the suit. What are some of the big takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Good morning, Joe. Look, this is enormously significant. Even though this is a civil case, not a criminal case, the repercussions for Donald Trump and his business organization are incredible. Potential loss of control of significant assets in New York, including a company that employs hundreds of people, and the potential to be banned from doing business, him and his family, in New York State for 5 years. What the judge ruled is that even without a trial, he could say definitively that Donald Trump and his business entities persistently committed fraud by overvaluing properties for the purposes of getting loans from banks and for insurance claims and other factors. And one of the best ways, this is very complicated, but let me just break it down in a very simple way that the judge used as an example. Donald Trump's apartment, where he lives in Trump Tower, is 11,000 square feet. But Trump, in documents, persistently said that it was 30,000 square feet, thereby overvaluing it by tens of millions of dollars. And Trump's lawyer said, look, that's just fudging. That's just kind of a margin of error. The judge said, absolutely not. He's a real estate developer. Inflating the square footage by 200%, that's just fraud, Joe.
So, Ken, what's been the reaction from Trump's team? How do they plan to defend themselves in this case?
Well, they're going to appeal, and the appeal will be a big issue here. His lawyers say this is an outrageous ruling that is not consistent with the facts and the law. Donald Trump supporters also say that even if technically there was fraud here, they question the whole premise of this case being brought by a Democrat elected in New York. They say that they've never seen a case like this. And they also say, look, at the end of the day, the banks who were the party to this transaction, they were all paid back. So there are no victims here. Obviously, the Attorney General disagrees.
And Ken, this ruling comes before the lawsuit is set to go to trial beginning next week. How does this decision, this ruling, impact the trial itself? When can we expect it all to get underway?
It gets underway Monday, and really now this trial is only about money and damages and how much fraud there was and what penalty the Attorney General can ultimately obtain from Donald Trump. So it'll be a pretty boring trial with a lot of expert witnesses talking about valuations and square footage, and most of the drama has been taken out of it by this ruling, but nonetheless deeply significant because at the end of it, we're going to find out exactly what the penalty is for Donald Trump and his business entities. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney, and Ken, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife Nadine are expected to be in a New York courtroom today answering to federal bribery charges. They're accused of accepting cash, gold, and a luxury car in return for favors. They face several charges, including conspiracy and extortion. Meanwhile, NBC News has learned the FBI is investigating whether Egypt's intelligence services might have been involved in the alleged bribery scheme. That's according to sources familiar with the matter. Menendez has denied any wrongdoing in the case. Republicans are gearing up for their second GOP debate tonight. This time, 7 candidates are set to face off at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not make the cut this time around. Another noticeable absence, as we mentioned, the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump. He is skipping the event and will address auto workers in Michigan instead. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Simi Valley. So, Maura, candidates have taken advantage of the news cycle around the UAW strike, the looming government shutdown, to try and hone their messages on the economy, which is always a top issue for voters. What are some of the other top issues we're expecting to hear about tonight?
Yeah, Joe, those issues are likely to be top of mind on the debate stage today. It's also important to remember that this debate is being hosted by Fox Business, so the economy and things of that nature are very likely going to be questions asked of the candidates on the debate today. Since the last debate, over the last month, we've seen several candidates roll out their economic proposals if they were to be president. Nikki Haley's and Ron DeSantis's in particular really hinging on energy policies as well, America being energy dominant. So that's something that will likely be talked about and touted on stage today. And as you mentioned, that auto worker strike was a big talking point, has been a big talking point on the campaign trail. Nikki Haley and Tim Scott very much strongly advocating against their anti-union stances, saying that people that are striking should be fired if they're not happy with their deal. And so this is obviously a stark difference than what the Democratic Party stands for, and will definitely be a conversation to really set apart candidates in that sense. We've also heard a lot on the campaign trail in recent weeks about the different candidate stances on abortion bans and where that should land. But that's obviously all related to former President Trump bringing that conversation into play as well. So there will be a multitude of conversations on the stage tonight, but I think we can largely expect the economy being the main focus, Joe.
What are you hearing from voters? What do they want to hear about?
Well, new NBC News polling indicates that actually 58% of likely Republican primary voters still think that former President Trump should be the leader of the Republican Party. But that does not mean that voters in early voting states like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina aren't paying attention. Our team actually spoke with a few voters in those states to get a sense of what they're looking for. Take a listen.
I am very interested in somebody who is actually going to start working on managing the debt and deficit spending overall. Entitlement reform is obviously significant.
I think economic relief all the way around, and something that is good for every citizen. Not just the rich, not just the poor, not just the medium, but it'll touch everybody's life.
Voters also brought up, as you may remember in the last debate, a lot of fighting on the stage, people saying they want some more messages of hope and maybe conversation and civil debate rather than a battle on stage, Joe.
And Maura, quickly, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been seen as Trump's most likely challenger, but he's been slipping in the polls. So which candidates are maybe in position to take advantage of that, stepping onto the stage tonight?
Well, it's an open question, and it's one candidates are definitely looking to take advantage of on that stage tonight, given that Ron DeSantis largely stepped back from being involved in those attacks last time. Nikki Haley seeing a pretty significant bump in the polls since then and in the early voting states. So it really depends if we see Ron DeSantis decide to be more aggressive, Tim Scott indicating he might be more aggressive. But that's an open question. And the reality is, based on all of the polling we've seen recently, Donald Trump still has an average of more than 40 points ahead of these candidates. So they're really looking to get those incremental momentum spikes from these debates.
Still a big gap between Trump and everyone else. All right, Maura, thank you so much. With just days until a possible government shutdown, Republicans in the House are still squabbling over several sticking points, while Democrats in the Senate have floated a short-term bipartisan funding bill to keep money flowing until mid-November. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is in Washington with the latest on all this. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And you're right, there's been a little bit of progress on Capitol Hill. The Republicans taking steps towards passing a series of appropriations bills. You're right, the Senate Democrats taking steps towards passing their own short-term spending plan. But to be clear, the two sides are really far away from any sort of grand deal that could avoid a government shutdown this weekend. And that means millions of federal workers across America, including active duty service members that serve at installations like this one behind me, could be out of a paycheck as soon as this weekend. This morning, the government shutdown standoff at a standstill.
The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen.
Late Tuesday, Speaker Kevin McCarthy and House Republicans advancing appropriations bills that have no hope of passing the Senate. McCarthy promising the next step would be their version of a short-term funding bill.
We will move a continuing resolution, bring a rule to the floor to secure our border and keep government open.
President Biden calling McCarthy out for backing out of an agreement the two sides made on spending levels during the debt ceiling negotiations, writing, "We shook hands. Now they're reneging on the deal."
What good is Speaker McCarthy's word if he can promise something, we will vote on legislation to that end, and then he will reverse his stance?
Meanwhile, Senate Democrats introducing their own version of a short-term spending bill, one that includes new funding for Ukraine and disaster relief, which House Republicans will likely not pass. And while the two sides bicker over the numbers, Army Specialist Janaris Velasquez worries how she's going to pay her bills.
Our lives don't stop during that time, so we have bills, we have apartments, we have kids, we have to eat, and we don't have another source of income.
In past government shutdowns, service members like Velasquez were given special carve-outs to make sure their pay was never interrupted. But this time around, they're in the same boat as millions of other government workers. Staff Sergeant Antonio Hayes has a daughter to care for and is scheduled to be deployed this Thursday without any guarantee that when he leaves, his paychecks will still be coming.
If you're going to work, I feel like you should get paid.
And one of the big problems here is that if the government does shut down, there's really no timeline for Congress to get its act together and get the government back open. So that's really going to lead to a lot of uncertainty for those frontline defenders for America. And then, of course, the millions of ordinary Americans that rely on the federal government for critical services. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over. Days after that tentative agreement was reached, the leadership of the Writers Guild unanimously approved the deal with major studios. The deal now goes to the union for ratification. Writers already have the go-ahead to return to work as of 12:01 this morning. NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with the latest on all this. Chloe, good morning.
I was setting alarms. I've been telling you, I've been setting alarms on my phone to not miss these big moments.
Exactly.
And it's been paying off. We've been reporting it here at NBC. So after nearly 5 months, Joe, on the picket lines that brought TV and the film production to a halt, right? Now 11,000 writers, they're going to go back to work this morning, finally. Now, details of the agreement were shared with writers late Tuesday. The WGA saying that gains and protections for members were made in every single sector of the entertainment industry.
This morning, the 148-day writers' strike is officially over. The WGA board and council releasing a statement late Tuesday saying that the new agreement unanimously passed and is now in the hands of guild members.
Feeling really happy, actually a lot of emotions. The deal is still tentative because we still have to vote on it, but very, very happy that there seems to be an end in sight.
The 94-page agreement includes much of what writers have been waiting for. Increased residuals and transparency for streaming content, pay increases, with most members getting a 5% raise, increased health and pension contributions, and specific guidelines around the use of AI, including that it cannot be considered source material and can't be used to undermine a writer's credit or separated rights. Writers taking to social media to share their relief and gratitude. One posting, "Thanks to every member who negotiated and every member who walked the walk." The provisional 3-year agreement was reached late Sunday between the WGA and AMPTP, which represents streaming and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal. Tuesday's vote to move the deal through and end the strike right away means that late night shows and daytime talk could be back as soon as next week. And fresh episodes of your favorite scripted shows could be back on track by January.
We did everything that we could.
However, it remains to be seen if there will actually be actors available to act.
We can't do anything without actors. We need them desperately.
The SAG-AFTRA union saying Tuesday, we are reviewing the WGA's tentative agreement and are committed to achieving a fair and just deal for our members. We remain on strike. We will not speculate regarding schedule or next steps.
I'm hoping end of October. I'm done walking this line, even though I love it, but my feet are tired. I'm ready to get back to work.
Today, thousands of writers can do just that. Hollywood now one big step closer to reopening.
All right, so what does this mean now? Well, there is a ratification vote for all of the rank and file members of the Writers Guild. Now, that's going to take place for about a week in early October. So we could see all of this wrap up by Halloween. Next, we have the actors. So the AMPTP, this that represents streamers and studios, they have to come to the bargaining table to work things out with SAG-AFTRA that represents over 100,000 actors. And then, you know, our favorite shows and movies.
Perhaps.
Back up and running.
That would be nice
by
to
the
see.
holidays.
Exactly, just in time. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Time now for weather and the warm temps expected across the plains. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with your forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We've got, I don't know, summer-like conditions across parts of the south. We're continuing to see the plains hit the 90s, not just for today, but as we get into tomorrow, too, we'll see a lot of 90s across the board. In the afternoon hours today, expect Amarillo to hit 91 degrees, San Angelo 93, and the heat continues here over the next couple of days. This is a look at tomorrow, 85 for our friends in Kansas City, 82 in St. Louis. All of these numbers running well above average for this time of year, not feeling much like fall. And that heat actually expands up into portions of the Midwest. You can see it makes a big difference by the time we get to Saturday in Chicago. We're flirting with the upper 70s into the low 80s by Sunday. Cincinnati sits in the low 80s as we round out the work week and head into the weekend. But parts of the Northeast and New England, you'll remain kind of more seasonable until we get into Sunday. Places like New York will go back to the mid 70s. So a little bit of a weather whiplash. If you're looking for that warmer weather, then you're going to have a taste of it here over the next couple of days, depending on where you are. Meanwhile, we've got severe storms that we're tracking across parts of the Midwest this afternoon and into the evening hours. We've also got that heavy rain stretched across parts of Florida for the next couple of days. That'll be something you're in and out of, with the potential for some flood concerns as well. So a heads up there. And we're drying out finally across the Northeast. If you're looking for that drier air, that those brighter skies, we're going to have it from places like New York to Washington, D.C. up into Boston today. You're finally going to get some sunshine back in the picture, but it doesn't last for long. We'll start to see those rain chances getting back into the picture by the end of this work week. In the meantime, here are some of the places that it's raining across the country right now. We do see, of course, some of those showers and thunderstorms active in parts of the Midwest. Places like St. Louis, you're dealing with a wet morning. Across parts of southern Florida, you're also dealing with a wet morning. But let's look ahead to tomorrow and Friday, because that's when we'll start to see the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast once again get back into action as far as the rain is concerned. Joe, we'll have to deal with this as we round out the work week. Unfortunately, more rain to come, and the coastal flooding concern will be there for folks in this region.
You know, the umbrellas are already out, so if we have to use them a little more, that's fine.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, drastic measures. More and more retailers shutting down their stores in response to a recent surge in crime and theft. What's behind this worrying trend? Next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back with news that Target has announced it's closing multiple stores in big cities across the country because of violence and theft. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in Los Angeles and has the details.
These smash and grab scenes are quite upsetting, especially when you think of regular shoppers in the middle of all of this chaos. It's the reason why some retailers like Target are now taking action.
Overnight, Philadelphia police responding to a chaotic scene. Large crowds of young people looting stores and damaging property. Authorities say they hit multiple locations, including a Lululemon, Foot Locker, and Apple store. Police making more than 20 arrests, but dozens likely got away. These kinds of smash and grab crimes have become all too common, forcing a growing number of retailers to try to combat the thefts. This morning, one of them, Target, is taking drastic action to reduce retail crime. The company announcing it'll shut down 9 stores by the end of October, 3 in both San Francisco and Portland, 2 in Seattle, and 1 in New York City. The company blaming the closures on theft and organized retail crime, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This is crazy. They're locking up the toothpaste.
The move comes after videos from inside Target stores went viral, showing everyday items locked behind security glass, frustrating shoppers.
Since when did my local Target start locking everything up?
Those locked cases, just one of the ways the retailer says it tried to deal with shoplifting, saying despite our efforts, we continue to face fundamental challenges to operating these stores. Target is not alone. In 2021, Walgreens closed 5 locations in San Francisco over shoplifting fears. And while Walmart and Nordstrom have also closed some locations in major cities, neither blamed crime. Still, in a newly released survey conducted by the National Retail Federation, 88% of responding retailers said shoplifters have become more aggressive, and 28% say they had to close some locations due to crime.
Retailers are experiencing unprecedented levels of theft, crime, and violence in their stores.
Now, as another major retailer shuts down stores, retail crime threatens to knock the industry off target.
The National Retail Federation says retailers have lost more than $100 billion because of thefts and robberies like those smash and grabs. All of this happening right before the Christmas holiday season gets ready to ramp up. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. Now to the conflict in Azerbaijan. Thousands of Armenians took to the streets, fleeing their homes in the war-torn Nagorno-Karabakh region. Departure made worse by an explosion at a fuel depot that killed dozens. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest.
They're arriving by the thousands. A growing exodus of ethnic Armenians from the besieged breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. All of us were crying, and I want to cry right now as I speak, this woman said, because I left everything. Some 20,000 displaced civilians have arrived in Armenia, according to its government, after enduring an intense 2 days of Azerbaijani shelling and fighting. Many of them were injured, others starved by Azerbaijan's 10-month blockade. It was a nightmare. There are no words to describe it, said this woman. The village was heavily shelled. Almost no one is left in the village. An added tragedy, an explosion at a fuel depot killed at least 68 people and injured scores more. These refugees have lost more than their homes. They've also lost their homeland. For many, this exodus marks a final defeat after decades of conflict. Separatist leaders accepted a surrender agreement on Tuesday that gave Azerbaijan full control of the region.
Those people are really exhausted and that there is a lot of malnutrition. So it's really hard for them even to just walk or arrive here.
Journalist Astra Gagopian was at the Armenian border with Azerbaijan reporting on the refugees.
Many of them are from villages which were taken by the Azerbaijani army, so they really lost their homes already. And there is really this feeling that this time is different. It's another war, but it's a war that is definitely lost this time.
Many are calling the Armenians' flight an example of ethnic cleansing, including Armenia's prime minister. The Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh continue to face danger of ethnic cleansing, he said. In recent days, humanitarian aid arrived in Nagorno-Karabakh, but it didn't change the situation. Samantha Power, the head of America's USAID, declined to use that term, but she cited troubling reports of violence against civilians and pledged $11.5 million in American humanitarian aid. Azerbaijan's government has said Armenians are safe to remain in the enclave. But after decades of war and a crippling blockade, few Armenians believe them. The war was among a number of ethnic conflicts left in the wake of the breakup of the Soviet Union. Russia historically backed Armenia and deployed a peacekeeping force to the region after it brokered peace in 2020. But lately, Armenia has made overtures to the West, antagonizing Moscow. And Russia may feel it has more to gain from Azerbaijan and its access to oil and pipelines.
The pivotal factor was that Azerbaijan was talking separately to the Russians and has a joint agenda with the Russians to pressure Armenia and also to keep the West out of the Caucasus.
But regardless of who's to blame, for many here, this conflict and the dream of an Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh have already been lost. And it looks like this conflict is over after 30 years. But now the next political conflict looks like it could be against the prime minister of Armenia. Now, those Armenian residents of Nagorno-Karabakh were outraged by the behavior of the Armenian prime minister. They said that he needlessly antagonized Moscow by cozying up to the West, and that then he capitulated in the face of Azerbaijani aggression.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Some breaking news now. North Korea says it is expelling U.S. soldier Travis King. This comes 2 months after he dashed across the border into the country's territory. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There's actually very little we know right now. KCNA is reporting that North Korea has decided to expel Travis King, the American soldier who willingly crossed the border into one of the world's most hostile countries. KCNA says that Private Second Class King, who's 23, confessed to illegally entering North Korea. It also says North Korea says that he harbored ill feelings over, quote, inhumane treatment and racial discrimination in the U.S. Army. King crossed the border in July during a guided tour of the joint security area that divides North and South Korea, where he had been released from a detention facility on assault charges and was expected to return to the U.S. Because Travis King crossed into North Korea as a civilian, the U.S. had not yet designated him a prisoner of war, and it still isn't clear what sort of diplomatic intervention might have taken place. Where King is now, where he's being expelled to, where he is going, all still uncertain. But KCNA is saying that Travis King will soon no longer be inside North Korea.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Coming up, marking a milestone. Google celebrates 25 years, can you believe it, since it burst onto our computer screens. We're going to take a look back at the tech titan's huge rise and what's next. That's coming up.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air,
Is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're back now with an alarming new report from the CDC. Drug overdoses from fake pills, often laced with fentanyl, are on the rise. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra shows us the toll it's taking on families.
These photos are all Elizabeth Dillender has to keep her son's memory alive.
He's the funniest person I've ever met in my life. He didn't have an enemy. He just made everybody laugh.
20-year-old Cade Webb was athletic. He loved skateboarding and snowboarding. And above all else, he was excited to become a father. But just weeks before his daughter was born, Cade's mother got the call she'd been dreading for years.
His stepmom just called me screaming, like screams that you never want to hear.
On December 3rd, 2021, Cade lost his battle with addiction. He died in Roseville, California, found collapsed in a Safeway bathroom.
When they found my son, the detective had contacted us and said that they had the pills tested that were with Cade and that they had detected fentanyl.
Dillender is now part of a club she never asked to be in. They're grieving loved ones left behind from overdose.
It robbed my family of a really great future.
Kaylee Duggar's fiance, Jake Carter, was about to turn 24 years old. They were expecting a baby and a new life together. But the night before his birthday, Carter died in his sleep, and another child was robbed of a parent.
Every time I look at my daughter, I'm reminded that
he should be here when she hits milestones. You know, I don't have him here to share that moment with him.
These are the stories that the Centers for Disease Control says are only growing with time. In a September report, the CDC says the numbers of drug overdose deaths from fake pills have more than doubled. From 2019 to 2021, it's gone from 2% to 4.7%. And the majority of deaths among people younger than age 35, just like Jake.
He had been looking for oxycodone, and then we got the autopsy report like 4 months later, and he had 10 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system.
The CDC says fake pills are often laced with fentanyl, illegally disguised as anti-anxiety meds or painkillers, and often bought on the streets or from friends. Delinder says her son thought he was buying from someone he could trust.
I think he mildly considered him a friend at the time and had requested some Percocet, and it wasn't. It was fentanyl. And he died instantly.
Experts say not only does fentanyl make illicit drugs more powerful, fentanyl makes the process for sellers cheaper.
It's easy to store, it's easy to transport, and there's a very limited regulatory oversight over the components necessary to make it.
The odorless and scentless nature of fentanyl makes buying unprescribed drugs an increasingly deadly gamble.
Taking an illicit pill is like playing Russian roulette.
And for Dillender, it cost her family everything.
I had to kiss my son in a casket. I had to brush his bangs off his forehead and hold his cold hand and realize that staring at his face was the last time I would ever see it.
Since Cade's death, his mom has tried to find new meaning. She started a podcast called Dear Fentanyl, a goodbye letter.
I really hope that this will be impactful and an avenue to make change to save lives.
The same name of the letter Cade penned from rehab. In it, the warning signs she wished she'd spotted earlier.
I'm the worst outcome possible. So if I have one thing that I could share with somebody to make a difference in their life or save their child, it's whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to spare someone else the pain she lives through every day. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
All right, so back in the late 1990s, it was all about searching on Yahoo and browsing the internet on Netscape. I remember that. Then along came a search website with a curious name, Google. Its products would eventually change how we find information, how we communicate, how we collaborate, even how we drive. NBC's Harry Smith is here with a look back and a look into the future. Hello.
Google, the noun that became a verb, right? We went to Mountain View, California to look into Google's history and to look into the future.
The Googleplex has a kind of college-y vibe. But here, pursuit of the near impossible supersedes beer pong. Google, initially called Backrub, was conceived in a nearby Stanford dorm room, and true to Silicon Valley startup legend, moved to a garage 25 years ago.
My parents had never heard of Google at the time. Most people hadn't.
Engineer Jen Fitzpatrick joined the company a year later.
And I think my dad thought I was a little bit nuts going to this tiny little company that no one had ever heard of, and as far as he was concerned, was probably going to be out of business before long.
Jen's desk, a wooden door propped up by sawhorses. Back then, when she showed Google to people in coffee shops, they were mystified.
It's like people were sometimes intimidated by the big white blank page with a box in the middle, but they didn't know what to type.
That blank space has propagated a slew of offspring, from Gmail in 2001 to Maps in 2005. They bought YouTube in 2006 and launched Chrome and Android in 2008. Now Google's top products serve some 2 billion people each, and Alphabet, Google's holding company, is worth more than $1 trillion. For Gen Zers and new employees, Lucas Gonzalez and Anousheh Sheikh, the world was always at their fingertips, online.
We don't remember a time before Google, so I think we're best equipped to understand the changes that are happening.
The technology they work on was for decades out of reach.
I work on responsible AI, artificial intelligence at Google.
I work at Google DeepMind on our large model efforts.
Both whip-smart and irrepressibly optimistic about AI's possibilities. Google's big bet for the next 25 years. And for the AI wary, this thought.
Think about maybe how you felt when you first traveled on a plane or when you first used a a PC or log on to the internet. I think for new things, there's still this discovery phase where you have to try something out and see what it's like.
Google's conversational chatbot AI is called Bard, a late competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Shakespeare, it's not. Yet.
Where is AI right now?
I think the latest generation of generative AI is an infant. It is very early.
Sissy Shao is a vice president and general manager at Google, overseeing Bard, which now can plug into Gmail.
What did you ask Bard?
I said, summarize all the emails from my kids' school. As a busy parent, you understand the start of school year is very stressful. You know, inundation of emails, buy this, prepare that. And Bard was able to summarize all that, saved me hours of time, did it in minutes.
From the earliest days, Don't Be Evil has been embedded in Google's ethos. So we asked,
will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Our design with Bard is to be neutral and unbiased. We do feel like the right thing to do is to show people like a diversity of opinions on any particular topic.
But AI still concerns a lot of people. Numerous tech industry leaders have called for a moratorium on AI development, but not Shao, not Google.
I think that with any technology, good actors and bad actors will have access to it. And I think it's really about having industry and governments really work together to make sure that protections are put in place so that these technologies are applied for the immense good that they can capture and also protect against the downsides.
Downsides? How about job security for old news guys?
So in this exercise of doing our deep dive here, we actually asked Bard to come up with some questions to ask you. Can you guess which one it was?
No, I can't guess, but Bard's pretty good at coming up with questions.
It was the one about, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Ah, good job, Bard. It's a good question.
So this is part of the race now. Who's going to dominate that space? It's almost like 25 years ago. We also should say, you saw how big Alphabet, Google has become, $1.7 trillion company. That's part of the reason for monopolistic allegations that the attorneys general of the United States and all of the states have said, we need to break these guys up.
I look forward to your story 25 years from now when we look back at this moment of you and I sitting here wondering what was next.
Yeah, we might not be here. AI will replace us.
Harry Smith, as always, thank you
Pleasure.
so much. Stay with us. More Morning News Now after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
this close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the staggering cost that repairing old Navy ships is having for taxpayers. This as a billion-dollar Navy ship in Virginia has been stuck sitting in dry dock under maintenance for the past 6 years. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby reports on the growing outrage.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible, but he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. Consulting firm McKinsey has agreed to settle hundreds of lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on how much they're going to be paying and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. So McKinsey has agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits by hundreds of local governments and school districts. They allege the consulting firm fueled the opioid epidemic through its work for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma and other drug companies. The settlement, which must still be approved by a judge, is on top of the $641 million McKinsey has already paid to settle claims by state attorneys general. Thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas have voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos. The Culinary Workers Union hasn't gone on strike in more than 3 decades. The union is continuing to bargain for better pay, benefits, and working conditions with the top casino employers on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts. And more than half of workers say they feel behind on their retirement savings, including more than 2/3 who say they're significantly behind. A new survey by Bankrate finds only 25% of people say they're contributing more to their retirement savings this year compared to last year, while 22% say they didn't contribute last year and won't do so this year. Nearly a third of workers say they would need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Now to an unforgettable experience for one Beyonce fan. An Oregon man with cerebral palsy was turned away from a flight to a concert because the plane could not accommodate his wheelchair. But as NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin reports, once the Beehive heard his story online, they came to the rescue.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Coming up, he is being called the proudest dad in baseball after his son's emotional pitching debut for the Phillies. And he's proving once and for all there is, in fact, crying in baseball. Got that story up next.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC. Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism. is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's revisit a story we've been covering all this week, that potential romance between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Now, as everyone knows by now, Swift was spotted alongside Kelce's mom, cheering him on at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday. Now Kelce has spoken about the episode on his podcast, New Heights. Take a listen.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I want to know the answer. Kelce is experiencing a new level of fame this week. You know, his 3.3 million followers on Instagram, and the Chiefs have a ton of new fans. So hopefully there won't be any bad blood anytime soon. Stay tuned. Finally this hour, an emotional debut. One very proud dad proved there is crying in baseball. The moment moving fans as the dad watched his son pitch in his first major league game. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky takes us inside that heartfelt moment.
He's got tears in his eyes. Why wouldn't he? This is a great moment for the Kerkering family.
In baseball, it's the unwritten rule, stolen straight from Hollywood.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
But in a packed Phillies stadium Sunday, proud father Todd Kerkering couldn't help but prove that wrong, watching son Orion make his major league debut.
And the first pitch is in there.
The team calling on the 22-year-old in the 8th inning, whose first pitch brought tears to one proud papa.
It was an instant. I'd say when he threw that first pitch, it was in for a strike.
It's just absolutely amazing.
Then I knew he was ready.
I think both of you were pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. You can say that. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. First major league strikeout.
Dad's tears rolling right through 2 crucial strikeouts.
Have you ever seen your dad looking like that?
That's the only second time my whole life I've ever seen him like that.
Pride coming not just from a Phillies victory, but Orion's journey from Little League to baseball's biggest stage.
What do you say now to there's no crying in baseball?
The parents can absolutely cry. That's the only time you can cry in baseball now.
We have an exception here.
Guess there's always an exception to the rule.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Just got to look for it.
Breaking one baseball rule for the better. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Take that, Tom Hanks. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, out in force. President Biden becomes the first sitting president to join a picket line, appearing with auto workers striking in Michigan, a show of solidarity over their labor dispute with the big 3 car makers.
You saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices. Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
All the details from that visit, plus a look ahead to former President Trump's trip to Detroit later today and his speech to auto workers. Fraudulent behavior. Trump's visit comes a day after a New York State judge ruled the former president and his company committed repeated acts of fraud by making false and misleading valuations for multiple real estate assets. What this ruling means for Trump and his growing list of legal battles. Also this morning, back to work. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over after union leaders reached an agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you all the details of that deal and how Hollywood is reacting to this breakthrough. Plus, the rise of a tech titan. It has been 25 years since Google took the internet by storm with its search engine. We're going to take a look at the company's astronomical growth and what that could mean, what could be next for the online powerhouse. Good to have you with us. We begin this morning with the United Auto Workers strike. President Biden made good on his promise yesterday, hitting the picket line with union members in a historic show of support. The president rallied with auto workers and called for fair pay. And now, just one day later, former President Trump is going to be heading to Michigan. He is skipping tonight's GOP debate to deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. Twin visits in 24 hours by two of the biggest names in American politics. And the magnitude of that is not lost on union members. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Belleville, Michigan, at the GM facility in Michigan, where President Biden spoke yesterday. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You might be able to hear the plane taking off in the background here. Again, this is where the president landed and visited workers here just 24 hours ago, making history. The magnitude of it, as you said, lost on no one. One member telling me that his comments about pay were, quote, amazing, and she hopes the American people listen. That being said, members here also know former President Trump tonight will bring a spotlight of his own. The question is, will all of this publicity tied to politics translate to progress in talks with the big three?
They're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This morning, auto workers on strike against America's big three car companies, counting the commander-in-chief as a historic ally. President Biden becoming the first sitting U.S. president to join a union picket line at this GM parts facility near Detroit Tuesday.
That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now. Thank you very much.
What was it like to see an actual sitting president show up here, say those things?
Awesome. Fantastic. Hooray. Thank you. Bye.
It's a great testament to see him come here. And, I think his comments were very well received. Him recognizing the sacrifices our members made.
Biden's appearance coming 24 hours before former President Donald Trump's own Detroit stop. His campaign confirming he's skipping tonight's second GOP debate to aggressively court blue-collar workers here. With the 2024 race ramping up, both candidates walking perilous political tightropes. Mr. Trump's visit blasted by UAW leadership, who say they're fighting an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. During his visit, President Biden answering a question about the UAW's call for 40% raises. All of the big three who have offered 20% raises say the visits will not impact talks. GM writing their focus is not on politics, but on bargaining in good faith. Among the workers picketing with the president Tuesday, Mercedes Wallace, a single mom of two praying the presidential spotlight leads to a fair deal.
It's letting the world know that just because you are a working class, you're still being heard. You have a voice too.
And regarding former President Trump's visit here tonight, he is set to speak to union members at a non-union body manufacturing plant just north of Detroit. We are also told, by the way, that he will not join the picket lines, nor will he be joined by UAW leadership like the president was. Joe.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much. Now to the legal trouble surrounding former President Trump. This time we're talking about the $250 million civil lawsuit brought against him by the New York Attorney General. A judge ruled that Trump had committed fraud repeatedly and lied about his net worth for years. Some of Trump's companies have been ordered to be removed from his control and dissolved. He has denied any wrongdoing, and his attorney is calling the ruling outrageous. To help break it all down, let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Ken, good morning. So New York Attorney General Letitia James brought this lawsuit against the Trump Organization just over a year ago. Trump and members of his family are part of the suit. What are some of the big takeaways from the judge's ruling yesterday?
Good morning, Joe. Look, this is enormously significant. Even though this is a civil case, not a criminal case, the repercussions for Donald Trump and his business organization are incredible. Potential loss of control of significant assets in New York, including a company that employs hundreds of people, and the potential to be banned from doing business, him and his family, in New York State for 5 years. What the judge ruled is that even without a trial, he could say definitively that Donald Trump and his business entities persistently committed fraud by overvaluing properties for the purposes of getting loans from banks and for insurance claims and other factors. And one of the best ways, this is very complicated, but let me just break it down in a very simple way that the judge used as an example. Donald Trump's apartment where he lives in Trump Tower is 11,000 square feet. But Trump in documents persistently said that it was 30,000 square feet, thereby overvaluing it by tens of millions of dollars. And Trump's lawyer said, look, that's just fudging. That's just kind of a margin of error. The judge said, absolutely not. He's a real estate developer. Inflating the square footage by 200%, that's just fraud, Joe.
So, Ken, what's been the reaction from Trump's team? How do they plan to defend themselves in this case?
Well, they're going to appeal, and the appeal will be a big issue here. His lawyers say this is an outrageous ruling that is not consistent with the facts and the law. Donald Trump supporters also say that even if technically there was fraud here, they question the whole premise of this case being brought by a Democrat elected in New York. They say that they've never seen a case like this. And they also say, look, at the end of the day, the banks who were the party to this transaction, they were all paid back. So there are no victims here. Obviously, the Attorney General disagrees.
And Ken, this ruling comes before the lawsuit is set to go to trial beginning next week. How does this decision, this ruling, impact the trial itself? When can we expect it all to get underway?
It gets underway Monday, and really now this trial is only about money and damages and how much fraud there was and what penalty the Attorney General can ultimately obtain from Donald Trump. So it'll be a pretty boring trial with a lot of expert witnesses talking about valuations and square footage, and most of the drama has been taken out of it by this ruling, but nonetheless deeply significant because at the end of it, we're going to find out exactly what the penalty is for Donald Trump and his business entities, Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney, and Ken, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife Nadine are expected to be in a New York courtroom today answering to federal bribery charges. They're accused of accepting cash, gold, and a luxury car in return for favors. They face several charges, including conspiracy and extortion. Meanwhile, NBC News has learned the FBI is investigating whether Egypt's intelligence services might have been involved in the alleged bribery scheme. That's according to sources familiar with the matter. Menendez has denied any wrongdoing in the case. Republicans are gearing up for their second GOP debate tonight. This time, 7 candidates are set to face off at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not make the cut this time around. Another noticeable absence, as we mentioned, the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump. He is skipping the event and will address auto workers in Michigan instead. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Simi Valley. So, Maura, candidates have taken advantage of the news cycle around the UAW strike, the looming government shutdown, to try and hone their messages on the economy, which is always a top issue for voters. What are some of the other top issues we're expecting to hear about tonight?
Yeah, Joe, those issues are likely to be top of mind on the debate stage today. It's also important to remember that this debate is being hosted by Fox Business, so the economy and things of that nature are very likely going to be questions asked of the candidates on the debate today. Since the last debate, over the last month, we've seen several candidates roll out their economic proposals if they were to be president. Nikki Haley's and Ron DeSantis's in particular really hinging on energy policies as well, America being energy dominant. So that's something that will likely be talked about and touted on stage today. And as you mentioned, that auto workers strike was a big talking point, has been a big talking point on the campaign trail. Nikki Haley and Tim Scott very much strongly advocating against their anti-union stances, saying that people that are striking should be fired if they're not happy with their deal. And so this is obviously a stark difference than what the Democratic Party stands for, and will definitely be a conversation to really set apart candidates in that sense. We've also heard a lot on the campaign trail in recent weeks about the different candidate stances on abortion bans and where that should land. But that's obviously all related to former President Trump bringing that conversation into play as well. So there will be a multitude of conversations on the stage tonight, but I think we can largely expect the economy being the main focus, Joe.
What are you hearing from voters? What do they want to hear about?
Well, new NBC News polling indicates that actually 58% of likely Republican primary voters still think that former President Trump should be the leader of the Republican Party. But that does not mean that voters in early voting states like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina aren't paying attention. Our team actually spoke with a few voters in those states to get a sense of what they're looking for. Take a listen.
I am very interested in somebody who is actually going to start working on managing the debt and deficit spending overall. Entitlement reform is obviously significant.
I think economic relief all the way around, and something that is good for every citizen. Not just the rich, not just the poor, not just the medium, but it'll touch everybody's life.
Voters also brought up, as you may remember in the last debate, a lot of fighting on the stage, people saying they want some more messages of hope and maybe conversation and civil debate rather than a battle on stage, Joe.
And more quickly, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been seen as Trump's most likely challenger, but he's been slipping in the polls. So which candidates are maybe in position to take advantage of that, stepping onto the stage tonight?
Well, it's an open question, and it's one candidates are definitely looking to take advantage of on that stage tonight, given that Ron DeSantis largely stepped back from being involved in those attacks last time. Nikki Haley seeing a pretty significant bump in the polls since then and in the early voting states. So it really depends if we see Ron DeSantis decide to be more aggressive, Tim Scott indicating he might be more aggressive. But that's an open question. And the reality is, based on all of the polling we've seen recently, Donald Trump still has an average of more than 40 points ahead of these candidates. So they're really looking to get those incremental momentum spikes from these debates.
Still
Joe?
a big gap between Trump and everyone else. All right, Maura, thank you so much. With just days until a possible government shutdown, Republicans in the House are still squabbling over several sticking points. While Democrats in the Senate have floated a short-term bipartisan funding bill to keep money flowing until mid-November. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is in Washington with the latest on all this. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And you're right, there's been a little bit of progress on Capitol Hill. The Republicans taking steps towards passing a series of appropriations bills. You're right, the Senate Democrats taking steps towards passing their own short-term spending plan. But to be clear, the two sides are really far away from any sort of grand deal that could avoid a government shutdown this weekend. And that means millions of federal workers across America, including active duty service members that serve at installations like this one behind me, could be out of a paycheck as soon as this weekend. This morning, the government shutdown standoff at a standstill.
The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen.
Late Tuesday, Speaker Kevin McCarthy and House Republicans advancing appropriations bills that have no hope of passing the Senate. McCarthy promising the next step would be their version of a short-term funding bill.
We will move a continuing resolution, bring a rule to the floor to secure our border and keep government open.
President Biden calling McCarthy out for backing out of an agreement the two sides made on spending levels during the debt ceiling negotiations, writing, "We shook hands. Now they're reneging on the deal."
What good is Speaker McCarthy's word if he can promise something, we will vote on legislation to that end, and then he will reverse his stance?
Meanwhile, Senate Democrats introducing their own version of a short-term spending bill, one that includes new funding for Ukraine and disaster relief, which House Republicans will likely not pass. And while the two sides bicker over the numbers, Army Specialist Janaris Velasquez worries how she's going to pay her bills.
Our lives don't stop during that time, so we have bills, we have apartments, we have kids, we have to eat, and we don't have another source of income.
In past government shutdowns, service members like Velasquez were given special carve-outs to make sure their pay was never interrupted. But this time around, they're in the same boat as millions of other government workers. Staff Sergeant Antonio Hayes has a daughter to care for and is scheduled to be deployed this Thursday without any guarantee that when he leaves, his paychecks will still be coming.
If you're going to work, I feel like you should get paid.
And one of the big problems here is that if the government does shut down, there's really no timeline for Congress to get its act together and get the government back open. So that's really going to lead to a lot of uncertainty for those frontline defenders for America. And then, of course, the millions of ordinary Americans that rely on the federal government for critical services. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. The Hollywood writers' strike is officially over. Days after that tentative agreement was reached, the leadership of the Writers Guild unanimously approved the deal with major studios. The deal now goes to the union for ratification. Writers already have the go-ahead to return to work as of 12:01 this morning. NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with the latest on all this. Chloe, good morning.
I was setting alarms. I've been telling you, I've been setting alarms on my phone to not miss these big moments.
Exactly.
And it's been paying off. We've been reporting it here at NBC. So after nearly 5 months Joe, on the picket lines that brought TV and the film production to a halt, right? Now 11,000 writers, they're going to go back to work this morning, finally. Now, details of the agreement were shared with writers late Tuesday. The WGA saying that gains and protections for members were made in every single sector of the entertainment industry.
This morning, the 148-day writers' strike is officially over. The WGA board and council releasing a statement late Tuesday saying that the new agreement unanimously passed and is now in the hands of guild members.
Feeling really happy, actually a lot of emotions. The deal is still tentative because we still have to vote on it, but very, very happy that there seems to be an end in sight.
The 94-page agreement includes much of what writers have been waiting for. Increased residuals and transparency for streaming content, pay increases with most members getting a 5% raise, increased health and pension contributions, and specific guidelines around the use of AI, including that it cannot be considered source material and can't be used to undermine a writer's credit or separated rights. Writers taking to social media to share their relief and gratitude. One posting, thanks to every member who negotiated and every member who walked the walk. The provisional 3-year agreement was reached late Sunday between the WGA and AMPTP, which represents streaming and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal. Tuesday's vote to move the deal through and end the strike right away means that late night shows and daytime talk could be back as soon as next week. And fresh episodes of your favorite scripted shows could be back on track by January.
We did everything that we could.
However, it remains to be seen if there will actually be actors available to act.
We can't do anything without actors. We need them desperately.
The SAG-AFTRA union saying Tuesday, we are reviewing the WGA's tentative agreement and are committed to achieving a fair and just deal for our members. We remain on strike. We will not speculate regarding schedule or next steps.
I'm hoping end of October. I'm done walking this line, even though I love it, but my feet are tired. I'm ready to get back to work.
Today, thousands of writers can do just that. Hollywood now one big step closer to reopening.
All right, so what does this mean now? Well, there is a ratification vote for all of the rank and file members of the Writers Guild. Now, that's going to take place for about a week in early October. So we could see all of this wrap up by Halloween. Next, we have the actors. So the AMPTP, that represents streamers and studios, they have to come to the bargaining table to work things out with SAG-AFTRA, that represents over 100,000 actors. And then, you know, our favorite shows and movies.
Perhaps.
Back up and running.
That would be nice
by
to
the
see.
holidays.
Exactly, just in time. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Time now for weather and the warm temps expected across the plains. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with your forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. We've got, I don't know, summer-like conditions across parts of the south. We're continuing to see the plains hit the 90s, not just for today, but as we get into tomorrow, too, we'll see a lot of 90s across the board. In the afternoon hours today, expect Amarillo to hit 91 degrees, San Angelo 93, and the heat continues here over the next couple of days. This is a look at tomorrow, 85 for our friends in Kansas City, 82 in St. Louis. All of these numbers running well above average for this time of year, not feeling much like fall. And that heat actually expands up into portions of the Midwest. You can see it makes a big difference by the time we get to Saturday in Chicago. We're flirting with the upper 70s into the low 80s by Sunday. Cincinnati sits in the low 80s as we round out the work week and head into the weekend. But parts of the Northeast and New England, you'll remain kind of more seasonable until we get into Sunday. Places like New York will go back to the mid 70s. So a little bit of a weather whiplash. If you're looking for that warmer weather, then you're going to have a taste of it here over the next couple of days, depending on where you are. Meanwhile, we've got severe storms that we're tracking across parts of the Midwest this afternoon and into the evening hours. We've also got that heavy rain stretched across parts of Florida for the next couple of days. That'll be something you're in and out of, with the potential for some flood concerns as well. So a heads up there. And we're drying out finally across the Northeast. If you're looking for that drier air, that those brighter skies, we're going to have it from places like New York to Washington, D.C. up into Boston today. You're finally going to get some sunshine back in the picture, but it doesn't last for long. We'll start to see those rain chances getting back into the picture by the end of this work week. In the meantime, here are some of the places that it's raining across the country right now. We do see, of course, some of those showers and thunderstorms active in parts of the Midwest. Places like St. Louis, you're dealing with a wet morning. Across parts of southern Florida, you're also dealing with a wet morning. But let's look ahead to tomorrow and Friday, because that's when we'll start to see the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast once again get back into action as far as the rain is concerned, Joe. We'll will have to deal with this as we round out the work week. Unfortunately, more rain to come, and the coastal flooding concern will be there for folks in this region.
You know, the umbrellas are already out, so if you have to use them a little more, that's fine.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, drastic measures. More and more retailers shutting down their stores in response to a recent surge in crime and theft. What's behind this worrying trend? Next.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with news that Target has announced it's closing multiple stores in big cities across the country because of violence and theft. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in Los Angeles and has the details.
These smash and grab scenes are quite upsetting, especially when you think of regular shoppers in the middle of all of this chaos. It's the reason why some retailers like Target are now taking action.
Overnight, Philadelphia police responding to a chaotic scene. Large crowds of young people looting stores and damaging property. Authorities say they hit multiple locations, including a Lululemon, Foot Locker, and Apple store. Police making more than 20 arrests, but dozens likely got away. These kinds of smash and grab crimes have become all too common, forcing a growing number of retailers to try to combat the thefts. This morning, one of them, Target, is taking drastic action to reduce retail crime. The company announcing it'll shut down 9 stores by the end of October, 3 in both San Francisco and Portland, 2 in Seattle, and 1 in New York City. The company blaming the closures on theft and organized retail crime, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This is crazy. They're locking up the toothpaste.
The move comes after videos from inside Target stores went viral, showing everyday items locked behind security glass, frustrating shoppers.
Since when did my local Target start locking everything up?
Those locked cases, just one of the ways the retailer says it tried to deal with shoplifting, saying despite our efforts, we continue to face fundamental challenges to operating these stores. Target is not alone. In 2021, Walgreens closed 5 locations in San Francisco over shoplifting fears. And while Walmart and Nordstrom have also closed some locations in major cities, neither blamed crime. Still, in a newly released survey conducted by the National Retail Federation, 88% of responding retailers said shoplifters have become more aggressive, and 28% say they had to close some locations due to crime.
Retailers are experiencing unprecedented levels of theft, crime, and violence in their stores.
Now, as another major retailer shuts down stores, retail crime threatens to knock the industry off target.
The National Retail Federation says retailers have lost more than $100 billion because of thefts and robberies like those smash and grabs. All of this happening right before the Christmas holiday season gets ready to ramp up. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. Now to the conflict in Azerbaijan. Thousands of Armenians took to the streets, fleeing their homes in the war-torn Nagorno-Karabakh region. A departure made worse by an explosion at a fuel depot that killed dozens. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest.
They're arriving by the thousands. A growing exodus of ethnic Armenians from the besieged breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. All of us were crying, and I want to cry right now as I speak, this woman said, because I left everything. Some 20,000 displaced civilians have arrived in Armenia, according to its government, after enduring an intense 2 days of Azerbaijani shelling and fighting. Many of them were injured, others starved by Azerbaijan's 10-month blockade. It was a nightmare. There are no words to describe it, said this woman. The village was heavily shelled. Almost no one is left in the village. An added tragedy, an explosion at a fuel depot killed at least 68 people and injured scores more. These refugees have lost more than their homes. They've also lost their homeland. For many, this exodus marks a final defeat after decades of conflict. Separatist leaders accepted a surrender agreement on Tuesday that gave Azerbaijan full control of the region.
Those people are really exhausted and that there is a lot of malnutrition. So it's really hard for them even to just walk or arrive here.
Journalist Astra Gagopian was at the Armenian border with Azerbaijan reporting on the refugees.
Many of them are from villages which were taken by the Azerbaijani army, so they really lost their homes already. And there is really this feeling that this time is different. It's another war, but it's a war that is definitely lost this time.
Many are calling the Armenians' flight an example of ethnic cleansing, including Armenia's prime minister. The Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh continue to face danger of ethnic cleansing, he said. In recent days, humanitarian aid arrived in Nagorno-Karabakh, but it didn't change the situation. Samantha Power, the head of America's USAID, declined to use that term, but she cited troubling reports of violence against civilians and pledged $11.5 million in American humanitarian aid. Azerbaijan's government has said Armenians are safe to remain in the enclave. But after decades of war and a crippling blockade, few Armenians believe them. The war was among a number of ethnic conflicts left in the wake of the breakup of the Soviet Union. Russia historically backed Armenia and deployed a peacekeeping force to the region after it brokered peace in 2020. But lately, Armenia has made overtures to the West, antagonizing Moscow. And Russia may feel it has more to gain from Azerbaijan in its access to oil and pipelines.
The pivotal factor was that Azerbaijan was talking separately to the Russians and has a joint agenda with the Russians to pressure Armenia and also to keep the West out of the Caucasus.
But regardless of who's to blame, for many here, this conflict and the dream of an Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh have already been lost. And it looks like this conflict is over after 30 years. But now the next political conflict looks like it could be against the prime minister of Armenia. Now, those Armenian residents of Nagorno-Karabakh were outraged by the behavior of the Armenian prime minister. They said that he needlessly antagonized Moscow by cozying up to the West, and that then he capitulated in the face of Azerbaijani aggression.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Some breaking news now. North Korea says it is expelling U.S. soldier Travis King. This comes 2 months after he dashed across the border into the country's territory. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There's actually very little we know right now. KCNA is reporting that North Korea has decided to expel Travis King, the American soldier who willingly crossed the border into one of the world's most hostile countries. KCNA says that Private Second Class King, who's 23, confessed to illegally entering North Korea. It also says North Korea says that he harbored ill feelings over, quote, inhumane treatment and racial discrimination in the U.S. Army. King crossed the border in July during a guided tour of the joint security area that divides North and South Korea, where he had been released from a detention facility on assault charges and was expected to return to the U.S. Because Travis King crossed into North Korea as a civilian, the U.S. had not yet designated him a prisoner of war, and it still isn't clear what sort of diplomatic intervention might have taken place. Where King is now, where he's being expelled to, where he is going, all still uncertain. But KCNA is saying that Travis King will soon no longer be inside North Korea.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Coming up, marking a milestone. Google celebrates 25 years, can you believe it, since it burst onto our computer screens. We're going to take a look back at the tech titan's huge rise and what's next. That's coming up.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're back now with an alarming new report from the CDC. Drug overdoses from fake pills, often laced with fentanyl, are on the rise. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra shows us the toll it's taking on families.
These photos are all Elizabeth Dillander has to keep her son's memory alive.
He's the funniest person I've ever met in my life. He didn't have an enemy. He just made everybody laugh.
20-year-old Cade Webb was athletic. He loved skateboarding and snowboarding. And above all else, he was excited to become a father. But just weeks before his daughter was born, Cade's mother got the call she'd been dreading for years.
his stepmom just called me screaming, like screams that you never want to hear.
On December 3rd, 2021, Cade lost his battle with addiction. He died in Roseville, California, found collapsed in a Safeway bathroom.
When they found my son, the detective had contacted us and said that they had the pills tested that were with Cade and that they had detected fentanyl.
Dillender is now part of a club she never asked to be in. They're grieving loved ones left behind from overdose.
It robbed my family of a really great future.
Kaylee Duggar's fiance, Jake Carter, was about to turn 24 years old. They were expecting a baby and a new life together. But the night before his birthday, Carter died in his sleep, and another child was robbed of a parent.
Every time I look at my daughter, I'm reminded that he should be here when she hits milestones. You know, I don't have him here to share that moment with him.
These are the stories that the Centers for Disease Control says are only growing with time. In a September report, the CDC says the numbers of drug overdose deaths from fake pills have more than doubled. From 2019 to 2021, it's gone from 2% to 4.7%. And the majority of deaths among people younger than age 35, just like Jake.
He had been looking for oxycodone, and then we got the autopsy report like 4 months later, and he had 10 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system.
The CDC says fake pills are often laced with fentanyl, illegally disguised as anti-anxiety meds or painkillers, and often bought on the streets or from friends. Dillender says her son thought he was buying from someone he could trust.
I think he mildly considered him a friend at the time and had requested some Percocet, and it wasn't. It was fentanyl. And he died instantly.
Experts say not only does fentanyl make illicit drugs more powerful, fentanyl makes the process for sellers cheaper.
It's easy to store, it's easy to transport, and there's a very limited regulatory oversight of the components necessary to make it.
The odorless and scentless nature of fentanyl makes buying unprescribed drugs an increasingly deadly gamble.
Taking an illicit pill is like playing Russian roulette.
And for Dillender, it cost her family everything.
I had to kiss my son in a casket. I had to brush his bangs off his forehead and hold his cold hand and realize that staring at his face was the last time I would ever see it.
Since Cade's death, his mom has tried to find new meaning. She started a podcast called Dear Fentanyl, a goodbye letter.
I really hope that this will be impactful and an avenue to make change to save lives.
The same name of the letter Cade penned from rehab. In it, the warning signs she wished she'd spotted earlier.
I'm the worst outcome possible. So if I have one thing that I could share with somebody to make a difference in their life or save their child, it's whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to spare someone else the pain she lives through every day. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
All right, so back in the late 1990s, it was all about searching on Yahoo and browsing the internet on Netscape. I remember that. Then along came a search website with a curious name, Google. Its products would eventually change how we find information, how we communicate, how we collaborate, even how we drive. NBC's Harry Smith is here with a look back and a look into the future. Hello.
Google, the noun that became a verb, right? We went to Mountain View, California to look into Google's history and to look into the future.
The Googleplex has a kind of college-y vibe. But here, pursuit of the near impossible supersedes beer pong. Google, initially called Backrub, was conceived in a nearby Stanford dorm room, and true to Silicon Valley startup legend, moved to a garage 25 years ago.
My parents had never heard of Google at the time. Most people hadn't.
Engineer Jen Fitzpatrick joined the company a year later.
And I think my dad thought I was a little bit nuts going to this tiny little company that no one had ever heard of, and as far as he was concerned, was probably going to be out of business before long.
Jen's desk, a wooden door propped up by sawhorses. Back then, when she showed Google to people in coffee shops, they were mystified.
It's like people were sometimes intimidated by the big white blank page with a box in the middle of it. They didn't know what to type.
That blank space has propagated a slew of offspring, from Gmail in 2001 to Maps in 2005. They bought YouTube in 2006 and launched Chrome and Android in 2008. Now Google's top products serve some 2 billion people each, and Alphabet, Google's holding company, is worth more than $1 trillion. For Gen Zers and new employees Lucas Gonzalez and Anousheh Sheikh, the world was always at their fingertips, online.
We don't remember a time before Google, so I think we're best equipped to understand the changes that are happening.
The technology they work on was for decades out of reach.
I work on responsible AI, artificial intelligence at Google.
I work at Google DeepMind on our large model efforts.
Both whip-smart and irrepressibly optimistic about AI's possibilities. Google's big bet for the next 25 years. And for the AI-wary, this thought.
Think about maybe how you felt when you first traveled on a plane or when you first used a PC or logged onto the internet. I think for new things, there's still this discovery phase where you have to try something out and see what it's like.
Google's conversational chatbot AI is called Bard, a late competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Shakespeare, it's not. Yet.
Where is AI right now?
I think the latest generation of generative AI is an infant. It is very early.
Sissy Shao is a vice president and general manager at Google, overseeing Bard, which now can plug into Gmail.
What did you ask Bard?
I said, summarize all the emails from my kids' school. As a busy parent, you understand the start of school year is very stressful. You know, inundation of emails, buy this, prepare that, and Bard was able to summarize all that, saved me hours of time, did it in minutes.
From the earliest days, Don't Be Evil has been embedded in Google's ethos. So we asked,
will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Our design with Bard is to be neutral and unbiased. We do feel like the right thing to do is to show people like a diversity of opinions on any particular topic.
But AI still concerns a lot of people. Numerous tech industry leaders have called for a moratorium on AI development, but not Shao, not Google.
I think that with any technology, good actors and bad actors will have access to it. And I think it's really about having industry and governments really work together to make sure that protections are put in place so that these technologies are applied for the immense good that they can capture and also protect against the downsides.
Downsides? How about job security for old news guys?
So in this exercise of doing our deep dive here, we actually asked Bard to come up with some questions to ask you. Can you guess which one it was?
No, I can't guess, but Bard's pretty good at coming up with questions.
It was the one about, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Ah, good job, Bard. It's a good question.
So this is part of the race now. Who's going to dominate that space? It's almost like 25 years ago. We also should say, you saw how big Alphabet, Google has become, $1.7 trillion company. That's part of the reason for monopolistic allegations that the attorneys general of the United States and all of the states have said, we need to break these guys up.
I look forward to your story 25 years from now when we look back at this moment of you and I sitting here wondering what was next.
Yeah, we might not be here. AI will replace us.
Harry Smith, as always, thank you
Pleasure.
so much. Stay with us. More Morning News Now after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back now with a look at the staggering cost that repairing old Navy ships is having for taxpayers. This as a billion-dollar Navy ship in Virginia has been stuck sitting in dry dock under maintenance for the past 6 years. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby reports on the growing outrage.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible, but he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Financial headlines now. Consulting firm McKinsey has agreed to settle hundreds of lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on how much they're going to be paying and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. So McKinsey has agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits by hundreds of local governments and school districts. They allege the consulting firm fueled the opioid epidemic through its work for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma and other drug companies. The settlement, which must still be approved by a judge, is on top of the $641 million McKinsey has already paid to settle claims by state attorneys general. Thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas have voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos. The Culinary Workers Union hasn't gone on strike in more than 3 decades. The union is continuing to bargain for better pay, benefits, and working conditions with the top casino employers on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts. And more than half of workers say they feel behind on their retirement savings, including more than 2/3 who say they're significantly behind. A new survey by Bankrate finds only 25% of people say they're contributing more to their retirement savings this year compared to last year, while 22% say they didn't contribute last year and won't do so this year. Nearly 1/3 of workers say they would need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Now to an unforgettable experience for one Beyonce fan. An Oregon man with cerebral palsy was turned away from a flight to a concert because the plane could not accommodate his wheelchair. But as NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin reports, once the Beehive heard his story online, they came to the rescue.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Coming up, he is being called the proudest dad in baseball after his son's emotional pitching debut for the Phillies. And he's proving once and for all there is, in fact, crying in baseball. Got that story up next.
News News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the mission should
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Let's revisit a story we've been covering all this week, that potential romance between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Now, as everyone knows by now, Swift was spotted alongside Kelce's mom, cheering him on at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday. Now Kelce has spoken about the episode on his podcast, New Heights. Take a listen.
We've been avoiding this subject out of respect for your personal life. Now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I want to know the answer. Kelce is experiencing a new level of fame this week. You know, his 3.3 million followers on Instagram, and the Chiefs have a ton of new fans. So hopefully there won't be any bad blood anytime soon. Stay tuned. Finally this hour, an emotional debut. One very proud dad proved there is crying in baseball. The moment moving fans as the dad watched his son pitch in his first major league game. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky takes us inside that heartfelt moment.
He's got tears in his eyes. Why wouldn't he? This is a great moment for the Kerkering family.
In baseball, it's the unwritten rule, stolen straight from Hollywood.
There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
But in a packed Phillies stadium Sunday, proud father Todd Kerkering couldn't help but prove that wrong, watching son Orion make his major league debut.
And the first pitch is in there.
The team calling on the 22-year-old in the 8th inning, whose first pitch brought tears to one proud papa.
It was an instant. I say when he threw that first pitch, it was in for a strike.
It's just absolutely amazing.
Then I knew he was ready.
I think both of you were pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. You can say that. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. First major league strikeout.
Dad's tears rolling right through 2 crucial strikeouts.
Have you ever seen your dad looking like that?
That's the only second time in my whole life I've ever seen him like that.
Pride coming not just from a Phillies victory, but Orion's journey from Little League to baseball's biggest stage.
What do you say now to there's no crying in baseball?
The parents can absolutely cry. That's the only time you can cry in baseball now.
We have an exception here.
Guess there's always an exception to the rule.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Just got to look for it.
Breaking one baseball rule for the better. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Take that, Tom Hanks. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 27th. Tragic death. A 26-year-old tech CEO was found dead in her Baltimore apartment building, and the suspected killer is still on the loose. How police are tracking him down and what we are learning about his violent past.
Expelled, the U.S. soldier who intentionally crossed the border into North Korea just this summer, now in U.S. custody. What state media is saying about what could happen to him next.
Sandy Hook Promise, a new PSA campaign, is using the power of celebrity to raise awareness about gun violence. How one mother who lost her son in the elementary school shooting is now working to spread this message of change.
Healing poetry. We'll talk to one author about how she's turning her struggles with an autoimmune disorder into a new book about love, loss, and rebirth.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start this hour with a manhunt in Baltimore for Jason Billingsley. He's a suspect in the murder of Pava LaPierre. She was a rising tech executive. The body of the 26-year-old CEO was found in an apartment building on Monday. That same building, also the headquarters of her tech company, EcoMaps Technologies.
Now, detectives describe Billingsley as an extremely dangerous man and a repeat violent offender. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now. Emily, look, police held a press conference. They revealed a lot of disturbing details about Billingsley, especially this violent past. What do we know?
Yeah, I think one of the things that they off the bat underscored so much is that this is an armed and dangerous man on the run, a sweeping manhunt across the area of Baltimore, underscoring to people that they need to be cautious right now with this man on the run, especially because of his violent past. Remember, he is a repeat offender. He has been convicted on a number of things, including sexual offenses, assaults over the past decade and a half or so. And interestingly, and perhaps causing even more alarm, they don't believe that LaPierre, the victim, and the accused killer knew each other. They didn't say exactly how they zeroed in on identifying Billingsley as the suspect, why they identified him. Those are still details and unanswered questions at this point, but they do believe he's still in Baltimore as this manhunt continues.
So it seems so senseless and so random at this point.
Yeah.
Emily, tell us a little bit more about Pava LaPierre. She made such a name for herself at 26 years old. Have we heard anything from her family and her loved ones?
Yeah, so her friends, family, coworkers all speaking out, remembering her as a visionary, deeply compassionate, ambitious. Remember, this is a girl who founded a startup technology company, EcoMap Technologies, at the age of, while she was in college at Johns Hopkins University. She's now 20, or she was killed when she was 26 years old. Over that course of time, she helped secure nearly $8 million in funding for this company. She made the prestigious Forbes 30 Under 30 list. I spoke with one of her friends and mentors who helped secure financing as she was launching her company at a young age. Here's more from him.
This is a homicide investigation. How do you even begin to make sense of that? This 26-year-old rising star in the tech industry.
You don't. There's no sense to be made of it. Pava was that person who was always smiling, always optimistic, and always looking to help others.
Wow. And we did hear from LaPierre's family speaking out, asking for privacy, but sharing pictures in this message, saying in part, Pava has been an inspiration to so many people. She was driven, creative, hardworking, and relentless in her efforts. With her wonderful team at EcoMap Technologies, Pava made an impact in every endeavor she undertook and on every life she touched.
Oh, well, let's hope they get this guy behind bars soon. Emily Ikeda, thank you so much, Em.
Thanks, guys.
The American soldier who intentionally ran across the border into North Korea is now back in U.S. custody, and that's according to the Pentagon. Army Private Travis King has been held in North Korea for more than 2 months. The 23-year-old bolted across the heavily armed border in the south while touring the demilitarized zone there. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following this story for us. Matt, you followed this from the beginning. What else are we hearing from the Pentagon about King's release? And really, what's the word now out of North Korea?
Yeah, well, after months of no details, we finally got like a flood of details from a senior U.S. official. And what we were hearing is that this U.S. official said that Private King is healthy. He's fine. He has been, as you mentioned, transferred now over, basically out of Chinese airspace. And we got some details on the process behind this. This U.S. official said that the Swedish embassy in North Korea, and that's the embassy that acts on behalf of U.S. interests in North Korea, because, of course, the U.S. doesn't have diplomatic relations or formal diplomatic relations with North Korea, that it was the Swedes who negotiated and dealt with the North Koreans, and that it was then up to the Chinese, who did not have a negotiating role, to kind of take custody of Private King and then transfer him into U.S. custody. And that's what we just saw today. So this was a lot of moving parts. And we really just heard from the North Koreans just this morning that they were planning on deporting Private King. This after so little information. But what we did hear from Pyongyang was an echo of what we had heard before, which was that Private King had been complaining about racial discrimination and inhuman treatment at the hands of the U.S. military.
But give us a little bit more about that, Matt, because we know, we all remember when King just bolted across the border there, but there's more to it. Give us some of that context. Bring us up to speed there.
Right. So back before this happened, he had just come out of about a 70-day detention in South Korea where he had been accused of assault, though it doesn't sound like he had actually been charged with assault, and with kicking a police car and doing damage to it. This was part of a couple of incidents that Private King was a part of during his pretty brief stay in South Korea as a U.S. soldier. So he was serving time in a South Korean jail as a uniformed serving U.S. soldier, and then he was released. He was basically accompanied to the airport by U.S. soldiers who were going to transfer him back to Texas, where presumably he was going to be facing further discipline at the hands of the U.S. military. Instead, he managed to shake his handlers and then went presumably either back to Seoul, or he went straight to the border where he joined a civilian tour group at the DMZ, and that's the demilitarized zone that separates South Korea and North Korea. He took the tour, just a regular tour, and then dashed across the border. So, a lot of people who were there, witnesses that we spoke to, said that he was laughing when he did this, that it was a very, very deliberate and willful act. He did not seem coerced in any way. And basically, he decided to go over to North Korea. But I got to tell you guys, this is, regardless of what his intentions were, this is the best possible outcome for Private King. He's not going to be held in North Korea any longer. And most importantly, he's not going to be used as some sort of diplomatic, betting chip.
Right. All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley with the latest. Matt, thank you.
Morgan, Target says it is closing 9 stores in several major cities, citing concerns about violence and theft. This announcement comes amid a sharp rise in organized retail crime nationwide. The National Retail Federation estimates the industry lost $112 billion to retail crime in 2022. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, we're hearing this news just as a group of teens ransacked a number of different stores last night in the Center City area of Philadelphia. Take us through what happened in this latest incident of what appears to be organized retail crime.
Yeah, Vicky, overnight in Philadelphia, crowds of young people looted several stores, including a Foot Locker, Lululemon, and an Apple store. More than 20 arrests were made, but dozens still got away. And these kind of smash and grabs are why some retailers like Target say they are closing stores. You can see some of this video here, just utter chaos. Vicky?
And Dana, what is Target saying about its decision, and where and when are we going to see these stores closing?
So the company, which has nearly 2,000 stores in the U.S., announced it will shut down 9 stores by the end of October. Now, Target will close 1 store in New York City's Harlem neighborhood, 2 locations in Seattle, 3 stores in the San Francisco, Oakland area, and 3 more in Portland, Oregon. And the popular retailer actually put out a statement saying, "We cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests and contributing to unsustainable terrible business performances. And part of that is because of that video you just saw, people ransacking Target. It is chaos. People are afraid. And even some of those popular store items are being locked up behind these plexiglass cases. So it's making the shopping experience really tough for customers. And Target is not alone. Other retailers like Walgreens have also cited closures over shoplifting, like what you see here.
Yeah, we really are seeing it across the industry. Dana, talk about the rise in organized theft at these different Targets. How is it impacting the company's bottom line? What have they said publicly?
So Target has said that theft has driven higher levels of shrink, which is an industry term used to describe losses from goods that were damaged, misplaced, or stolen. And when the company reported fiscal second quarter earnings in mid-May, CEO Brian Cornell said that shrink overall is expected to reduce Target's full-year profitability by more than $500 million. And according to the National Retail Federation, retail stores overall have lost more than $100 billion in inventory. So it is a growing trend that is costing more for the consumers because we're the ones who are going to end up paying more because of these thefts. And law enforcement advises people, if you are being asked to buy some of these stolen items, don't do it. Vicki?
Very good advice. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, thank you.
Well, Vicki, you know what time it is? It's time for our CNBC Money Minute. Hello. Interest rates are now at their highest level in nearly 23 years, and that's really impacting mortgage demand. Applications for mortgages fell 1.3% just last week, and that's compared to the week before, all according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, mortgage demand is now at a 27-year low. So aside from these high interest rates, what are the other factors that are keeping buyers on the sidelines?
So buyers are also facing a historically low supply of homes for sales. The supply and demand in the housing market is severely imbalanced, and that also pushes prices higher. So those interest rates, those high interest rates combined with the low supply, that's pushing mortgage demand to record lows. Meanwhile, Hyundai and Kia, they are recalling an estimated 3.4 million cars. The companies warned owners that there is a fire risk in the engine compartment. The recall affects cars and SUVs from 2010 to 2019, with models including the Hyundai Santa Fe SUV and the Kia Sorento SUV. The automakers are warning customers to park outside and away from structures until those repairs are completed. And finally, Walmart is expanding its options for prepaid phone plans. The mega retailer is now an exclusive partner to Mobile X. Unlimited plans start at around $15 a month, where customers can use an AI-powered tool that anticipates data usage and customizes a plan for the users. Is there anything that Walmart doesn't do these days? Phone plans.
They're everywhere.
Honestly, I don't know.
Customized by AI.
Are they doing travel?
Are they doing AI? All right.
Exactly. Soon
CNBC
enough,
Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks so much.
Google is turning 25 years old, how the company changed our lives, and an inside look at what they're planning for the future. That is next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
So happy 25th birthday to the search engine we all know and love, Google. The search website with a funny name has changed how we find information, communicate, collaborate, and really even how we drive.
I mean, it's a verb basically at this point. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith shows us how the tech giant not only defined our past, but is also pushing us into the future.
The Googleplex has a kind of college-y vibe. But here, pursuit of the near impossible supersedes beer pong. Google, initially called Backrub, was conceived in a nearby Stanford dorm room, and true to Silicon Valley startup legend, moved to a garage 25 years ago.
My parents had never heard of Google at the time. Most people hadn't.
Engineer Jen Fitzpatrick joined the company a year later.
And I think my dad thought I was a little bit nuts going to this tiny little company that no one had ever heard of, and as far as he was concerned, was probably going to be out of business before long.
Jen's desk, a wooden door propped up by sawhorses. Back then, when she showed Google to people in coffee shops, they were mystified.
It's like people were sometimes intimidated by the big white blank page with a box in the middle, but they didn't know what to type.
That blank space has propagated a slew of offspring, from Gmail in 2001 to Maps in 2005. They bought YouTube in 2006 and launched Chrome and Android in 2008. Now Google's top products serve some 2 billion people each, and Alphabet, Google's holding company, is worth more than $1 trillion. For Gen Zers and new employees, Lucas Gonzalez and Anousheh Sheikh, the world was always at their fingertips, online.
We don't remember a time before Google, so I think we're best equipped to understand the changes that are happening.
The technology they work on was for decades out of reach.
I work on responsible AI, artificial intelligence at Google.
I work at Google DeepMind on our large model efforts.
Both whip-smart and irrepressibly optimistic about AI's possibilities. Google's big bet for the next 25 years. And for the AI wary, this thought.
Think about maybe how you felt when you first traveled on a plane, or when you first used a PC or logged onto the internet. I think for new things, there's still this discovery phase where you have to try something out and see what it's like.
Google's conversational chatbot AI is called Bard, a late competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Shakespeare, it's not. Yet.
Where is AI right now?
I think the latest generation of generative AI is an infant. It is very early.
Sissy Shao is a vice president and general manager at Google, overseeing Bard, which now can plug into Gmail.
What did you ask Bard?
I said, summarize all the emails from my kids' school. As a busy parent, you understand the start of school year is very stressful. You know, inundation of emails, buy this, prepare that, and Bard was able to summarize all that, saved me hours of time, did it in minutes.
From the earliest days, Don't Be Evil has been embedded in Google's ethos. So we asked,
will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Our design with Bard is to be neutral and unbiased. We do feel like the right thing to do is to show people like a diversity of opinions on any particular topic.
But AI still concerns a lot of people. Numerous tech industry leaders have called for a moratorium on AI development, but not Shao, not Google.
I think that with any technology, good actors and bad actors will have access to it. And I think it's really about having industry and governments really work together to make sure that protections are put in place so that these technologies are applied for the immense good that they can capture and also protect against the downsides.
Downsides? How about job security for old news guys?
So in this exercise of doing our deep dive here, we actually asked Bard to come up with some questions to ask you. Can you guess which one it was?
No, I can't guess, but Bard's pretty good at coming up with questions.
It was the one about, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Ah. Good job, Bard. It's a good question.
I mean, that's pretty incredible.
It's fascinating, the part where she said it consolidated her kids' emails, got my attention, but then it made me think, then you're giving up your privacy. Now this thing has access to some of your emails. So it really is a push-pull of how do we use this new technology to help us, but also be aware of what we're trading.
Also, way to make us feel old. 25 years ago, Google started. I still remember life before Google. All right. Well, we have more NBC News Daily just after this.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California, where final preparations are underway ahead of tonight's Republican debate. Here are the 7 candidates who will take the stage tonight.
That's right. It's a big night, and you might notice that former President Donald Trump is not among those. That's because he will be in Michigan speaking to auto workers there on the picket line instead. Our reporters are there covering tonight's high-stakes showdown from all angles. We have NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, who spoke with some conservative women who will play a huge role in the California primary this year. He will also share some of their conversation in just a moment. But first, let's go ahead to NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett. Maura, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. She was the only Republican candidate who beat President Joe Biden in a theoretical head-to-head matchup that we did in our most recent NBC News poll. But what does she need to say, Maura, tonight to really prove herself to voters, to really kind of get that edge? Who else should we be watching?
Well, Morgan, as you mentioned, former President Trump will not be here, will not be present on stage tonight, but he is very much present in the polling. Before I get to what candidates have the opportunity to stick out, I want to highlight how far ahead he is in the more recent NBC polling. If you take a look at the list right now, he still is ahead by about 40 points compared to the other candidates that we'll see on stage tonight. And the campaigns are seeing this as an opportunity to break away and try to get past the momentum that they saw in the last debate. As for Nikki Haley, Specifically, they see the fact that she was able to rise in the polls since the last debate, her campaign saying that they're hoping that she is seen as a threat on stage tonight. They're hoping to use that momentum. They're expecting attacks on stage from other candidates tonight because of that polling, because you see that in that potential matchup against President Biden, that she is the only Republican that's indicating right now she could beat him in that. And the thing is we're really going to have to see how candidates decide to show up on stage tonight. Ron DeSantis last time, it wasn't as aggressive as we might have expected him to be. Tim Scott's campaign also messaging that they expect to see him pushing forward a little bit as well. But all the campaigns very much hoping that this is the next kind of jumping off point for more momentum as they continue to seek name ID for voters. Morgan.
All right, we'll be watching. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett, thank you so much. We want to bring in NBC's Steve Patterson now, standing by in Simi Valley as well. So Maura just talked about it. Nikki Haley, the only candidate there who has a chance, 5-point lead over Biden if they were running right now. We think Republican women, they're not the first voting bloc people go to when they think of California, but they could be real difference makers in this overall election. What are the issues they care about, Steve?
Now, you know, when you think about California and election night, you see Kornacki standing over that big map, and you see this big blob of blue near the Pacific Ocean, and really that's the end of the conversation, right? We knew it was going to go that way. But lest we forget, there have been significant Republican governorships in California in modern times. The Speaker of the House is from California, and the guy that really had set the model for the party before Trump, Ronald Reagan, this is his home, and it's left a lot of influence in California, and a lot of that influence is dominated by women. They're setting policy decisions in this state. And so we spoke. We had a really vibrant conversation about what topics interest them. They want to siphon that money that is going to Ukraine back to domestic issues like the immigration battle. There's a huge focus on education and what parents have the right to know. And of course, when you're talking about California, you have to talk about the economy. We got into some of those issues. Here's what those ladies said about what their concerns are with the economy right now. Listen to this. What about the economy specifically needs to be addressed?
We need to stop writing blank checks to our allies. You go to the grocery store, you're spending $40, $50 more than you normally do. Gas is out of control. You know, why are we depending on other outside sources?
We also got into the abortion debate. I think they want the candidates to have an opinion, but they don't necessarily want them to set limits or terms to pigeonhole them into that discussion. I think they want to focus on keeping it within states' rights. Guys, back to you.
The women's vote will matter. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, thank you so much. And you can catch all of the post-debate analysis tonight on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker will lead the Meet the Press special coverage of the second GOP primary debate starting at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Don't want to miss it. Meanwhile, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is facing growing pressure to resign from Congress. Plus, more from his appearance today in court just after the break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back this Wednesday, and thanks again for joining us here on NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. At least 100 people are dead. More than 150 are hurt after a massive fire tore through a wedding in northern Iraq. Video shows the aftermath of that fire as officials say fireworks set off inside the venue were likely the cause. The devastating event took place in one of the country's predominantly Christian areas, though the religion is a dwindling minority. There's no word on the safety of the bride and groom.
Writers in Hollywood returning to work today after nearly 150 days on strike. Leaders of the Writers Guild of America voted unanimously to end the strike as a tentative deal was struck with some of Hollywood's biggest studios. Now, under this new contract, writers can expect higher wages as well as restrictions on studios using artificial intelligence. The deal will last until May of 2026.
And President Biden's family pet Commander, well, he's in the doghouse yet again. The 2-year-old German Shepherd bit yet another Secret Service agent on Monday night. A spokeswoman for First Lady Jill Biden said the first family is working to address the issue and noted the White House is a stressful environment for family pets. This is now the 11th known biting incident involving Commander since just last October.
Embattled New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is appearing in federal court here in New York today. Just last hour, Menendez and his wife pleaded not guilty to charges accusing them of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes.
This all comes as Menendez is facing growing pressure to resign. So far, more than half of all Democratic U.S. senators have called on him to step down. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is live outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan for us this afternoon. Lindsay, good to see you. So according to the indictment, investigators found nearly $500,000 inside Menendez's home in New Jersey. Much of that money stashed in envelopes and clothes. The pictures were pretty dramatic. They also found gold bars and a convertible. Walk us through these charges and what happened at the courthouse today.
So today was the arraignment hearing. Good to be with you all. So you can see behind me just a throng of media and reporters here. We're still waiting for Senator Menendez, his wife, and 2 other New Jersey businessmen who were all indicted to exit the courthouse. But today they all pleaded not guilty in this case, and the judge set terms for the release. So first of all, I can tell you when they walked in, Senator and his wife were holding hands, looked confidently inside that courtroom. And then there's no cameras allowed in federal court, but we did have a producer who was inside who tells us the bond was set for Senator Menendez at $100,000. He has to surrender his personal passport. He can still go on official foreign business, but he has to alert pretrial services. He's not supposed to have contact with any co-defendants or witnesses except for his wife, and he can't have any contact with foreign relations staff who may have knowledge of the facts of the case. So also the judge told the prosecution to hand over evidence to the defense, and the judge set an initial conference date for October 2nd at 2:30 p.m. So that is what is next in this case as we await to see these defendants right now exit that courtroom and see if they will make any statements to the media. Vicki and Morgan.
Speaking of those statements, Lindsay, just earlier today, Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin called on Menendez to resign, and he's not the first. He is, though, the highest-ranking Senate Democrat to do so. So thus far, what else is Menendez's own party saying about this?
So we have heard really just growing calls from senators on the Democratic side for the senator to step down. I believe the number is 30 at this point. I can reference my notes, but I mean, it's really growing by the day here. This morning when we began the day, it was at 24. So that number continues to grow. And notably, Cory Booker, also of New Jersey, growing those calls. Morgan and Vicki.
All right. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser for us there. Lindsay, thank you so much.
Well, Well, President Joe Biden made history yesterday by joining the UAW picket lines in Michigan. Tonight, former President Donald Trump will hold a rally for auto workers there.
Now, on Truth Social, Trump blasted Biden's visit, saying that the president should, quote, be ashamed to show his face. But how are leaders there responding to Trump's visit? NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hillier joins us now from Clinton Township, Michigan, which is roughly 25 miles just northeast of Detroit. Vaughn, the UAW president had some pretty strong words, as we just heard, about Trump's visit. What did he say? And frankly, is there a rift, Vaughn, between how the union leaders and the union workers feel about Mr. Trump?
Exactly. I'm glad you bring up that distinction here, because it shouldn't be lost on anybody that Donald Trump tonight, when he comes here just outside of Detroit, he will be speaking and delivering his primetime remarks at a non-union body part manufacturing plant here, because there is, for Donald Trump, that distinction between being pro-union and pro-worker, as he claims to be. You know, for Sean Fain, the UAW president here, he joined President Biden on the picket line yesterday. There are no plans for UAW leadership to join Joe Biden, and he has been quite explicit. He said, quote, every fiber of our union is being poured into fighting the billionaire class and an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. Of course, that is not the sentiment of every one of the union workers here who is on strike, but I do want to let you hear from a few of the folks that we have talked to on the ground.
Unless he's given free places for his hotel in Vegas, I could care less.
I'm not dogging on any president, but I'm just saying a lot of things you say in the past have come back and haunt you. I think he just wants to show his face and say that, hey, I'm here for you guys too. And, you know, I'm sure that'll make some people happy, but whatever, I won't be here for it.
Now, Donald Trump will be here tonight for those primetime remarks. He's choosing to do this instead of taking part in that second GOP debate, guys.
What else should we expect to hear from Mr. Trump tonight? And what are you hearing from people on the ground when it comes to negotiations? Where do things stand at this point with the strike?
Right. Today is the 12th day of striking for these workers here on the ground. And Donald Trump, he is going to go and make the case that he is the pro-worker president. Of course, this is a pitch that he made in 2016. It helped him narrowly beat Hillary Clinton by about 11,000 votes here in the state. But, you know, the record is a little difficult to condense and assess wholly here, even at this point. About 45,000 auto manufacturing jobs were added in the U.S. over the course of his administration before the pandemic hit. Plants, there were some that shut down, some that opened. So the record is a little difficult to suss out evenly here. But for Donald Trump, he's going to make the case that he should be given a shot to be their president again.
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much, Vaughn.
Meanwhile, lawmakers on Capitol Hill have until Saturday night to avoid a government shutdown, which basically means that all non-essential government functions, think things like the passport office or even your national parks, they would come to a halt in the meantime.
Yeah, this would be a big blow to hundreds of thousands of American government workers and to the overall health of the U.S. economy. We have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung at the big board for us to break it all down. So, Brian, as expected, most federal government workers come out of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia area. But what are we seeing in terms of economic and worker fallout here?
Yeah, well, Morgan, Vicky, ahead of a possible government shutdown, it's not going to tilt us into a recession, but it's going to have a big impact on those areas that employ a lot of federal workers, like in that DMV area. So over 500,000 federal workers in that area. We took a look at the workforce that's employed by the federal government. And by percentage, it makes sense, right? 51% in D.C. are employed by the federal government. That's big for that economy. Virginia, 4%, Maryland, 5%. This is above the national average. And we look at D.C., the estimate from the 2019 shutdown, the last time that happened, $47.4 million in lost revenue. There were restaurants that said people weren't coming in because those workers that really fuel a lot of that business were not willing to spend money at that time. And you had some tourists that also opted to not travel with some of the Smithsonian museums closed. So a big deal for that region of the country.
But Brian, what about the rest of us? I mean, how does all of this sort of trickle down and affect just Americans beyond those people who are specifically working for the government?
Yeah, well, it's good to look outside of the D.C. Beltway. We took a look at 3 other states that have a high percentage of federal workers compared to the overall workforce. Take a look at Hawaii, where the number is 5%. In Honolulu, 7%. There's a big naval base there. But tourism, this is the big story for Hawaii. 16% of Americans actually canceled or planned to cancel Hawaii trips in the 2019 shutdown, a big part of their economy. I want to highlight also Alaska. This is another state, 4% of their population employed by the federal government, 9% in Fairbanks. And by the way, 60% 50% of Alaska's land is managed by the federal government, a big deal there with the Department of the Interior. And then lastly, West Virginia. There's a big VA and also Treasury offices in that state, so a big deal for that state as well.
Yeah, in Parkersburg there. All right. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Well, despite our differences, many of us have shared experiences, especially when it comes to love and loss.
They're part of life, right? And the human condition, the human experience. And they can also have a pretty major impact on the way that we each see the world. So, author Mei-Ling Perez joins us now. Her book, Poetry and Prose, Amar, Perder, Renacer, talks through all those existential concepts. And it was released just last week. Mei-Ling, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you coming and joining us live in studio. We want to feature more authors. We want to feature people who are sharing their experiences with the world. And I guess our question to you is, why now? What made you choose to offer this to the world at this moment?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think writing for me has always been part of my existence, my human condition. I'm a banker by trade, though. So for me, writing was just going back to my roots. I think it was now because the book needed to be written. I was going through some things in my life, and it was just the moment to make it happen.
For people who don't speak Spanish, what does the title mean?
Absolutely. So amar is love, perder is loss, y renacer is rebirth.
And you mentioned that you were a banker. I mean, I think that's a pretty big, this seems for a lot of people like a big shift. What made you make the shift?
I'm still a banker. That is what I study. That's where I have my degrees on. I think writing for me is just the way that my soul speaks. And it was important for me to get this book out. This book came through a period of a lot of loss for me personally. And the pages of the manuscript was really the way that I got the feelings out, that I coped through the emotions. It was needed.
Just a couple of years ago, you were actually diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder. How has that factored into your human condition, your writing experience, and what you draw upon to put into this book? What are you hoping people take away from this book?
You know, there were several things that I took from it. The reason I said the book needed to write itself is because, Vicky, I was going through that condition. I also, at the moment, my partner couldn't handle that condition. So me writing was my therapy. It was my outlet. What can people take away from it, aside from the fact that we are faced with the ability to be resilient as human beings? We could get through hurdles. I think this human condition, this 3 stages, is something we've all gone through. We've all loved. Sadly, at a point in time, we've all lost. And I think hopefully if you guide those emotions into the right place, we could be reborn from it.
Reborn, I love that. Yeah. Pero ¿de qué se trata? What is it about? What should people expect when they open this book?
Me encanta que hablas español.
Ya tú sabes, nena, aquí estamos, por todos lados.
The book guides you through those emotions, those stages, right? The excitement of that first love, the excitement of growing in partnership. Then it guides you through that point of time where there is potentially a loss and how you're coping through the emotions. For me, there was a loss of mobility when I was going through my illness, and there was a loss of a partnership. And then there's that point in time where you realize I could do it all. Mm-hmm. I could get through, and I could shine brighter than I did before. And it's really the reason why the cover is inspired by the art of kintsugi, which is the Japanese art that is taking this object that's broken and bringing it back to life with traces of gold and silver.
It's a beautiful cover, and it's a beautiful message. Author Mei-Ling Perez, thank you so much, Mei-Ling. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, well, gun violence is now becoming a leading cause of death for children. We're going to speak with a mother who lost her son in the Sandy Hook school shooting about her mission to keep children safe. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Well, a group of famous comedians have teamed up with the nonprofit Sandy Hook Promise to raise awareness about gun violence. According to the organization, gun violence, it is now the #1 cause of death for Americans under the age of 19, our children, basically.
That's right. And today's Sandy Hook Promise released a really powerful new PSA about taking school shooting threats seriously. A warning, though, this video contains content that may be upsetting to some viewers.
So, first day of school, last day of your lives.
It's gonna go down, and I don't think you're gonna like it.
I want to kill people.
Bang, bang! You're dead!
Wow. All right. Nicole Hockley is the co-founder and managing director of Sandy Hook Promise. Her son Dylan was killed in an attack there, and she joins us now. Nicole, first, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate you taking the time, sharing this message, a message that hits a lot of us especially hard, especially those of us who are parents. Yeah. Tell us about this PSA. What is the message here?
The message here is to take threats of violence seriously. We've been doing PSAs for a number of years, and we've always been focusing on the first step of our Say Something program, which is teaching people to recognize the warning signs. But we hear from youth around the country that sometimes they think, well, no one would put it out there if they were really serious. They're probably just joking. So we wanted to turn that on its head by using these incredible comedians to give out real school shooting threats that were made by shooters before they did their horrible acts.
Wow. It's really quite a juxtaposition watching that. They're saying funny things, but the message is so very serious. Yeah. Nicole, your organization puts emphasis as well on knowing the signs. Yes. See something, say something. Walk us through the things that we as parents need to know and that our children need to know as students who are really, frankly, in the schools.
Yes. I mean, there are a lot of overt threats, like when someone is saying, I'm about to shoot up an elementary school. That is something you need to take incredibly serious and say something immediately. But there's also an accumulation of threats. Someone who could be saying, you're better off without me, if they're ideating on self-harm, or someone who's saying, you'd be better off, you'll regret knowing me tomorrow. Stay away from school tomorrow. There's a lot of accumulation of threats that we see, and it's teaching our kids how to, when they hear that, because they're the eyes and ears of the school, then say something to a trusted adult or use an anonymous reporting system.
And speaking of that, sort of, what has the feedback been? I mean, you say that this has sort of prevented a number of mass shootings. How? What are people telling you?
Absolutely. Well, we launched this program several years ago and have been training it in thousands of schools across the country, reaching millions of youth. And we know that they are then acting on what they're hearing and seeing, that they're using this program. We've already stopped, as a direct result of our programs, at least 15 credible school shooting plots where there's evidence, means, access plans, and they reported it to our anonymous reporting system.
And those are lives saved. We cannot thank you enough for being here, for continuing to put this message in the news and keeping a spotlight on it. The last PSA you all put out at Sandy Hook Promise was really a gut-wrenching look at the new normal for students. It showed students using their back-to-school supplies to defend against school shootings.
Yes.
Where are we now as a country? Are our kids safer? What's the legislation situation?
You know, it's actually really tricky because we're seeing increased gun violence across the country. I think we're averaging around 2 mass shootings per day in this country. So far this year, we've had about 230 school shootings. Our kids are experiencing a very different school experience than we experienced as kids. So we need to be aware of what they're going through and enable them to take back control of their schools and communities, help them feel safe by teaching them how to recognize warning signs and report them, because it's all about stopping violence before it happens.
And absolutely. It's such an unfortunate position that we're even in a place in this country where we have to teach kids to look for that when they should be focused on learning. Nicole, thank you so much for your time, for your expertise, and for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
An Oregon man with cerebral palsy almost had his big trip to see Beyonce in concert ruined after he was turned away from his flight because of his wheelchair. When his story went viral, fellow fans made sure he did not miss out. Here's NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin on how the Beehive and Beyonce herself stepped up to help one of their own.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Heatherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Heatherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Heatherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Heatherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Heatherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Heatherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Well, we know Great Britain as historically a tea-obsessed nation, but their hearts could be moving on to a new drink of choice. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter breaks down how many Brits are now preferring coffee instead.
Well, you know, I always figured that tea was just going to taste like hot brown water. And you know what? I was right. Yeah, it's horrible.
Welcome to England. In the beloved Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the American soccer coach struggles to enjoy a time-honored British tradition.
Y'all know this tastes like garbage. No. I love it.
Tea time isn't quite the Lasso way, and now new data suggests that even more Brits may agree with Ted.
Often in the morning, if I'm feeling a bit tired, definitely go for coffee. The taste is a bit off, and you can get you can put caramel in it. I'm a coffee person through and through. Sometimes a bit of tea with cake, but generally coffee.
A recent survey found for the first time ever that coffee beats out tea as Britain's favorite hot beverage. 63% of those surveyed said they regularly drink coffee versus 59% who regularly sip away on a hot tea. It started with the invasion of American-style coffee shops that look a bit like Central Perk.
Hey, Joey, can I get some coffee?
The Australian flat white craze and artisan roasteries have taken London by storm. Well, whatever you call it, cafes brewing up the hot stuff, cups of joe to go are all the rage. And even Starbucks, which has been in the UK for more than 2 decades, is slated to launch 100 new stores across England this year.
I think there's a generational shift with younger people getting into coffee, being more interested in it.
Studies show the coffee market in the UK surpassed a whopping $2 billion this year, more than double the tea market. For so many on the other side of the pond, nothing will ever replace that leisurely afternoon tea. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Tea or coffee for you, Morgan?
I'm a tea girl.
Oh, you're a tea girl.
White
Okay.
jasmine.
Let's bring it back.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 27th. Shutting the doors. Target is preparing to close at least 9 stores across the country, citing a spike in crime and violence. We'll tell you which locations are shutting down and what it means for the future of the retail giant.
Urgent manhunt. Police in Baltimore are searching for a suspect in connection with the death of a 26-year-old tech CEO. We'll have more on the accused killer and why authorities insist he never should have been on the streets.
Medical miracle. A teenage boy from Cuba regaining his eyesight after years of failed treatments and surgeries. What doctors are saying about the breakthrough procedure and how it could help millions of others.
Learning to cope, many children struggle with feelings of nervousness and stress. We'll hear from an expert about how kids can manage their anxieties. My goodness, this could not be a more timely conversation.
Back to school.
Back to school.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We start with the big blow to retailers across the country and what they're facing as organized retail theft surges. According to the National Retail Federation, losses from retail crime cost the industry over $110 billion. That was just in 2022, up from $93 billion the year before.
This problem on full display just last night in Philadelphia, where stores like Foot Locker, Lululemon, and Apple were looted in what appears to be organized theft. Now, major retailers like Target are doing something about it. In a statement released yesterday, the company announced it is closing 9 stores across major cities because of crime and safety concerns. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. Dana, tell us about this most recent incident, this large group of people who looted some of those stores in Philly last night. What are police saying about the incident?
Yeah, Vicki Morgan, crowds of young people looted several stores overnight in Philly, including a Foot Locker, Lululemon, and an Apple store. Look at the images here. We just got an update. The Philadelphia DA's office says 30 people were arrested. Most are adults, and 3 of the 30 are minors. Now, these kind of smash and grabs are why some retailers like Target say they are closing stores. Vicki?
And Dana, I mean, when you say that Target's closing the stores, where exactly are the stores they're closing? What are they saying about these closures?
Yeah, Morgan, so the company, which has nearly 2,000 stores in the U.S., says it is just so dangerous and so costly. So Target will close 1 store in New York City's Harlem neighborhood, 2 locations in Seattle, and 3 stores in the San Francisco, Oakland area, and 3 more in Portland. And that's in the Oregon region, so most of those are here on the West Coast. And the popular retailer issued in their statement, they said, we cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests and contributing to unsustainable business performance. Now, the company will shut down those 9 stores by the end of October, and Target is not alone. Other retailers like Walgreens have cited closures over shoplifting.
Yeah, Dana,
back to you.
Talk to us.
Harlem. I used to go to them all the time.
I know. That's the thing. Talk to us about the consumer impact, because what it's doing is you don't have a local pharmacy anymore. You don't have somewhere to go get your baby formula or those things that you need.
Where a lot of people don't drive.
Yeah, exactly. What's the advice to consumers here to cope with this, Dana?
Yeah, so Target has said that theft first has driven higher levels of shrink, and that's the industry term that describes losses from goods that were damaged, misplaced, or stolen. And CEO Brian Cornell said months ago that shrink overall is expected to reduce Target's full-year profitability by more than $500 million. Investigators say a way to combat this issue is to not buy stolen items that are often popping up online. If the price looks too good to be true, that's usually a red flag.
Wow.
Ladies?
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you.
Well, after being held in North Korea for more than 2 months, an American soldier is now back in U.S. custody.
Yeah, you may remember his name, Travis King. He's the 23-year-old Army private who ran across the border into North Korea back in July. But today, U.S. officials announced that North Korea released him, and he's now on his way to an American military base. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this all for us. Josh, you've been following this from the beginning. How exactly did the transfer play out? And frankly, why did it happen now?
That's a very good question, one I think U.S. officials want to know the answer to as well, in terms of why North Korea agreed to release him now. What we do know, according to senior U.S. officials, is that they got word almost a month ago from the Swedish government, which looks after U.S. interests in North Korea, that the North Koreans wanted to basically expel this guy from the country. They worked for weeks on the logistics, and ultimately Swedish officials crossed into North Korea from China, were able to get Travis King and bring him over the border back into China, where he was received by U.S. officials, then put on a plane, which has now left U.S. airspace, Chinese airspace, I should say, and is now heading to a U.S. military installation. But the real question, why why North Korea was willing to do this now, the United States says they made absolutely no concessions to North Korea in exchange for his release.
Josh, what happens next now that he returns to U.S. military custody? Could he be facing any kind of civil or criminal charges?
Yeah, it's a great question. The good news is he is said to be in good health and in good spirits and happy to be coming home. Now, the U.S. government is not saying what they're going to do next, other than they're going to first give him an opportunity to reunite with his family and get medical care and that kind of a thing. But they're not closing the door to the possibility there could be disciplinary proceedings against him, both because he went AWOL, he left without leave and entered North Korea, but also the pre-existing allegations that were against him. He'd been charged with assault in South Korea. He was actually supposed to be flying back to the U.S. to face disciplinary action from the U.S. military when he absconded and entered North Korea. So it's possible the U.S. may still look to bring those charges against him. He could face years in military prison, dishonorable discharge, or other types of consequences.
Wow. All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman, thank you so much, Josh.
Now let's go to Baltimore, where police are urgently searching for a murder suspect. Jason Billingsley is the primary suspect in the murder of Pavel Lapierre, a rising tech executive. Now, the body of the 26-year-old CEO was found in an apartment building on Monday. That same building is the headquarters for her tech company, EcoMap Technologies.
Detectives describe Billingsley as an extremely dangerous man and a repeat violent offender. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now. And there was a press conference, and the authorities really did not mince words.
No.
What did they say about this man, and why did they say he never should have been on the streets?
Yeah, well, they're calling him a repeat offender, armed and dangerous, and reminding people to proceed with caution in the area because he is on the run. Keep in mind, he was just released from prison a year ago, and now here he is. They're searching for him, facing a charge of first-degree murder. You can see some of his background there. He has numerous convictions on record, including assaults and sex offenses. And so that's what's really behind the message from police, saying that this is a man they believe will hurt people, could kill people, could rape people. Just really intense words, and really underscoring the need for a caution at this time.
So who's helping? I mean, is it Baltimore? It's such a big city. Is the U.S. Marshals, are they involved? The FBI?
Yeah, it's a sweeping manhunt going on right now involving law enforcement at all levels. There's city police with Baltimore, there's state police, and there's also the U.S. Marshals contributing to this sweeping search. And they're really underscoring that we are not going to stop until justice is served. And they are searching for this man, 32-year-old Jason Billingsley, around the clock to do that.
Let's talk about Pava LaPierre, what a rising star she was, and what her friends and families are now saying.
Yeah, they've called her a visionary, deeply compassionate, incredibly ambitious. This is a woman who founded this company, EcoMaps Technology, in Baltimore when she was in college at Johns Hopkins University. She made the Forbes prestigious 30 Under 30 list, and she's managed to secure nearly $8 million in funding. Her family obviously mourning right now. So many people shocked and heartbroken. Actually, just a couple of days ago, her own company advertising that she was going to be speaking at an event next week.
Wow.
And now here they are without their leader.
Gosh, it's crushing, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thoughts
Incredibly
on her
tragic.
friends, yeah, and her family. Emily Ikeda for us there. Emily, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. A landmark marijuana financing deal cleared its first major hurdle in Congress today. The Senate Banking Committee voted to advance legislation that would give the cannabis industry access to banking services.
Yeah, that's a pretty big shift. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, 39 states so far have legalized marijuana for recreational or for medical use. So what would this bill then mean for those businesses as the industry sort of is still finding its footing?
You're right, Morgan, Vicky. To that point, the committee chairman in that Senate says it will make doing business safer. That's the big deal here. Some of these businesses operate solely in cash, which could result in robbery and organized crime. Supporters say it will also prevent federal bank regulators from ordering a bank or a credit union to close an account based on just reputational risk alone. So some of those new developments on the cannabis front with regard specifically to financial services. Well, thousands of hospitality workers in Las Vegas voted to authorize a strike that could impact more than 36 hotels and casinos in that tourist-driven city. The union is bargaining for better pay, benefits, and working conditions. They work at some of the top casinos on the Vegas Strip, including MGM Resorts, Caesars, and Wynn Resorts as well. And a new report finds healthcare providers wrote more than 9 million prescriptions for Ozempic and other similar drugs in the last 3 months of 2022. Now, these drugs, you may recall, have gained popularity because of their weight loss effects. Data analytics firm Trilliant Health says the numbers suggest many of these providers prescribed it off-label. That means for a treatment other than its approved use, which is, by the way, primarily for treating diabetes. The weight loss just comes as a side effect of those particular drugs, guys.
Yeah, you want to be careful with that stuff. There's a lot of it being sold off-label, off-market, online, and you don't know what you're getting. But yeah, there's demand for sure.
For sure.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom.
A warning from the CDC, drug overdose deaths from fake pills have more than doubled in recent years. What to watch out for. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A new report from the CDC says drug overdoses are on the rise from fake pills that are often laced with fentanyl. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has more on the toll it is taking on families.
These photos are all Elizabeth Dillander has to keep her son's memory alive.
He's the funniest person I've ever met in my life. He didn't have an enemy. He just made everybody laugh.
20-year-old Cade Webb was athletic. He loved skateboarding and snowboarding. And above all else, he was excited to become a father. But just weeks before his daughter was born, Cade's mother got the call she'd been dreading for years.
His stepmom just called me screaming, like screams that you never want to hear.
On December 3rd, 2021, Cade lost his battle with addiction. He died in Roseville, California, found collapsed in a Safeway bathroom.
When they found my son, the detective had contacted us and said that they had the pills tested that were with Cade and that they had detected fentanyl.
Dillander is now part of a club she never asked to be in. They're grieving loved ones left behind from overdose.
It robbed my family of a really great future.
Kaylee Duggar's fiance, Jake Carter, was about to turn 24 years old. They were expecting a baby and a new life together. But the night before his birthday, Carter died in his sleep, and another child was robbed of a parent.
Every time I look at my daughter, I'm reminded that he should be here when she hits milestones. You know, I don't have him here to share that moment with him.
These are the stories that the Centers for Disease Control says are only growing with time. In a September report, the CDC says the numbers of drug overdose deaths from fake pills have more than doubled. From 2019 to 2021, it's gone from 2% to 4.7%. And the majority of deaths among people younger than age 35, just like Jake.
He had been looking for oxycodone, and then we got the autopsy report like 4 months later, and he had 10 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system.
The CDC says fake pills are often laced with fentanyl, illegally disguised as anti-anxiety meds or painkillers, and often bought on the streets or from friends. Dillander says her son thought he was buying from someone he could trust.
I think he mildly considered him a friend at the time and had requested some Percocet, and it wasn't. It was fentanyl. And he died instantly.
Experts say not only does fentanyl make illicit drugs more powerful, fentanyl makes the process for sellers cheaper.
It's easy to store, it's easy to transport, and there's a very limited regulatory oversight of the components necessary to make it.
The odorless and scentless nature of fentanyl makes buying unprescribed drugs an increasingly deadly gamble.
Taking an illicit pill is like playing Russian roulette.
Since Cade's death, his mom has tried to find new meaning. She started a podcast called Dear Fentanyl, a goodbye letter.
I really hope that this will be impactful and an avenue to make change to save lives.
The same name of the letter Cade penned from rehab. In it, the warning signs she wished she'd spotted earlier.
I'm the worst outcome possible. So if I have one thing that I could share with somebody to make a difference in their life or save their child, it's whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to spare someone else the pain she lives through every day. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Now let's go to Philadelphia, where backlash is growing after a judge dismissed all charges against a police officer who shot and killed a man during a traffic stop. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen spoke with the victim's family members who are now vowing to appeal.
Because everyone in Philadelphia seen a murder. They see my nephew get murdered.
Outside of Philadelphia courthouse, emotions running high.
This is some bull. That's what it is.
After a judge dismissed murder and other charges against former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial.
It hit everyone hard because there goes to show that an officer can kill someone in Philadelphia and get away with murder.
Dial's fatal encounter with 27-year-old Eddie Irizarry last month occurred during a traffic stop. The whole incident captured on body-worn camera footage shown in court.
I'll shoot you.
The judge ruling it was a justifiable shooting.
For the judge to say lack of evidence was wrong because the proof, we showed her it was a murder. That officer used deadly force. You know, the windows was up, the doors was locked.
Dial's defense attorney arguing the now fired officer acted in self-defense when he fired his weapon at close range. This doorbell security video obtained by Irizare's family and attorney shows the fatal encounter from another angle.
413 shots fired, 100 West Willard.
Dial's police partner testifying today that he mistakenly yelled out gun before the fatal shots were fired. Irizarry was actually holding this knife.
It's heartbreaking. It's a tragedy. My client did everything he could to get him to the hospital to save his life. It's a tragedy, but not a crime.
The district attorney's office vowing this legal battle is not over.
I'm angry, but again, it's not about how I feel. The Commonwealth will appeal this decision.
Eddie Irizary's family saying they will continue their fight for justice.
We're going to keep fighting because he needs to be behind bars. He committed a crime and he needs to pay for it.
Ron Allen, NBC News.
A miracle cure for a teenager with a rare illness, the groundbreaking treatment that changed his life and allowed him to see once again. That's coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air,
is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
All right, so for years now, America has been facing a shortage of primary care doctors. But in many areas, the situation, it's only getting worse. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson breaks down what's behind the troubling trend.
See you in a little bit.
Dr. Terry Vester, 68 years old, is still working as a primary care physician in rural Lafayette, Alabama, the only one within a 30-minute drive.
There have been doctors that come through here, but they don't stay.
In New York City, where there are 4 times as many doctors as the entire state of Alabama, Olga Torres lost her primary care physician to concierge medicine 2 years ago.
I could go see him at this concierge practice for $10,000 a year.
Have you been looking for a primary care physician?
I have.
And have you found one?
I have not.
Unable to find one taking new patients, today Torres says her cardiologist fills that role.
This is not what she should be doing.
Across America, primary care doctors are increasingly hard to find.
My own parents had the same issue in Jacksonville, Florida.
Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld leads the American Medical Association.
Why is that shortage so acute today?
Well, the problem is the number of physicians in the U.S. is growing. It's just not growing fast enough.
The AMA says it takes 10 years to educate and train a physician while the population grows and ages.
We know that health outcomes are worse when people don't have access to primary care. They live shorter lives and they live sicker lives.
The AMA says more federal funding is needed to increase training slots. The average $200,000 in medical school debt must be eased and physician burnout addressed. Until replacements arrive, Dr. Vester and her internist husband vow to keep working.
They will come, but we're going to be here until then. We'll just have to go to the gym and exercise a little bit.
To keep America in good health. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Well, the New York City Police Department has unveiled a new tool to help fight crime in the city's subways. It's a robot called K5. Andrew Siff with our New York station WNBC shows us how it works.
It looks and sounds a little like R2-D2, but this is K5.
I've gone a long way from being a transit cop to being next to a robot.
Mayor Eric Adams showing reporters the 420-pound robot is a heavy-duty police tool. This is NYPD video of a test run. It's a 360-degree camera on wheels with a button if someone needs to call for help. You've got so many cameras already. Why do you need this?
Well, a lot of them are hidden or not obvious. I think that for would-be criminals, it's a pretty obvious reminder that, you know, police or technology are watching folks.
But there are privacy fears.
I mean, it's scary, but I guess it's expected.
Police insist the robot won't record audio and won't use facial recognition technology. You might be wondering, how expensive is this K5 robot? Well, the mayor says it presents an economic efficiency.
We're not buying, we're leasing. $9 an hour.
The mayor, who this year okayed the more expensive DigiDog, a robot for crime scenes too dangerous for people, emphasized K5 is a low-cost 2-month lease.
This is below minimum wage. You know, no bathroom breaks, no meal breaks.
Cost savings after last year, the city and state spent millions of dollars on extra patrols.
Gave us a huge investment with money and funding to increase the deployment and presence in the subway system.
Subway crime down 4.5% compared to last year and 8% versus 2019. Ridership now above 4 million daily. That's 70% of pre-pandemic levels. The 2-month trial begins next month.
Our thanks to Andrew Siff with our New York station WNBC. Whatever they can do to make those subways safer.
That's right. Meanwhile, billions of taxpayer dollars are going to repair Navy ships that may never be ready to actually go back into battle. The growing outrage coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us at any of the places you see there right there on your screen. It's free, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, or really wherever you stream. That includes places like YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. The news continues right after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air,
Is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now at 1:30. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife Nadine have pleaded not guilty to a 3-count indictment, alleging they were involved in a bribery scheme. Now, the two appeared in court today, facing accusations of using political influence to collect hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. This all comes as Menendez is facing growing pressure to resign, with more than half of all Democratic senators calling on him to step down.
Michigan State University has officially fired its football coach, Mel Tucker, after accusations of sexual misconduct. Tucker was terminated without pay earlier this month while the university conducted an investigation into allegations that he sexually harassed a rape survivor. In a statement, the university said it terminated Tucker's contract for his admitted behaviors that, quote, brought public disrespect upon the university.
And NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and 2 Russian cosmonauts returned to Earth today after a longer than expected mission. The 3 launched into space last September for a standard 6-month trip at the International Space Station, but an unexpected capsule leak delayed their return home. The crew spent 371 days in orbit until a replacement capsule and crew arrived. Rubio has set a new record for the longest U.S. spaceflight held by a NASA astronaut. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, tonight, former President Trump is holding a rally with auto workers at a car plant in Michigan. His visit comes one day after President Biden made history by joining the UAW picket lines.
Now, while the president received a warm welcome, Trump's visit is not sitting well with some union leaders who say it's really all for show. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Clinton Township, just northeast of Detroit. Vaughn, what kind of reception do you think the president is going to get tonight? I mean, we know that the UAW president called the visit pathetic, but what do the workers actually think?
Right. Hey, Morgan, it's a good question, and it's what we'll be paying attention to tonight when he delivers that 8 p.m. Eastern primetime address. He's doing this instead of going to the second GOP presidential debate in California tonight. And, you know, for Donald Trump, he lost by a 2-to-1 margin union households here in Michigan back in the 2020 election. Yet he is making the case that he is the pro-worker presidential candidate. Now, there's a distinction with being the pro-union candidate. That's why he is actually going to be here at a non-union body part manufacturing plant in Macomb County here tonight. But I want to let you listen to a few of the workers we talked to about Joe Biden and Donald Trump's presence here in the state. Take a listen.
You can't badmouth and then you come back, you know, and say, okay, then I want you guys' support. He's pro United States worker, U.S. worker, and he's against EVs. He thinks that's what's putting us out of business. Well, hurting the business, and I think he's right on that to an extent.
Unless he's given free places for his hotel in Vegas, I could care less.
Of course, there is differences of opinion among the workers themselves, but by and large, every single one of them told us that they were at least welcoming the fact that the major politicians, the president and the former one, were at least acknowledging the fact that they were striking out here and demanding better pay and demanding better work conditions.
And still no major movement on either side of that strike. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, Vicki, the U.S. Navy is facing new backlash over claims that it's blowing billions of dollars in taxpayer money just to repair old ships. And some of them, they may not even set sail again. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby explains.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repairs for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts. And others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
In a statement to NBC News, the Navy Secretary vowed to extend the life of ships whenever possible. But he added that continuing to spend money on outdated systems is not a smart use of taxpayer funds and does not deter adversaries like China.
All right. Our thanks to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie for that report.
Morgan, now to Illinois, where Northwestern University is facing more legal trouble. The school is now fighting a lawsuit from a former cheerleader who claims she was subjected to forced labor and sex trafficking when she was at the university. Christian Farr with our Chicago station WMAQ has more on the lawsuit.
All of these practices ultimately culminated into my lawsuit.
2 years ago, former Northwestern University cheerleader Hayden Richardson filed a lawsuit against the prestigious university, accusing it of forced labor and sex trafficking. Last week, a federal court judge ruled that Richardson's case can move forward.
Judge Chang, in the late hours of the night, rightfully and correctly, we believe, denied the motions to dismiss.
Attorneys for Richardson say the university tried to have those accusations dismissed. Richardson says starting in 2018, she and her fellow teammates were inappropriately touched by drunken fans at university-organized pregame football events.
People would sexually harass us or sexually assault us, and these were all condoned and sanctioned by Northwestern Athletics.
In reaction to the ruling, Northwestern said, while we respect the right of individuals to seek redress, it is important to keep in mind that the lawsuit contains only allegations. Further, the decision is procedural matter, not a judgment on the facts. The university remains confident that the allegations are baseless.
She still experiences, periods of stress and trauma.
2 years after filing the lawsuit, more lawsuits followed involving Northwestern's football team, which was hit with hazing allegations, leading to head coach Pat Fitzgerald being fired. Weeks later, head baseball coach Jim Foster was also fired, accused of toxic and volatile behavior.
I do think that Ms. Richardson paved the way for the cases that are happening now.
After some procedural issues are handled, attorneys for Richardson say her case should then head to trial.
Our thanks to Christian Farr with WMAQ.
Well, it's been a years-long journey for a young boy from Cuba who was born with a rare genetic condition that affects his skin as well as his eyesight.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us how one groundbreaking treatment is finally giving him his sight back.
This weekly visit to the doctor's office for Antonio Vento and his mom, Uni.
We have to be very careful every time we touch the skin, the eyes.
Not only allows the 14-year-old to see things in a whole different light, it also represents a new chapter in their lives that seemed impossible only a couple years ago.
How did this change your life?
He changed my life too much. I can see better. Everything.
The road from despair to breakthrough wasn't easy.
This is a condition where patients do not produce on their cells the right type of collagen 7. So collagen 7 is a very important protein that anchors the surface of the skin.
Dr. Alfonso Sabater is describing a rare illness called DEB that started with Antonio's skin, but ultimately took his eyesight. A simple touch anywhere on the body can cause severe bruising and blistering, which is why he's wrapped in gauze. Uni only uses one word to describe this transformation that took place a year ago, from scarring to near 20/20 vision in Antonio's right eye.
Es un milagro.
A miracle, or milagro.
¿Estabas llorando de alegría?
Fue muy emocionante, muy emocionante. Es una sensación increíble.
It's an incredible moment when your son can see absolutely nothing and then recognizes your face. Antonio loves video games, especially Minecraft, where he can construct objects and environments that he can now see. His success story started with a humanitarian visa from Cuba when Antonio was just 4 years old. Years of failed treatment and surgeries, and then an idea from Dr. Sabater. Why not take the gene therapy treatment developed by a doctor at Stanford that seemed to be working on Antonio's skin and adapt it?
To your knowledge, is this the first time anywhere in the world where this gene therapy has been applied topically to someone's eyes?
To my knowledge, yes.
Talk to me about the manipulation you're doing with the genes themselves.
Our cells, they have like an instructions manual inside. So in the case of Antonio, the instructions are wrong.
So instead, Sabater inserts the right instructions through an inactive virus into Antonio's cells through weekly eye drops at the University of Miami Health System's Bascom Palmer Eye Institute. The results speak for themselves.
Y ahora es un sentimiento de contenta, de...
Alegría.
Es la palabra.
It's a feeling of happiness that he experiences every day. So does his mom, who gets emotional just talking about her son regaining his vision.
No hay palabras para expresar esto. A veces uno quiere decir tantas cosas.
There are no words to express what we have gone through, and Dr. Sabater is officially a member of the family.
What does the doctor, Dr. Sabater, how important is he to you?
Very important. I love him.
A young man on a mission.
Boom.
That could prove eye-opening for so many others. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Oh, alegría, his happiness.
It was incredible, and to see the difference in his eyes just with this gene therapy, hopefully this helps a lot more people.
To see the difference in his spirit.
He loves his doctor.
Touching. Oh, and his family. All right, thanks, Sam Brock, for that story.
Well, as the school year ramps up, kids often face more anxiety. We're going to discuss the steps that parents can take to help keep children calm and confident. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, there's a laundry list of things that are known to make kids feel anxious, like the first day of school, meeting new people, even just the dark.
That's right, but experts warn that avoiding situations just because they make a child feel uncomfortable may actually reinforce those feelings of fear. So joining us now, child and teen counselor Sissy Goff. She is the author of The Worry-Free Parent. Sissy, I want you to teach me first how to be a worry-free parent, but until that moment, you know, how do we tell, Sissy, if a child actually does have anxiety or they're just experiencing an anxious moment?
Yeah. It's a great question because it looks different for a lot of different kids. And we talk about kids being on this continuum from exploders to imploders. And the exploders, when I sit with parents, they talk about words like controlling, manipulative, demanding. And it's interesting because it's often in times of transition or unpredictability. So when we trace it back, the imploders are the ones you go to parent-teacher conferences and the teacher says, I wish every child in my class acted just like your daughter. And you're thinking, oh, if you only knew what she was like at home. But they tend to implode because of the perfectionism and pressure, or it shows up physically, and they have tummy aches, headaches. And then the one other way I would say we really want to watch for is looping questions. So with kids, often the thought comes in and it circles around and around, and it's kind of the worst case scenario, or it's about something like the schedule. So you're putting them to bed and they're saying, what are we doing tomorrow? What's next? What's next? What's next? You're looking like maybe you have a looper.
I have a looper.
Yes.
Does that mean just
repetitive? Yes.
They're asking the same question over
or
and
a question about the same subject, because they really do. I call it the one loop roller coaster in my office. It's like they get stuck in that loop.
It's hard to come out.
Can't get themselves out. Exactly. We do the same thing.
I know we don't have an hour therapy session, but I want to ask you for practical advice for parents. If you recognize your child in anything that you just described, what are some techniques you can use to help them cope, to get out of the what if this happens and what if this happens and what if this happens?
The anticipatory anxiety.
Right.
Yes.
There are some things I think parents can do, and it's not just being patient. What do you say to your child?
Well, the first thing I would say is, as a parent, we need to do our own work.
Yeah. Yes.
Because we can't expect them to do it if we're not doing it themselves, and even modeling it for them. But another thing I would recommend, so research says we should never answer more than 5 questions about the same topic.
Okay.
It's not helpful for them because it's not about the topic.
Wait, so then what do you do?
So what I love to do with kids is have them come up with a name for their worry.
Okay.
So call it the worry. With teenagers, I'll call it the worry whisperer. With little ones, we call it sometimes worry brain, smart brain, worry monster, worry bug. I have a little girl who named hers Bob. No clue why.
Bob.
But when that happens, when we can take that voice outside of ourselves, it reduces its power. And we can say, honey, that sounds like Bob to me. What do you want to say back to Bob? And they start to learn that they're stronger than their worries.
You know, you talk about our role as parents, but is there a link between an anxious parent and an anxious child?
Yes. You know, we are now looking at 1 in 4 kids are dealing with anxiety, 1 in 3 adolescents, girls twice as likely as boys. Wow. Grown-ups, 1 in 3, women twice as likely as men. And if, as a parent, you're anxious, your kids are 7 times more likely to deal with it themselves.
When should you seek professional help? First, you want to put in the work as a parent, right? Because I think that that's helpful. But when do you need to actually then involve a Sissy Goff?
Well, a couple of things. One is, I would say, if it's really impeding their daily life. If they're not being able to do the things they want to do, they feel stuck in that. If it feels like it's really affecting them physically, they're having chronic tummy aches, headaches. And I think also, if you've got some tools in place, which I've written several books on anxiety, to give folks tools to say, try these at home.
Okay.
If after 6 weeks it feels like it's not moving the needle at all, then I want you to take your
That's a great time frame, 6 weeks.
And just, Sissy, very briefly, is there anything as parents we should not do if we have an anxious child?
So research also says the 2 most common parenting strategies are escape and avoidance. So I'm going to pull them out.
Yeah,
and in the research, I came up with this very layman's term definition of anxiety is an overestimation of the problem and an underestimation of themselves. And so when we rescue, we're basically affirming that definition. You're right. It's too big. You're too small.
Scary.
Never intending to. And so we want to work the kids we love towards doing the hard things with a lot of tools and help.
Sissy, I have loved this conversation.
This was
thanks,
so
y'all.
eye-opening. Please come back
Would
from
love
Nashville
to.
and join us again. Counselor and author Sissy Goff. And what was the name of the book again?
The Worry-Free Parent.
Love it. All right. Thank
May
you
we all
so
be
much.
it.
Yes.
All right. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Shenandoah National Park sees an average of 1.5 million visitors annually, and park rangers, well, they are tasked with being on site to oversee everything from guest well-being to protecting the park itself.
That's right. So today, co-host Al Roker traveled to Virginia to get first-hand training as a junior park ranger to see if he's got what it takes.
This is Shenandoah National Park, nearly 200,000 acres of protected land extending along the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, just 75 miles outside of Washington, D.C.
Good. Carl, nice to meet you.
Great to meet you, too. Great to have you in the park.
I am so excited.
My guide/instructor for the day, Ranger Carl Rand, to show me what it takes to protect this land.
I understand, Carl, that you were once a junior ranger.
I grew up visiting national parks. That's kind of what sparked my passion for the outdoors. And essentially, that's what put me in the big hat here today.
Ranger Rand growing up, taking family vacations to national parks, later becoming a park ranger at Yellowstone, Olympic, and now Shenandoah National Park. First order of business, getting officially sworn in as a junior ranger.
I will teach all of my friends.
I will teach all of my friends.
How to protect.
How to protect.
The natural world.
The natural world.
All right. Thank you very much, Junior Ranger, for all of your hard work. And welcome to the Shenandoah Rangers.
I've got a badge, and I've got power, and I'm going to use it.
My first task as a junior ranger, raising the flag to open the park, a tradition started by the Civilian Conservation Corps.
We'll raise it swift.
Next, we packed up to go on what the Rangers call a rove.
What that means is we're hiking, talking to visitors, making sure people are being safe, they know where they're going.
Our checklist was?
First and foremost, being water.
Yes.
Navigation, bug spray, first aid kit, fluorescent safety vest, flashlight, sunglasses.
A little snack. All right, let's rove. And
And now we're on this iconic road, Skyline Drive.
Yeah.
How long is this thing?
Skyline Drive is 105 miles. There's about 75 different overlooks overlooking the iconic Shenandoah Valley.
Our road began at mile 917 of the famous Appalachian Trail. There's something here, the scat. What kind of...
Well, I'm glad you asked, because that's going to be a domestic dog.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's not any wildlife. It's just...
Well, no.
Besides the wildlife, there's all this plant life as well.
Over 2,000 different species of flora here in the parks.
Why are the park rangers such an integral part, so important to the National Park Service?
One thing that people expect when they come to a National Park Service site is a ranger.
Right.
They are protecting the visitors. They are protecting the resource.
This is your office.
Not a bad office, if I do say so myself.
In fact, hold on just a sec. I mean, this is crazy. This is complete silence.
Yep.
Finally running into some visitors. Do you have bug spray?
No.
Hold on, wait a minute. I think I
got one for you on your right.
There you go, right here.
Actually really need this.
Yeah, well, have a great time. Enjoy the park.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So exciting, my first park goers. We continued the rove at the Dark Hollow Falls Trail. You've got water to go in and everything like that?
Yep, we're prepared.
Have a wonderful trip. Thank you, guys.
And by trip, we don't mean falling.
Yes.
And my final duty as a junior ranger. Who's ready to become a junior ranger? Let's see your hands. Swearing in the next cohort.
So I'm going to have all of you stand up straight and tall for me. Raise your favorite hand and repeat after me. As junior rangers.
As junior rangers.
We promise.
We promise to do everything we can to help preserve and protect Shenandoah National Park.
Thank you very much, Junior Rangers, for all of your hard work.
Let's give the Junior Ranger salute. Salute! And with that, my job was done. Passing on the torch. Al Roker, NBC News.
Passing on the torch. What a cool job.
Too much fun and really inspirational. I want to get outside now.
Right? Let's go to the national parks. Here's what's trending right now. America's favorite late-night talk shows are returning next week.
Late Night with Seth Meyers, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon and more will be back on the air this Monday thanks to the strike-ending deal between the WGA and the AMPTP.
Here we go.
Yeah. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, smash and grab storefronts destroyed in Philadelphia after dozens of people broke into multiple stores. But it's not just in the city of brotherly love. A major retailer announces it is closing stores in several cities due to the spike in crime.
Getting out, the American soldier who ran across the border into North Korea earlier this summer is now back in United States custody. Why North Korea decided to expel him.
No joking matter, a powerful new video using comedians to get across a serious message that threats of gun violence are no joke. What Sandy Hook Promise wants all kids and adults to know.
And facing a judge, Senator Bob Menendez pleads not guilty to bribery charges in a federal courtroom as at least 30 of his Democratic colleagues call on him to resign.
Good to be with you on this
Wednesday, I know, a true hump day.
Thanks. We're going to begin this hour with that dramatic video overnight of looting in Philadelphia.
That's right. Police say mobs ransacked several stores across the city just last night. 30 people were arrested, but officers say dozens of others likely got away.
These kinds of smash and grabs have become all too common, forcing some retailers to make drastic changes. Target just announced it's closing 9 stores in some major cities, all because of recent violence and theft. NBC's Rahema Ellis is in Philadelphia covering it all for us. Rahema, we'll get to the Target news in a minute, but let's start with that wild scene in Philadelphia. Can you walk us through what happened and what you're seeing today?
Well, what we're seeing right now is if you look behind me, the Apple store, its windows are covered, and there's a sign on the window that says we are temporarily closed because this is one of the stores here in Center City, Philadelphia, that was hit last night. Just a block down the street, there's a Lululemon. They're inside. You look through the window. That's also closed, but the mannequins are strewn about. There's clothes strewn all about the floor. And authorities say it happened just after 8 o'clock last night. They saw groups of people coming through the city. They got dozens of calls from 911 telling them that something was happening. They happen to have a large contingency of police officers here in connection with a peaceful protest. And authorities say it had nothing to do with what happened in terms of people breaking in. But authorities say they think that 100-some-odd people were taking advantage of an opportunity, if you will, for them to create mayhem. We learned just a short while ago that it didn't just happen here in the Center City, but it was also in North Philadelphia. A group of people broke into stores there, including a GameStop and a Walmart. Listen to what one person had to say about how they feel about all of this.
It's very disturbing to see these things happen. I don't know how it's going to be fixed, but I do try to be cautious when I'm around.
We heard from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office just a short while ago that some 30 people have been charged. Only 3 of those were juveniles, the rest adults, and they were charged with burglary and theft. We should also tell you that there are some 18 liquor stores here in the city that are closed today. The Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board putting out a statement saying it was because of looting. They can't say exactly how much damage was done, but they are assessing it, and those stores will be closed for the day.
I mean, these images have just been wild, Rahema. Let's talk a bit about that big announcement from Target. The company now says it's closing some of its stores for good because of scenes that we've seen play out over the weekend in the last few days. So talk to us about their decision here, and do we know which stores will be impacted?
Yeah, the decision is as a result of retail crime, something like happened here. And even in the city of Philadelphia, we should tell you, according to authorities, they've seen almost a 33% increase in retail crime since this time last year. And across the country, they're saying they just can't keep up with this, that this is bad for business. Take a look at the full screen we have of the places where Target is closing. There is one in the Northeast, that's in New York. There are 2 in Seattle, Washington, 3 in Oregon and Portland, Oregon, and 3 in California, San Francisco, and the Oakland area. The owners of these stores are saying, is Target essentially saying, this is bad for business. They have even put up different kinds of counters to prevent people from looting, but it's not having the effect that they need. So they're shutting down.
Rahema Ellis for us. Rahema, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump is skipping the second Republican presidential primary debate tonight. Instead, he plans to speak to blue-collar auto workers in Michigan as he angles for support in the key battleground state. It comes after President Biden made history yesterday, becoming the first sitting commander-in-chief to join a picket line. Biden voiced his support for the United Auto Workers Union as progress stalls on new contracts with big 3 American automakers. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Belleville, Michigan, where President Biden joined the picket line just yesterday. So, Maggie, how will Trump's visit maybe differ from Biden's, and what are union workers saying ahead of the former president's speech?
Sure. So Sinclair, we're expecting a number of differences from what we saw yesterday with President Biden and that historic visit. I mean, you saw that video there. He was on the picket line with UAW members. He grabbed the bullhorn. He spoke alongside UAW President Sean Fain. He was really in it with those members. Tonight, we expect former President Trump to come to the area again to speak to auto workers, speak to blue-collar workers, as his campaign characterizes it. But let's be very clear. He's going to a non-union facility. This is a body manufacturing plant north of Detroit. So with the UAW saying that they will not, leadership will not be with him at that event. He will not be on the picket lines. There is kind of no, I guess, official affiliation, according to the union, between this visit and the UAW at this time. So that being said, we should note there are differing opinions among membership. Some of them are just glad to have the attention. Some of them disagree with his politics. But we're hearing all kinds of takes on tonight's visit. Here's one of them. Take a listen.
I think the UAW is more on board with Biden than we are Trump. We are UAW members. And Trump has not always been nice to UAW members. So we support Biden and him coming here. As for Trump, maybe you have to ask another member about that.
So when we talk about, when that member talks about Trump not always supporting UAW members, one thing a lot of people are hearkening back to is that back in 2019, when Donald Trump was president, UAW members went on a 6-week strike against GM, and he stayed notably quiet at that time. So they remember that lack of support when he was in office. At the same time, very bluntly, UAW's President Sean Fain put out a statement when Trump first announced this visit last week, saying basically that the union is working, he said, to fight an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. So obviously blunt words there. Sinclair.
Maggie Vespa on the ground for us. Thanks so much.
Relief for millions of workers in the entertainment industry. The Writers Guild of America has finally ended its historic 148-day strike. The 11,000 members of that union can now get back to work today. This is video of them celebrating last night in Los Angeles after the terms of a new deal with the movie and TV studios were approved by the Writers Union leadership.
Late night and talk shows are wasting no time in coming back. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, and Seth Meyers all announcing their shows will return on Monday. Other scripted productions could take longer to ramp back up. NBC's Chloe Malas has the details.
Hey there. It is a big day for writers in Hollywood. Earlier this morning, the Writers Guild of America announcing that they were lifting the restriction on their writers working now that they have unanimously voted to pass this tentative agreement that they made with the AMPTP. Now, the AMPTP represents streamers and studios, so those writers can officially get back to work now. And one of the things that we're seeing is late night shows are returning to the air. Several of them, including our own Seth Meyers and Jimmy Fallon, they are returning on Monday. You have John Oliver, Bill Maher, and others who are going to be returning in the coming days. So I know a lot of people are excited about that. But remember, SAG-AFTRA, that represents over 100,000 actors, they are still on strike, and they have yet to even schedule a meeting with the AMPTP. So we are waiting on that. We've reached out to them. But I also just want to tell you guys a little bit about what is in the deal that the AMPTP and the writers, the Guild have come to an agreement on. It raises the rate of health care and pension contributions, and it provides bonuses to residuals based on viewership for streaming, among other details. Also raises wages all around and a lot of protections around the use of artificial intelligence. And I know that that is a big sticking point for both guilds. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you. At this hour, the American soldier who crossed into North Korea this summer is back in U.S. custody. Travis King ran across the border in July when he was on a public tour of the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. He had been held in North Korea until this morning when state media announced the regime had decided to expel him from the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman's following this one for us. So, Josh, what do we know about the timing of all this, King's expulsion? Why did North Korea decide to do this today?
Kate, U.S. officials are asking that very question right now. And the short answer is they don't know. They don't know why North Korea seemed lenient and willing to let this man leave North Korea, apparently without any concessions being granted from the U.S. side. Now, we do know, according to new information we're hearing from the Pentagon, from the State Department and other U.S. officials, that he is now on his way to Texas, which is where he's from. He's going to be heading to a medical center run by the U.S. military in the San Antonio area, where he will have a chance for what's called post-integration support opportunity from the military. It's the same type of programming that they offered to those U.S. detainees who were released just this month in Iran. And we also are learning that he was basically transferred out of North Korea into China, where he was met by U.S. Ambassador to China Nick Burns and then flown on a State Department plane first to another city in China and then ultimately to Osan Air Base in South Korea before moving on to his flight back to Texas. We're also hearing from Travis King's mother in a statement saying she is forever grateful to the U.S. military, to the U.S. government for bringing her son home. She says she's asking for privacy right now and is not expecting to speak to the media.
All right, Josh Letterman for us. Josh, thanks for following that. Appreciate it.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Over 3 million cars are being recalled over a fire risk.
And one country is banning a popular TikTok feature. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Cadence and Clay. Well, let's talk about Hyundai and Kia. They're recalling nearly 3.4 million cars and SUVs because their engines could catch fire. Yes. The recalls cover models from 2010 through 2019. Again, that's 2010 through 2019. And according to federal documents, there's an issue that's causing a leak that can start a fire when the vehicles are being parked or being driven. The owners of the affected models are being asked to park outside until repairs can be made. Consulting firm McKinsey agreed to pay $230 million to settle lawsuits accusing the company of fueling the opioid epidemic. The settlements with hundreds of local governments and school districts still needs approval from a judge, but they accuse McKinsey of helping opioid manufacturers design deceptive marketing materials that boosted sales of the dangerous drugs. And Indonesia is banning TikTok users from buying or selling products on TikTok and other social media. The country's trade minister said the move will prevent the use of personal data for business purposes. But this will be a huge blow to TikTok since it's the second most popular country for TikTok. United States and then Indonesia. 113 million active TikTok users.
Wow, that's a big deal. I mean, I know I've actually bought things off of TikTok, so
yeah,
it'll be a big change. Yeah, I have a sweatshirt. A good one, actually.
There we go.
Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks, Christina.
Coming up, a top U.S. senator pleads not guilty to federal bribery charges as his colleagues pressure him to resign. So what does the future hold for Senator Bob Menendez in and out of the courtroom? You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
At this hour, millions of federal workers and Americans who rely on federal services are bracing for a shutdown. The House and Senate have just over 3 days to work out a deal. Last night, the Senate reached a spending plan to keep the government funded through mid-November, but it's likely dead on arrival in the Republican-led House. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest. So, Ali, both House Speaker McCarthy and Senate Leader Schumer seem to be blaming each other here. So where do negotiations stand right now?
Yeah, look, it's not the Hill if they're not playing the blame games, and Clay, and certainly that's one of the themes that we're seeing now as the days tick down to a government shutdown. You're right to mention what the Senate is doing by contrast from the House. On the Senate side, you've got Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in bipartisan fashion with the top Republican on that side of the building, Mitch McConnell, saying that their goal is to avoid a shutdown and do so by putting forward their own piece of legislation, which is called a continuing resolution, or a CR, which is effectively a method to just buy them more time to fund key government programs. There's still some negotiations over what that looks like, whether it's 30 days or 45 days, but still it would allow them to avoid a government shutdown while also then being able to circle back to an actual budget plan sometime in November. Of course, if you put that on this side of the building, on the House side of the building, there are several key hardliners who say they will never vote for a continuing resolution. It's what has really hamstrung this process for Speaker McCarthy for so long, and it's why we're seeing both sides of the building trying to blame each other, trying to blame it across party lines, when really the Senate package probably won't be ready until the weekend. That probably wouldn't meet the deadline. And then, of course, the House side of the building, we're waiting to see what they actually can move on and if McCarthy has the votes.
That clock is really ticking now. Ali Vitale, thanks so much.
There's an urgent manhunt underway in Baltimore after a 26-year-old tech CEO was found dead in her apartment. Police say they're conducting an all-out search for a man suspected in her death and that he should be considered armed and dangerous. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the details.
A massive manhunt in Baltimore. Police searching for this man, 32-year-old Jason Billingsley.
We know he probably is armed and dangerous.
Authorities believe he murdered 26-year-old tech CEO Pavel Lapierre, who was found dead in an apartment building with signs of blunt force trauma. Investigators do not believe Lapierre knew her killer and offered this chilling warning to residents in the area.
This individual will kill and he will rape. He will do anything he can to cause harm. So please be aware of your surroundings.
Billingsley has a lengthy rap sheet, including a sex offense and assault convictions, according to officials, who say he was released from jail last fall, fueling frustrations from the mayor.
We are tired of talking about the same people committing the same kind of crimes over and over again.
Lapierre's murder shocking co-workers who called her a visionary and deeply compassionate.
Pava, CEO and founder of EcoMap Technologies.
While a student at Johns Hopkins University, Lapierre founded EcoMap Technologies, which eventually secured nearly $8 million in financing. She made Forbes' prestigious 30 Under 30 list this year for her work's social impact.
We've mapped a dozen-plus ecosystems across the U.S. and the world.
Pavel was always a fighter for what was right in the world.
Matt Conwell was a friend and mentor.
What was Pavel like?
Pavel was that person who was always smiling, always optimistic, and always looking to help others. Like, even the company she started was literally to help others. Pavel was one of the best of us.
This morning, Lapierre's family calling her an inspiration to so many people. She was driven, creative, hardworking, and relentless, they wrote, sharing these photos of the beloved 26-year-old whose life was brutally cut short. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Heartbreaking story coming up. Why it's so hard to find a primary care doctor, the critical shortage, and what's behind it. We'll have that. You're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A staggering amount of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy vessels that are never expected to set sail again. Here's NBC correspondent Courtney Cubey.
Growing outrage that billions of dollars of taxpayer money is being sunk into Navy ships that may never be ready to go back into battle. Here in Norfolk, Virginia, we found old ships docked for delayed maintenance. Critics say they should be retired. Instead, the Navy keeps pouring money into repairs.
Maintenance for U.S. Navy ships is so backed up that we found this ship, the USS Vicksburg. It's been here in Virginia for 6 years, and we've learned it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
The Navy awarded $500 million to modernize the Vicksburg, and it's still not done. Then there's the 31-year-old U.S. attack submarine, the USS Boise, under repair for 8 years. Earlier this month, lawmakers grilling Navy officials.
There's really no excuse. I think it's time for a hair-on-fire task force on this issue.
The Navy is cutting down repair times, but the backlog still costs taxpayers billions, according to Diana Maurer with the watchdog Government Accountability Office.
It just does not make a lot of sense to have a ship sit in maintenance for 6 years, performing no missions, where they're spending tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a modernization that may never actually be put out to sea again.
The Navy has said each year they ask Congress to retire old ships, but lawmakers object because the repair work guarantees jobs in their districts, and others think they need as many ships as possible, no matter their condition, to deter China. The Vicksburg is docked near Congressman Rob Whitman's Virginia district. He tells us he's opposed to retiring the ship and blames the Navy for failing to manage the repairs. But now he says the retirement could be a given.
They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Was that a waste of taxpayer dollars at this point?
Well, I think you could certainly make an argument if you're going to now salvage that ship, so all that money that you've spent there is not going to relate to military readiness. Then yes, I think you could make an argument to say that that was a waste of money.
I think a lot of viewers might watch this and say, okay, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 6 years on this ship.
Yes.
And it's sitting there and it's not likely to ever go back out to sea.
Yes.
So how do you explain to them how that happened?
Well, they should be frustrated like I am, and I would say in several areas, it's a breakdown in execution of repairing that ship. This should be a lesson for us never to repeat this again.
Today, a Delaware state trooper is facing charges involving a brutal assault on a teenager, and it all appears to have started with a neighborhood prank. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with the details. Maya, what do we know here?
Hey, Zinkley, a grand jury indicted 29-year-old Dempsey Walters this week for an incident that happened back in August. We do want to warn viewers that the footage you're about to see is disturbing. The faces were blurred before this footage was released by the Delaware Department of Justice. Take a look at this doorbell video where a 15-year-old allegedly runs up to the front of Dempsey Walters' house with his face covered, kicks it, and then runs off with his other friends. Walters wasn't home at the time, but his girlfriend was. She gave him a call, and Walters headed to search for a group of teens with additional officers. Walters reaches the home of another teen who he had a verbal altercation with a few days before. He immediately detains and drags 2 teens who were at that residence, but they weren't involved with the prank at all. Then Walters gets a call that his fellow troopers located the group of teens that fled the scene of the actual prank. When Walters arrives, the group of teens are handcuffed face down, and Walters allegedly presses his knee into the neck of one of the victims, causing him to scream. Walters later turns off his body camera, but he didn't realize that it would still record, and he reportedly punched one of the teenagers in the face, causing a fractured eye socket. Delaware Attorney General Kathy Jennings had this to say about the incident.
As a mother and grandmother, the footage in this case is hard to watch. As a prosecutor, the constitutional violations are stunning.
Walters is facing 6 charges, including deprivation of civil rights, assault, and official misconduct. He was suspended without pay immediately once the investigation in his office started. We've attempted to reach out to Walters and his legal representation, but haven't heard back for comment. Sinclair.
Difficult story. Maya Eglin, thank you so much.
Coming up, it is hard to remember life before Google, right? It has now been around 25 years. Our own Harry Smith takes a look back at some of the ancient relics that we relied on before Google. Can you imagine?
Before Google? No, never.
We'll be right back.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A New York judge has ruled former President Donald Trump committed fraud and lied to banks and insurers about his net worth. The ruling says Trump exaggerated his net worth by billions of dollars. It's part of the New York Attorney General's $250 million civil suit against Mr. Trump and his company. In a statement on Truth Social, Mr. Trump blasted the judge, saying his civil rights have been violated and that the decision must be reversed. With the ruling, the trial in this case is now set to start next week.
Hall of Fame Orioles third baseman Brooks Robinson has died at the age of 86. Robinson spent his entire 23-year baseball career in Baltimore, winning 16 Gold Gloves. The Orioles held a moment of silence before their game against the Washington Nationals last night. Fans also paid their respects at the statue of Robinson inside the park.
Louisville police are thanking several University of Louisville football players for coming to the rescue. Look at that car. It crashed, it flipped over, and they helped overturn it again. This video kind of blurs the actual collision, but you can see 5 players and another person get out of their cars and come over to help. Police say the driver inside that overturned car suffered minor injuries and will be okay. The Louisville Metro Police Department posted this video on X with a throwback photo of the team's logo. and a message that said teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, I love that. Not all heroes wear capes.
That's right.
Well, just a short time ago, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left a New York City courthouse after pleading not guilty to federal bribery charges.
Prosecutors say Menendez and his wife were involved in a years-long bribery scheme leading to his indictment last Friday. Since then, more than half of his Democratic colleagues in the Senate have now called on him to resign. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the courthouse here in New York City. Lindsay, walk us through what went down today.
Well, they did not address the media or answer any questions as the senator and his wife left the courthouse. They entered earlier this morning holding hands, walking confidently into the room. And both they and the New Jersey businessmen who were also indicted pleaded not guilty today in court. One had previously pleaded not guilty yesterday. So they also got conditions for their release from the judge. And for Senator Menendez, that means a $100,000 bond. He has to surrender his personal passport. He can still travel internationally on official business, but he has to get permission ahead of time from pretrial services, or at least alert them. Can't have any contact with any of the co-defendants or witnesses in the case except for his wife, and he can't have any contact with any staff members on the Foreign Relations Committee who may have direct knowledge of facts of the case. Of course, he stepped down from his chairmanship of that powerful committee, but he has not stepped down despite numerous calls, growing calls for him to do so. Kate and Zinkley, from now 30 Senate Democrats who are calling for him to resign from his Senate seat. When I was in Union City on Monday when the senator was holding a press conference, that number had only been one. It was John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. So that number has really grown in a couple of days. But on Monday, he was defiant. He said he would not step down. Today, again, not addressing the media. Kate and Zinkley.
I mean, Lindsay, clearly the pressure is mounting here. So where exactly does this case go from here? What happens next?
Well, now we enter the discovery phase, so the judge ordered the prosecution to hand over elements that would be helpful to a defense. There's an initial conference date on October 2nd, but also there's going to be a Senate lunch tomorrow, talking politically, not about the criminal case. There's going to be a Senate lunch tomorrow, and Senator Mark Warner confirms to NBC News that Senator Menendez is expected to speak at that. We know many senators who have not called, Democratic senators who haven't called for his resignation yet, said that they wanted to hear from him before they do so. Zinkley and Kate.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
A Secret Service spokesman says President Biden's dog Commander was involved in another biting incident. The spokesman says a Secret Service uniformed division police officer was bit Monday night. She was treated by the White House medical office. According to the conservative group Judicial Watch, records obtained through litigation show this is the 11th biting incident involving Commander, the dog. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. So, Kelly, I feel like a dog is typically good news for a first family, right? It should be just pets and happy things, yet Commander has had this long history of biting people. So what is the White House going to do about this dog?
Well, you're right, Zinkley. Typically, family pets are feature stories for us at best. And this has been a troubling set of events, hard on the Biden family, certainly hard on the personnel at the White House, whether they be employed by the Secret Service or the executive resident staff and so on. What aides to the First Lady, because she speaks on behalf of family issues more typically, say is they're trying to create spaces for Commander to be able to move about without interacting with some of the staff. They're also involved in training and so forth. These are 11 incidents that we know about that have been reported through the sort of chain of command of Secret Service and so forth. Commander is a 2-year-old German Shepherd, so kind of an adolescent dog, not quite an adult. And dog experts I've talked to say that typically when biting happens, it's a sign of fear or stress in the environment. And clearly, the White House is not your typical home. It is a family home, but it is also a very active workplace and secure facility with a lot of quote unquote, from the dog's perspective, strangers who are around all the time. At the same time, certainly the First Family, through their spokespeople, say they express thanks and appreciation for the Secret Service and all of the staff here. Everyone wants this to be resolved. We don't know of any specific next steps, but I can tell you that when the Bidens first came into the White House, they had a different German Shepherd named Major, who also had some difficulties, and he was sent to live with family friends in Delaware. No indication that's going to happen this time. We hear about these incidents when reports are made up the chain and when we learn about them. Zinkley?
Yeah, hopefully this rough season ends soon. Kelly O'Donnell, thanks for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it.
Americans across the country are struggling to find primary care physicians. Doctors say the number of physicians is actually growing, but not growing fast enough to keep up with an aging population. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what's driving the shortage.
See you in a little bit.
Dr. Terry Vester, 68 years old, is still working as a primary care physician in rural Lafayette, Alabama, the only one within a 30-minute drive.
There have been doctors that come through here, but they don't stay.
In New York City, where there are 4 times as many doctors as the entire state of Alabama, Olga Torres lost her primary care physician to concierge medicine 2 years ago.
I could go see him at this concierge practice for $10,000 a year.
Have you been looking for a primary care physician?
I have.
And have you found one?
I have not.
Unable to find one taking new patients, today Torres says her cardiologist fills that role.
This is not what she should be doing.
Across America, primary care doctors are increasingly hard to find.
My own parents had the same issue in Jacksonville, Florida.
Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld leads the American Medical Association.
Why is that shortage so acute today?
Well, the problem is the number of physicians in the U.S. is growing. It's just not growing fast enough.
The AMA says it takes 10 years to educate and train a physician while the population grows and ages.
We know that health outcomes are worse when people don't have access to primary care. They live shorter lives and they live sicker lives.
The AMA says more federal funding is needed to increase training slots. The average $200,000 in medical school debt must be eased and physician burnout addressed. Until replacements arrive, Dr. Vester and her internist husband vow to keep working.
They will come, but we're going to be here until then. We'll just have to go to the gym and exercise a little bit.
To keep America in good health. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
The second Republican presidential debate is happening tonight in Southern California.
7 candidates are taking part this time, and this is where they will be on the stage. You can see there their positions determined by where they stand in the polls.
Notably, one name you don't see there, Donald Trump. The former president is skipping this debate just like he did the first one. Our latest NBC News polling has him 43 points ahead of Republican Governor Ron DeSantis.
NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Simi Valley, where the debate will take place tonight. More of the polls, as we said, show Trump far ahead of his nearest challenger. So what do we expect tonight as everybody else tries to break through?
Well, guys, it's kind of that unspoken sentiment among campaigns and candidates here tonight that they might be looking at a race for second place. But either way, we know that candidates are going to be trying to break through to get a spike in polling, like we saw with several candidates last debate last month. One of those candidates, Vivek Ramaswamy, I actually ran into on my way over to the camera here, and I asked him what he was doing to prep any differently, to try to stand out, because he did see somewhat of a spike in a lot of moments on the stage and facing a lot of attacks. And he actually said, we're at the Reagan Library. He's looking to channel some of that energy in inspiration, as he said, into his message tonight, which is kind of a departure after we've seen him aligning with former President Trump. Another standout from the debate last month, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley saw a huge spike in polling in those early states, within reason, given these candidates are so far behind. But her campaign also expecting her to be kind of center of attention facing those attacks because they see her as a threat to their candidates. We expect candidates to be talking about those economic policies we've been seeing rolling out over the last month, also in tandem with the conversations we've been seeing with that auto worker strike in Michigan, as well as abortion topics that have been big on the campaign trail in recent weeks as they try to break through. Now, all of this comes with that cross-program, that counter-programming, as former President Donald Trump remains in Michigan today with those striking workers to speak out on his stance in that sense as well. And so it's kind of this split-screen moment we'll be looking at tonight, guys.
Maura Barrett with the latest. Everyone will be watching that. And of course, you can stay with us for complete coverage of the second Republican debate. Meet the Press moderator. Kristen Welker will have expert analysis of all the big moments. That's tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up, a new video features famous comedians, but it is no joke. The important message they're sharing about preventing gun violence that they say they hope will save lives. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. People are bringing flowers to this improvised memorial in Kyiv, Ukraine, to recognize fallen Ukrainian soldiers. Relatives of the fallen soldiers have demanded a permanent memorial or military cemetery be constructed, but authorities have not been able to decide on a location. According to the latest U.S. estimates, over 70,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died since Russia's invasion. Sobering image there.
Yeah.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There is a powerful new message from the nonprofit Sandy Hook Promise, founded after the school shooting in Sandy Hook, Connecticut in 2012.
They teamed up with a group of famous comedians for their latest PSA that's out today, giving us all a stark reminder that threats about school shootings are no joke, and a warning the video contains content that may be upsetting.
So, first day of school, last day of your lives.
I want to kill people.
Bang, bang! You're dead.
I set the date. You are going to regret not talking to me. Oh, you have no idea what I'm talking about, but you will.
Hey, fair warning. Stay home tomorrow if you want to live.
Today's the day? Today is the day.
The day my massacre begins.
Some of you guys are all right. Don't go to school tomorrow. I mean it.
After all the name calling,
I want to go down as the best school shooter in history.
Nicole Hockley is the co-founder, CEO of Sandy Hook Promise, and the mother of Dylan Hockley, a first grader who was killed in the shooting. She's with us here in the studio. I can hardly talk. I've already seen it before, and it is so moving what you've done. So powerful, the message there that this is not a joke. Yeah. I want to show another bit of video from the PSA where you actually put the lines that were spoken there. You identify who actually said those words. We're not showing it right this second, but it's in there. These are actual words, Nicole, spoken by actual shooters.
Yes, and it's funny. I was watching your body language, both of you, while you were watching, and you both instinctively hugged yourselves because this is something that gives you chills, and you can't help but be impacted by it, because these are serious threats made by school shooters. This is word for word what they posted or said before they committed their acts. And we need people to know that threats need to be taken seriously, that they are not jokes, that we need to take action when we see or hear these things.
They're not jokes. And right, these are things that were said but were missed. And I know
Correct.
so often with Sandy Hook Promise, you all talk about knowing the signs, seeing the signs. What should kids and parents be looking out for?
There's a huge amount of signs there, and a lot of them are on our website as well. So sometimes they're really overt threats, like what we saw in the PSA in terms of someone saying, I'm going to shoot up an elementary school right now.
Yeah.
That is a genuine threat that needs to be acted on immediately. There's also an accumulation of more subtle signs sometimes. Someone saying, you know, if they've been excluded, they're saying, I'm going to get my revenge on you, or you're going to regret knowing me. Things like that are still warning signs, and often they lead to more warning signs. So these are all opportunities for intervention. Whenever we see these warning signs, it's on us and it's around the kids that are seeing and hearing them to take action and get that intervention, because we can prevent the violence before it happens, and that's the point.
And to be concrete, that means telling someone, talking to an adult, right?
Absolutely. Say something to a trusted adult or use an anonymous reporting system.
You and I have spoken a lot since 2012, Nicole, and I know Sandy Hook Promise has done so much in the work around prevention.
Yes.
You have a campaign that you call Say Something. Tell us about that and the impact that that's had.
Say Something is a really simple program that teaches kids how to, number one, recognize warning signs and threats. Number two, act immediately and take it seriously. And number three, say something. And during that program, which we provide at no cost to schools across the country, we engage students and we really validate their concerns about why aren't you saying something. And that was one of the key insights to this, because they often think, they're just joking. It's not serious. And it's like, no, these are serious. And you're hearing and seeing them. Please be an upstander and say something.
And it's not joking. Sandy Hook was years ago. The effects are still so palpable. And yet, gun-related injuries remain the leading cause of death in this country. What are we getting wrong? What needs to change here?
Oh gosh, I wish I had a simple answer to that question. This is a very complex public health epidemic. We are seeing gun violence increasing in every state across the country. We are seeing the number of school shootings increasing. We've already had 230 school shootings so far this year. Jeez. And we're averaging over 2 mass shootings every single day where 4 or more people are killed. So we have a real problem, but there are solutions in place that we need to act on. Some of it is as simple as recognizing the signs and taking actions. And then we need to support that with the appropriate policies as well.
What gives you hope, Nicole?
I have hope because I know this works. I have hope because I've seen the impact of our programs. I've seen how kids are saying something and taking more. And I know for a fact that as a direct result of our programs, there are 15 communities, 15 school shootings that did not happen because a kid saw something or heard something and reported it to our anonymous reporting system. And that was where there were plans, means, access, arrests were made. That's 15 new towns that you're never going to hear about.
Names that we're never going to have to learn.
Yeah.
We as reporters, we hate that part of our job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your time and insights with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Best of luck with that campaign, too. There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
How many times today have you used a Google product?
I can think of a few, from the search engine to Gmail to Google Maps. The tech giant has become an essential tool for billions of people around the world.
And it all started 25 years ago today in a college dorm room. NBC's Harry Smith is taking a look at the past, present, and future of Google.
The Googleplex has a kind of college-y vibe. But here, pursuit of the near impossible supersedes beer pong. Google, initially called Backrub, was conceived in a nearby Stanford dorm room, and true to Silicon Valley startup legend, moved to a garage 25 years ago.
My parents had never heard of Google at the time. Most people hadn't.
Engineer Jen Fitzpatrick joined the company a year later.
And I think my dad thought I was a little bit nuts going to this tiny little company that no one had ever heard of, and as far as he was concerned, was probably going to be out of business before long.
Jen's desk, a wooden door propped up by sawhorses. Back then, when she showed Google to people in coffee shops, they were mystified.
It's like people were sometimes intimidated by the big white blank page with a box in the middle of it. They didn't know what to type.
That blank space has propagated a slew of offspring, from Gmail in 2001 to Maps in 2005. They bought YouTube in 2006 and launched Chrome and Android in 2008. Now Google's top products serve some 2 billion people each, and Alphabet, Google's holding company, is worth more than $1 trillion. For Gen Zers and new employees, Lucas Gonzalez and Anousheh Sheikh, the world was always at their fingertips, online.
We don't remember a time before Google, so I think we're best equipped to understand the changes that are happening.
The technology they work on was for decades out of reach.
I work on responsible AI, artificial intelligence at Google.
I work at Google DeepMind on our large model efforts.
Both whip-smart and irrepressibly optimistic about AI's possibilities. Google's big bet for the next 25 years. And for the AI-wary, this thought.
Think about maybe how you felt when you first traveled on a plane, or when you first used a PC or logged onto the internet. I think for new things, there's still this discovery phase where you have to try something out and see what it's like.
Google's conversational chatbot AI is called Bard, a late competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Shakespeare, it's not. Yet.
Where is AI right now?
I think the latest generation of generative AI is an infant. It is very early.
Sissy Shao is a vice president and general manager at Google, overseeing Bard, which now can plug into Gmail.
What did you ask Bard?
I said, summarize all the emails from my kids' school. As a busy parent, you understand the start of school year is very stressful. You know, inundation of emails, buy this, prepare that. And Bard was able to summarize all that, saved me hours of time, did it in minutes.
From the earliest days, Don't Be Evil has been embedded in Google's ethos. So we asked,
will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Our design with Bard is to be neutral and unbiased. We do feel like the right thing to do is to show people like a diversity of opinions on any particular topic.
But AI still concerns a lot of people. Numerous tech industry leaders have called for a moratorium on AI development, but not Shao, not Google.
I think that with any technology, good actors and bad actors will have access to it. And I think it's really about having industry and governments really work together to make sure that protections are put in place so that these technologies are applied for the immense good that they can capture, and also protect against the downsides.
Downsides? How about job security for old news guys?
So in this exercise of doing our deep dive here, we actually asked Bard to come up with some questions to ask you. Can you guess which one it was?
No, I can't guess, but Bard's pretty good at coming up with questions.
It was the one about, will Bard be fair and unbiased?
Ah. Good job, Bard. It's a good question.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
Ah, pretty cool to see how it's changed throughout the ages.
I love when Harry does those deep dives into something. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Harry.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here. NBC News.
Yeah.
Now.
NBC News Now. We'll be right back.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, lights, camera, back in action. Entertainment writers are back on the job after a months-long standoff with major studios. So what's in the deal? And more importantly, how quickly your favorite shows will come back.
Smash and grab, a string of stores across Philadelphia, the targets of a major coordinated crime spree. More on the drastic steps some retailers are taking to stop crime and keep the shopping experience safe.
Hashing it out, a bill that could change how legal marijuana is bought and sold has its day on Capitol Hill. Despite bipartisan approval, the plan could still go up in smoke. We'll tell you why.
And a record-setting return. An American astronaut has 2 feet back on the ground today after more than a year soaring through space. How he spent his first day back on Earth.
More than a year. Imagine more than a year stuck at work.
Right? Well, this is a lot different than the space shuttle, just saying. But,
that's true. Pretty cool job he
I can't
has.
wait to hear what he has to say about his experience and what did he do first when he got back.
It's going to be incredible.
We're going to begin this hour, though, with a rare, real-life happy ending, hopefully, for the thousands of workers in the entertainment industry.
That's right. The writers' strike has finally come to an end after 148 days. The Writers Guild of America leadership approved the terms of this new deal late last night. Writers can now get back to work starting today. This is video of some writers celebrating last night in L.A. when the strike officially ended.
As for your favorite TV shows and movies, now that a deal has been reached, late night and talk shows are going to be coming back. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, all announcing their shows will return on Monday. Other scripted productions could take longer to ramp back up.
NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now. Chloe, you've been covering this since the beginning, so walk us through this deal. What are the terms? How'd they get here?
5 months. And yes, people are rejoicing. And that is also because this agreement, they are saying, is groundbreaking. So I want to go over some of that. So basically, it's higher wages all around for everyone, right? So people are going to be getting paid more. So pay increases, and then guidelines, guardrails around the use of artificial intelligence, right? Everybody is worried that AI is going to take their jobs, and there are protections set in place for that. Increased residuals in the streaming era. These streamers, they don't want to show you the numbers, but now they've agreed that they will, and that those can be shared with the Guild, and the Guild can share it aggregately to their voting body. And there is a reward system. So not to get too in the weeds here, but basically the more people watch these streaming shows, like on Netflix, let's say, or on Peacock
like
here.
Suits, for example.
Exactly. The more people that are watching, essentially, the higher you would get paid if you work on that show.
Well, that kind of makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and so this is why people really wanted these increases all around in this new age where you're dealing with things like artificial intelligence and streamers that you weren't dealing with before. Now, it's a 3-year deal, and some writers taking to social media to say, it's great for now, but we're going to have to revisit this in a few years because it's still not good enough.
So this is all really good, right? But they're going to need actors to actually be in the shows, and they're still on strike. Yes. So what's the latest on those negotiations?
So SAG-AFTRA is hoping to, according to a source of mine telling me just the other day, that they're hoping to get a meeting on the books this week. Now, SAG-AFTRA represents over 100,000 actors, and they obviously striking. They haven't even had a meeting yet. They just released a statement saying that they are reviewing the WGA's tentative agreement and are committed to achieving a fair and just deal for our members, but they remain on strike, and we will not speculate regarding schedule or next steps. But I mean, I know that they're hoping to get one on the books. I'm hearing that all of this could be resolved by Thanksgiving. That essentially after this ratification process that's going to take a couple weeks with the Writers Guild of America, and if we can get a deal in place with SAG, you could see everybody hopefully getting back to work, and that would mean all of the other businesses that get to go back to work as well. Over 17,000 jobs lost, and it's not just actors and writers. So hopefully people, like the mayor of LA has said, that everybody can get back on their feet.
Yeah. It'd be really good news for Hollywood. Chloe Malas, thank you.
We are one step closer now.
One step closer. Thanks so much. Former President Trump is skipping the second Republican presidential primary debate tonight. Instead, he plans to speak to blue-collar auto workers in Michigan as he angles for support in the key battleground state. It comes after President Biden made history just yesterday, becoming the first sitting commander-in-chief to join a picket line. Biden voiced his support for the United Auto Workers Union as progress stalls on new contracts with the big 3 American automakers. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Belleville, Michigan for us, where President Biden joined the picket line just yesterday. So, Maggie, before you tell us about Trump's speech tonight, there is breaking news on potentially even more strikes, right?
Yeah, Clay, that's right. We're bringing this here first. Just in the last hour, the UAW, or a source with the UAW, I should say, telling us that come Friday morning, 10 a.m., once again, UAW President Shawn Fain will take to Facebook Live and announce potentially, the union says, more strike targets in which they'll call workers once again to walk off the job at new facilities at noon, barring any serious progress again in these contract negotiations. A supporter there with the big 3, Ford, GM, and Chrysler under Stellantis. So they give it as something as a repeat performance of what we saw last week. What's also noteworthy is last week workers were called out of parts distribution facilities owned by GM and Stellantis only. Ford was left out of it, citing progress in those talks. This time they're not making that distinction. So we could see all 3, but again, we don't know the size or number of facilities that we're talking about. But back to former President Trump's visit tonight. Once again, we expect to see a very different scene than we saw with the president yesterday. President Biden was here. You saw him with the workers, arm in arm, giving speeches, grabbing the bullhorn, picketing with them. Tonight, former President Trump, we expect to see him at a non-union parts facility, a plant basically just north of Detroit, talking to workers. But again, we are told that he will not be joined by UAW President Shawn Fain, and he will not join the picket line. So a lot of attention on that visit again as we have this breaking news about potentially another expansion of this historic strike. Sinclair.
The developments continue. Maggie Vespa, thanks so much.
We have dramatic video of looting in Philadelphia. Police say mobs ransacked a number of stores across the city last night. 30 people were arrested, but officers say dozens of others got away. These kinds of smash and grabs have become all too common, forcing some retailers to make drastic changes. Target just announced it is closing 9 stores in some major cities, all because of the recent violence and theft. NBC's Rahema Ellis is in Philadelphia covering all of it for us. Rahema, I'll talk Target in a minute, but can we start with Philadelphia, where you are? Walk us through what happened and what are you seeing there today?
Well, what happened, it happened to this Apple store. As soon as this truck moves out of the way, on the other side of it, there's an Apple store. Its windows are covered, and there's a sign in front saying it is temporarily closed because of people breaking into the store last night. Just down the street, there's a Lululemon, which was also broken into. Mannequins toppled to the floor. There is clothing that's strewn all about the floor. So those two places, as well as a Foot Locker here in Philadelphia's Center City area, they were broken into. We just got this word from authorities that some 49 adults were arrested in connection with this, 3 teenagers on charges of burglary and theft. Authorities tell us while there has been an increase in retail crime here in Philadelphia, almost about 33%, they say that what happened last night, they say it was an isolated event. Kate and Sinclair?
Rahema, let's talk about that big announcement coming from Target. The company says it's closing some of its stores for good because of scenes just like this. Talk to us about that decision, and do we know where they're going to close those stores?
Yeah, we do, and it's really disturbing for people in those areas because they really rely on these Target stores. They don't just sell clothing and merchandise. They also sell food in a lot of places that might have been considered food deserts once upon a time. So take a look at the map that we've got for you, this full screen. It shows that there's one in New York, and it's also actually in East Harlem. There are 2 closing in Seattle, Washington, 3 in Portland, Oregon, and 3 in San Francisco in the Oakland area. This is a big blow, again, as I say, to the people who live in those communities. But Target is saying it's a big blow to them, too, that they cannot afford to have that kind of a deduction, a subtraction from their bottom line as a result of people breaking in on these crime sprees.
Rahema Ellis for us.
Kate?
Rahema, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
At this hour, the American soldier who crossed into North Korea this summer is back in U.S. custody. Travis King ran across the border in July when he was on a public tour of the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. He'd been held in North Korea until this morning when state media announced the regime had decided to expel him from the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this story for us. So, Josh, I understand there's some late breaking news about Travis King's exact location right now. Talk to us about his whereabouts.
Yeah, that's right, Zinclay. Well, he is now currently on a flight heading to Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio. This will complete a journey that started when he was brought over the border from North Korea into China. He was met there, according to U.S. officials, by U.S. Ambassador to China, Nick Burns. And then a State Department medical plane flew him through China into South Korea to Osan Air Base, where he spent a little bit of time before heading to Texas, where he will be able to take advantage of what's called post-isolation support. This is specialized Army medical care for people who have been wrongfully detained, prisoners of war, hostages, that type of thing. It's actually the same treatment that was offered to those U.S. prisoners who were released just this month from detention in Iran. Now, the big question, why did North Korea release him, and why now? U.S. officials say, frankly, Zinclay, they're not going to speculate. They don't know exactly why North Korea didn't demand any concessions. They say the U.S. provided none whatsoever, but they say they are very grateful that they were able to get him back. He's said to be in good health and in good spirits. But they also are saying that if this were to lead to renewed diplomacy with North Korea, that is something that the U.S. government says they would welcome right now. The other big question hanging over this, what will happen to Travis King? Will he face military disciplinary proceedings? That is a question the U.S. government says they will answer after he's back home safely and has gotten some medical care.
Josh Letterman with the latest for us. Thanks so much.
It's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Another labor strike is set to begin in Las Vegas.
And the drug Ozempic sales are skyrocketing. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Clay. Yeah, tens of thousands of Las Vegas hospitality workers voted to authorize a strike. The strike could affect more than 36 casinos and hotels, devastating the city's economy. The union didn't set a deadline and says it's continuing negotiations with top employers on the Vegas Strip. Also, the Federal Communication Commission is planning to reinstate net neutrality rules just 5 years after they were repealed by a Republican-controlled FCC. The rules are meant to guarantee fair access to the internet by preventing service providers from blocking websites, suppressing traffic, or increasing charges for faster access. And a new report finds healthcare providers wrote more than 9 million prescriptions for Ozempic and similar drugs in the last 3 months of 2022. You can guess why. These diabetes drugs have gained popularity because of the weight loss effects. The data analytics firm behind the report says the numbers suggest many of the providers prescribed it off-label. That means using it for something other than its approved use. Kate Sinclair, back to you.
Like losing weight.
Like losing weight, yeah.
Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, Senator Bob Menendez pleads not guilty to bribery allegations as calls for his resignation grow on Capitol Hill. We have the latest from outside the courthouse. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just a short time ago, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left a New York City courthouse after pleading not guilty to federal bribery charges. Prosecutors say Menendez and his wife were involved in a years-long bribery scheme leading to his indictment last Friday. Since then, more than half of his Democratic colleagues in the Senate have called for him to resign. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside that courthouse in New York City. So, Lindsay, first just walk us through what went down today and what exactly happens next.
You were just showing a video, Zing Clay, of the senator and his wife leaving the courthouse. That took place directly behind me. When they walked in this morning, they were holding hands and walked confidently into the courtroom, where they and the two other New Jersey businessmen who are also included in the indictment all pleaded not guilty. A third businessman pleaded not guilty yesterday. And the judge also determined conditions for the senator's release, which include a $100,000 bond. He has to surrender his personal passport, not his official passport. He can still do foreign travel for official business. Can't have any contact with any co-defendants or witnesses other than his wife, and no contact with foreign relations staff who have knowledge of facts of the case. So we also know that the judge set a date of October 2nd for an initial conference date. But of course, Zinclay, this is happening at a time when the pressure is really mounting on the senator. When I covered his remarks on Monday in Union City, New Jersey, where he grew up and where he remained defiant that he wouldn't step down, only one Democratic senator was calling for that, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Sherrod Brown joined later in the day. But now today we have 30 Democratic senators who are saying that it is time for him to step down, not just step down from his post as chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, but resign from his seat. Now, we do know, NBC News is reporting that there is a Senate lunch tomorrow. Senator Warner confirming to us that they are expected to hear from Senator Menendez. And many people who haven't yet said that they encourage him to step down, said that they were waiting to hear what he had to say. So, of course, one of the people joining in this chorus for calls for his resignation, fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who is really an ally of Menendez and even was a character witness for him in his 2017 trials in Clay.
Lindsay Reiser with the latest from outside the courthouse. Thanks so much.
There's an urgent manhunt in Baltimore after a 26-year-old tech CEO was found dead in her apartment. Police say they're searching for the man suspected in her death and that he should be considered armed and dangerous. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following the story closely for us. So, Gary, what can you tell us about this case and the person that police are looking for right now?
So police are looking for 32-year-old Jason Billingsley, and forgive me here, but we just got brand new information from the Baltimore Police Department just seconds ago. They say that they believe that he's also involved in a attempted rape and an attempted arson last week. So he is associated with a number of crimes very recently. And NBC News over the last hour spoke to his mother, who told us, quote, "I told him to turn himself in because they're going to kill him, and I don't want police to shoot him because they think he has a gun." Now, this is a man who we are told has a long rap sheet. He actually just got out of jail last October after being imprisoned for more than a decade on attempted rape and attempted arson charges as well. So a long rap sheet for this man here, and the police have now said they are going to give a $6,000 reward for any information about where the whereabouts of this man.
And Gary, can you tell us quickly about the victim, Pava Lepere? How are people remembering her and reacting?
This was somebody, a 26-year-old girl who was at the top of her game. She was a tech CEO, and she was somebody who was actually on the Forbes 30 under 30 list. Here's what some of her friends and colleagues had to say.
Pava was always a fighter for what was right in the world. Pava was that person who was always smiling, always optimistic, and always looking to help others. Like, even the company she started was literally to help others. Pava was one of the best of us.
Now, we do have a statement from her family just out today saying she made an impact in every endeavor she undertook and every life she touched. She will be forever missed as a daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, cousin, and loyal friend. Kate.
Gary Grumbach, thank you.
Coming up, what a group of Republican women voters in California want to hear in tonight's Republican primary debate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
As we approach the 2024 presidential election, one topic that seems to be on a lot of voters' minds is climate change. Many agree more needs to be done, and it needs to happen now. Here's NBC's national climate reporter, Chase Kane.
As nearly 80,000 people marched through Manhattan, it was easy to see what's on their minds. Frustration with President Biden.
He campaigned off of saying that he was for the youth. He was going to be the transition, be a climate activist, and he needs to do more.
One poll shows 57% of Americans disapprove of Biden's handling of climate change. Another poll shows that same percentage, 57%, want him to declare climate change an emergency.
We are facing an emergency, a climate emergency like never before.
And that word, emergency, isn't hyperbole. It has a scientific basis. More than 11,000 climate scientists agree clearly and unequivocally that planet Earth is facing a climate emergency. And some of these same scientists showed up here in New York to protest.
Ultimately, you got to remember, the cause of this heat nightmare is fossil fuels. If we keep expanding fossil fuels like we are currently doing today, all of this will get worse.
The thinking is that if the president invoked a range of executive powers, he could more quickly transition the U.S. from oil and gas to cleaner and cheaper green energy. That's something which 2/3 of registered voters support.
If he's not getting the message right now, how people are here, I don't know what else to say.
When asked recently about declaring a climate emergency,
I've already done that.
So you've already declared that national emergency?
Practically speaking, yes.
Yeah.
but he actually hasn't. And his national climate advisor said it's partially because there's uncertainty around exactly what it would mean and if it would hold up all the way to the Supreme Court.
Why don't you declare an emergency? And I'm saying there are lots of legal tools. We are evaluating a lot of those legal tools. We've used many of them, and we continue to evaluate the ones we have not.
Two recent national polls place the climate crisis among the top 3 issues for voters, and if that holds, it could determine next year's election.
I personally am very moderate. I don't consider myself a Democrat or Republican, but I am here because climate change is the most important priority.
And for that reason, I think I'll have to choose the best of the bad options.
In New York, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Tens of thousands of ethnic Armenians are fleeing from a region called Nagorno-Karabakh. It's an area about the size of Rhode Island that 2 countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan, have been fighting over for decades now. The mass exodus comes after military operations by Azerbaijan, which reclaimed control of that area last week. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following this one for us. Matt, we need a little history here and what's happening today.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people need a little history on this one, and this is a tough one because a lot of Americans are completely unaware that there's a conflict here. But Nagorno-Karabakh is one of a constellation of ethnic tensions that were left after the fall of the Soviet Union. You know, the Soviet Union, of course, was a huge supranational state, and it comprised a bunch of other smaller statelets and sort of Soviet republics. This was one of them, and when that ended, they ended up with a lot of different ethnic groups fighting and claiming their land, and this was back in the 1990s when the Soviet Union fell. This war has been lasting about that long, about 3 decades. It's been going off and on, but there was a full-on war back in 2020 when we saw Azerbaijan and Armenia fighting against each other. That was more or less resolved through negotiation, and it was Russia that did most of the resolution, and they've actually posted peacekeeping troops in the region. Now, what happened in just the last couple of months and days, just last couple of days now, is that the Azerbaijanis took a cue, probably because there were elections that were held, they said, illegally inside Nagorno-Karabakh, which is comprised mostly of Armenians, or the Russians essentially decided that they had more to gain from cozying up to Azerbaijan than Armenia. Now, no matter how you slice it, Armenians have lost this territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, and that's why now, just today, and in the past couple of days, we're seeing tens of thousands of ethnic Armenians crossing over the border into Armenia from that territory of Azerbaijan. Now there's thought to be about something nearing 60,000 people. That number is supposed to go up and probably will, because a lot of Armenians are warning that the Azerbaijanis could be committing, and probably already have started committing, ethnic cleansing in that region of Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, the Azerbaijanis have said that they're going to respect the Armenians, they're going to treat them as Azerbaijani citizens, but given the fact that there's been such a blistering war over the past couple of years and a blockade imposed by the Azerbaijanis on that region, not a lot of Armenians trust them.
Yeah,
Kate?
Matt Bradley, appreciate that. Thank you.
Up next, we'll meet the American astronaut who just set a major record.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Michigan State University has fired its head football coach, Mel Tucker. It comes amid an investigation into sexual harassment allegations against him. Tucker's attorneys say he did not engage in unprofessional behavior. Tucker joined the team less than 2 years ago after signing a record 10-year, $95 million contract.
Some breaking news. After 2 weeks on the run, U.S. Marshals have announced the capture of Kevin Mason. You'll remember he's the man who was accused of murder, but then released from an Indiana detention center by accident. Authorities finally caught him now in Minnesota just a few hours ago. He was being held at an adult detention center when police say, quote, a faulty records review caused him to be released from that facility when he shouldn't have been.
And get this, a pair of tickets to Ford's Theater on April 14th, 1865. That's the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, just sold for more than $262,000. The seller of the tickets had purchased them in 2002 for about $84,000. Now, the original ticket holders are unknown, but back in 1865, they would have bought them for a hefty 75 cents.
Wow.
My, how times have changed.
Yeah. Well, speaking of money, at this hour, the odds of a government shutdown are growing by the minute. The House and the Senate have just over 3 days to try to work out a deal.
Just last night, the Senate reached a spending plan to keep the government funded through mid-November, but it's likely dead on arrival in the Republican-led House. If the two sides cannot reach an agreement, millions of federal workers will be without a paycheck. Joining us now are NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin in D.C. and NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung here in studio with us. Julie, excuse me, I'll start with you. There is a lot of blame just going around on why there has not been a deal reached yet. So where exactly do negotiations stand right now?
Well, they stand at an impasse, exactly where we were, despite this monumental progress being made in the Senate, in the House yesterday with some of those appropriations bills that were able to move. And the bottom line here is the Senate has a CR. The House does not have one yet that will have the votes to pass. And all of this results in what is likely going to be a government shutdown for millions of Americans, because despite the fact that the Senate can pass a short-term government funding bill that would basically extend this deadline, push it off until mid-November, that would include Ukraine aid, disaster aid. That's going nowhere in the House, as you mentioned. But if McCarthy were to put it on the floor, it would get bipartisan support, and that is exactly what Majority Leader Schumer told us just a couple of moments ago. Take a listen to what he had to say about this, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
The truth is, every approach House Republicans are pushing are partisan. Every CR has been aimed at the extreme hard right. Every path they have pursued to date will inevitably lead to a shutdown.
Here's the thing. We're talking about Ukraine money, disaster money, Republicans wanting border security provisions in this bill. The bottom line is, though, McCarthy has a handful of members, which is more than he can spare, that won't vote for any short-term government funding bill, no matter what he does. And if McCarthy puts a bill on the floor that was approved by Senate Democrats and Republicans, including having the backing of Minority Leader McConnell, as he just told me, then he risks the motion to vacate, which would essentially strip him of his gavel and kick him out of the speakership office. So a lot for McCarthy to contend with, but so far no closer to funding the government ahead of that deadline.
Yeah, this is what they call making the sausage up on Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you. Brian, let me bring you in here. So we're talking a lot about what's happening there in Washington, but what is the real world impact if the government shuts down on Saturday?
Well, a lot of government workers could be out of work. So let me just break down where this would be most impactful. Clearly where Julie is standing, which is the DMV area. This is where we have the high concentration of federal workers, over 500,000 working in the government, 51% of the workforce in D.C. employed by the federal government, 4% and 5% in Virginia and Maryland, respectively. And get this, D.C. says it lost $47 million in revenue in 2019. Certainly something not to scoff at, but we got to zoom out of the D.C. area to see other communities that would be impacted as well. Take a look at Hawaii, 5% employed by the federal government, 7% in Honolulu. Tourism, a big deal. 16% of Americans during the 2019 shutdown said they canceled their trips. That's really big for a state that relies so heavily on tourism. Alaska is another one. 4% working in the federal government, 9.5% just in Fairbanks. 60%, by the way, of Alaska's land managed by the federal government, the Department of the Interior, a major employer in that state. And then last one, West Virginia. 3.4% above the national average, 6% in Parkersburg, Vienna. There are 4 Veterans Affairs medical centers, in addition to the Office of the Fiscal Service, a branch of the Treasury that employs a lot of people in that state. These are areas that we're going to have to watch as we get closer to a potential government shutdown.
Yeah, it would be a very big deal. Julie Sirkin, Brian Chung, thanks for breaking that down for us.
A bipartisan bill related to marijuana has cleared a major hurdle in the U.S. Senate. The SAFER Act would make it easier for marijuana businesses to access the financial system. This was advanced by the Senate Banking Committee today, meaning it heads to the full Senate floor for a vote next. According to Statista, the U.S. cannabis industry is set to pass $33 billion this year. And the thing is, those companies need somewhere to store their money, right? Unfortunately, that is almost impossible present day because for those businesses, marijuana is illegal under federal law, and so they can't save their money in federally insured banks. The legal marijuana industry is almost entirely cash-based because of those restrictions. CNBC's Jane Wells joins me now. So, Jane, this bill is not going to legalize marijuana at the federal level, just to be clear, but it deals with this banking issue.
It's a huge step forward, Kate, because this banking law, if it becomes law, will allow the federally regulated banks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, to do business, to accept the money from these state legal marijuana operations. These businesses can also get loans now. They can buy insurance. They can get financing. Their employees will be able to show proof of income and get mortgages. And it will also then maybe let Visa and MasterCard into these legal dispensaries so that customers can start using credit cards and move away from there's just so much cash, which creates danger. And there are often robberies at these dispensaries. This is all part of making it safer, not legal federally, but safer.
And what are the mechanics on Capitol Hill, Jane? If this passes in the Senate, I don't know if that's likely, then what happens in the House?
Well, Senator Chuck Schumer says he plans to bring it to the floor as soon as possible. The theory is they wouldn't have got it out of the committee, which was a bipartisan vote, by the way, unless they felt they had the votes on the floor. They are going to need 60 votes to end debate before then they can do a vote in the Senate. After that, it would go back to the House, which has passed this many times. The choke point has always been the Senate, and then it'll go to the president's desk. That's assuming there's not a government shutdown.
Well, we just talked about that. Yes. CNBC's Jane Wells. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Republican presidential hopefuls are set to go head-to-head tonight in the party's second primary debate. But once again, the elephant on the GOP stage will be the absence of former President Donald Trump, who is the clear frontrunner, according to several polls. It's also worth noting the debate will be in California, which is emerging as a key state in the primary. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Simi Valley, California. So, Steve, California has been a blue state for decades. That's no secret. Why is it significant that Republicans are holding their debate there tonight?
Yeah, California Republicans matter. They exist, they vote, they have an important seat at the table as far as the entire party. There's a lot of fundraising here, but also a few key things that have to do with the primary. Number one is that there's 169 delegates up for grabs in California. It is the most out of any state in the country. And because of new rules this year, if a candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, they get the entirety of that 169 delegates. That is a big deal for the race, and it matters because just a few days after this midweek debate, which is in just a few hours, the California GOP is holding their fall convention. So there's a lot of momentum going into this week. DeSantis will be there, Trump will be there. And just because the map may look blue on this side of the country come election night doesn't mean it doesn't matter earlier on this year. Sinclair?
And Steve, beyond the politicians, you, of course, spoke with some voters, right? Some women heavily involved in local Republican politics there. What exactly did they say they want to hear tonight?
Well, so the California GOP is the house that Reagan built. These are more moderate, more, involved in the issues voters. And I think that's what they want to hear on stage tonight. They want policies laid out. What exactly are your thoughts on immigration, on education, on the economy, on what's happening in Ukraine? They want all of that laid out in a substantive way. They're sick of the party sort of tearing itself apart and tearing each other down. But of course, the big focus, especially if you live in California, has to be the economy. I spoke to a few women about why that's so important. Here's what they told me. Listen to this.
I feel for our people out here. I mean, I feel for my daughter, who is a single mother, and she is trying to make ends meet, and it's a shame.
Everybody is feeling the pinch of inflation, and so they all want to get ahead, so they're doing strikes, and they're trying to get more funding to live their lives, which I understand, but what they don't understand is when you increase your wages, you increase the cost of everything, so you're not really getting more bang for your buck.
That was a panel of California Republican women. They told me they are looking for one of those candidates to stand out, make a stand, make a name for themselves tonight. But if that doesn't happen, they will vote for Donald Trump. It's all about not having Biden in office. That's their line.
We'll see how it goes. Steve Patterson, thank you so much. And stay with us, of course, for complete coverage of the second Republican debate. Meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker. We'll have expert analysis of all the big moments. That's tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Well, after a remarkable 371 days in space, astronaut Frank Rubio is back on Earth.
That's a long time. Those 371 days set a record for the single longest mission ever by an American astronaut. Rubio and two Russian cosmonauts who were also up on the International Space Station with him for more than a year landed this morning in Kazakhstan.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tom Costello, who covers all the fun stuff, aviation and space, for us. Tom, this is pretty amazing. Can you talk about the science of being up there for that long? I don't know if there are risks to being in zero gravity for that long.
Yes, there are. And here's the thing. He did not want to be up there for so long. This was a 6-month mission when he left Earth, and then he got stuck up on the space station because his Soyuz spaceship that was supposed to take him and the two cosmonauts home, it was hit by micrometeors and sprang a leak. So he got stuck on the space station, and 180 days turned into 371 days. Yes, there are certain health risks associated with that. According to the experts, they include sleep issues, as you would expect. Also, an immune system problem when you are simply in that environment for so long. In microgravity, you lose some bone mass and some muscle mass. There's a radiation exposure issue as well. The blood and the brain fluid. I'm using the wrong word there. I realize every doctor's rolling their eyes, but body fluid can move into the head, and as a result, you start having problems with vision. There are multiple issues there that are concerning for anybody who spends that much time in space. The biggest one, though, guys, psychological is what he admits to. This is a tough guy, combat veteran, medical doctor, helicopter pilot. He said it was very difficult to be away from his family for that long. And had he known it would be a year, he wouldn't have gone because he missed key milestones in his 4 kids' lives.
Oh, wow. Well, now that he's back, what's next for him?
Well, first of all, he's going to have to spend time going through all the medical debrief processes with NASA in Houston. That's going to take some time. And then, of course, he wants to be with his kids. He also makes the point that, you know, this is really the life he's chosen to be an astronaut. But maybe now he doesn't need to be on station anymore. Maybe he can stay on the ground and have a desk job for a while.
You could say he did his time quite literally.
Yeah.
Tom Costello, thank you so much. And, of course, you can see more of Tom's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Major life events can cause anxiety in children, right? But there are some easy ways to help your kids relieve those feelings. Up next, an expert's tips on how kids can keep calm and build confidence. You're watching NBC News Daily.
My mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, we thought we would focus on how to help kids manage anxiety.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that can make a child feel anxious and uncomfortable, like the first day of school or meeting people or just being in the dark. But experts warn that avoiding things just because they may make a child feel anxious may actually reinforce those feelings. Joining us now to discuss this is counselor and author Sissy Goff. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me, y'all.
Of course. So, I mean, obviously, as adults, we know anxiety can happen at any point. But if you're a parent of a kid or a caretaker, when does anxiety become too much? When should you be a little alarmed when you see it in your child?
That's a great question. I think when it's impeding their daily functioning, when you can tell they're not able to do the things they want to do, they're hanging back, when it impacts them physically, even when you discover some tools that can help and you feel like it's not moving the needle, then that's when I would recommend therapy.
So how do you identify exactly what kinds of things they're anxious about? You know, we were looking on the Child Mind Institute website, and they have a list of sort of, these are some of the things that children particularly will worry about, and we can put them up on the screen.
Yes.
But talk us through where this anxiety comes from.
Yes, well, it's fascinating. We talk about it because we're working with kids. We talk about it like the one-loop roller coaster at the fair. You know, we all have what are considered hundreds of intrusive thoughts every day. When we're anxious, those thoughts come in and get stuck. And if we were going to track development, I could almost predict what kids will be anxious about at given ages. So separation anxiety for little bitty ones. I don't know how many kids I've counseled that it's about throwing up. And it's basically the scariest thing they can imagine at a different age where they get stuck, which is why parents will say, I never had any anxiety until I became a parent, because the thing that matters the most matters more than anything ever has at this point.
And it's so important that you made those distinctions of the different kinds of anxiety, because it can look different at each stage.
Yes.
If a parent or guardian is seeing it in their child, what should they do, and maybe what should they avoid doing?
Those are great questions. Well, the two most common parenting strategies in light of anxiety are escape and avoidance. And I would say we don't want to do that. And in fact, we will often ask parents, what are two things you're doing for your kids right now that they can do for themselves? And what are two things you're doing for them that they can almost do for themselves? Because we want them to develop independence and resilience. And sometimes we've got to pull back to do that. And so that is a big one. And then I think just really attending to them, hearing them, and helping them move through the emotion to coping strategies.
When you say escape and avoidance, you mean the kids like avoiding their work and just sort of trying to escape from life?
Well, honestly, we're seeing more parents who are rescuing kids, pulling them out from having to do the scary thing.
Right. You don't have to take
know,
that test anymore because you're scared.
Yes, yes. You don't have to go to school anymore because you're struggling with getting to school. Which,
so what do you do instead again?
Well, we're going to layer in a lot of coping strategies. And we're not going to throw them in the deep end, but we're going to say, we're going to walk with you towards doing the scary thing because you can do it.
And is there a link? Obviously, adults have anxiety too. If there's an anxious parent, does that mean you're more likely to have an anxious kid? How does that work?
Basically, yes. So we're now looking at 1 in 4 kids, 1 in 3 adolescents. Girls, twice as likely as boys to deal with anxiety. Boys are actually taken in to get help more, which is fascinating. Adults, 1 in 3, with women twice as likely. And if, as a parent, you have anxiety, your kids are 7 times more likely to deal with it.
Kind of highlights the importance of dealing with your own, too.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so leave it, we only have like 20 seconds. Can you leave us with one final tip that you would give to parents?
I would say, hands down, the best thing you can do for your kids as a parent is to do your own work. Work against anxiety.
Work on yourself.
Yes.
I think that's just good parenting advice, period. Sissy Goff, thank you so much.
Thanks. Much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, in case you are somehow unaware of this, fans of Beyonce are collectively known as the Beehive.
In case you're living under a rock somewhere. And this month, they came together in a big way to help out one of their own, a fan with disabilities who was forced to miss his first ever Beyonce concert. But that is not how this young man's story would end. Here's NBC's Maya Eaglin.
An Oregon man's dream trip gone in an instant.
Well, guess I'm not going to Seattle, and I'm not seeing Beyonce.
John Hetherington, who has cerebral palsy, booked an Alaska Airlines flight from Eugene to Seattle to see Beyonce live in concert. But when he arrived, the attendants told him they could not accommodate his electric-powered wheelchair.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane.
The Department of Transportation only requires airlines to transport manual wheelchairs in the cabin of an aircraft. In a statement to NBC News, Alaska Airlines saying, "We feel terrible about our guests' travel experience with us. We tried to reaccommodate our guests on another flight, but no viable options were available."
People with disabilities have challenges every single day, and the lack of accessible air travel is just, unfortunately, one more hurdle.
Hetherington taking to social media, telling his story to his 23,000 TikTok followers.
Ableism strikes again.
The video going viral, racking up more than 100,000 views. Beyonce fans sharing the video with Queen Bee herself, Jay-Z, and her team. Then, the moment Hetherington thought would never come. Beyonce's team arranging for Hetherington to travel to Texas for another show and scoring him floor seats. Other fans recognizing him, cheering him on as he entered the stadium. Hetherington sharing this image from the concert, telling his followers, "We partied, we sang, we danced. Beehive, you made this happen." Hetherington meeting Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, posing for a picture with Beyonce's backup dancers, receiving a pair of drumsticks from the concert signed by the drummer Diamond Johnson. And then this, Beyonce herself stopping by to meet and embrace her devoted fan. His image now adorning her tour website. An irreplaceable memory for John that's also bringing awareness to challenges Americans with disabilities face every day. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Oh, love that story. So glad he got to go see her.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
All right, check out this incredible video. It's a mother calmly protecting her son from a bear. Look at this. It happened near Monterrey, Mexico. They're having a birthday party when the bear jumps on the picnic table and starts eating their enchiladas and fries and tacos that were supposed to be for the birthday party. But look at the mom. I mean, she's really
Just
protecting
calm.
that kid, and she was able to lure the bear away, good news, by throwing food away from the group so that the bear would go somewhere else. Just a mother protecting her cub.
Truly. And so glad they're okay. And it looks like that bear got a good meal, too.
The Rolling Stones are thinking about doing something kind of interesting. Mick Jagger told the Wall Street Journal this week that any money made from selling the band's back catalog, all their old music, would go to charity. Jagger hasn't said which charity the band would give the money to. The Rolling Stones are releasing a new album next month called Hackney Diamonds.
All right, got to check that one out. Well, speaking of entertainment, remember that little movie, Shrek? It's not a little movie. I love that movie. Well, yes. And now you can visit Shrek Swamp, okay? There's a new Airbnb listing in the Scottish Highlands, and it's a recreation of Shrek's home from the popular movies. The rental, I know, it's described as a, quote, bud-laden, moss-covered, murky-watered swamp. Guests can only stay at the swamp for 2 days, which makes sense. I don't think Shrek would have wanted company for more than that. Request to book a spot at the swamp start October 13th.
Wow.
I might check it out.
You should check it out. It actually looks like really like the movie. A university in Ireland is offering a new degree, get this, in influencing. Southeast Technological University offering a Bachelor of Arts in Content Creation and Social Media. I think stuff like that exists in the U.S. too. I've heard about courses and that, right?
Yes.
Over there, it's going to include modules on business skills, video editing, creative writing. They're going to start that next September.
Okay, pretty cool. Check it out. And is it a love story? I know you want to know. Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce finally opened up about seeing Swift at Sunday's game. Taylor Swift, of course. The pair made headlines and fueled dating rumors over the weekend when she was next to his mom at a game. He said that everyone in the suite had nothing but good things to say about her, and he said she looked amazing.
The plot thickens. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkla. You're watching Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, we're hours away from the second Republican presidential debate, with 7 candidates set to take the stage and make their case in what could be their last big chance to shake up a race that's being dominated by Donald Trump. Plus, Senator Menendez and his wife plead not guilty to federal bribery charges in their first court appearance since last week's damning indictment, as calls for the senator's resignation grow louder on Capitol Hill. And no let-up on the logjam in Congress. I'll talk to elected Republicans from both sides of Capitol Hill about their party's perilous path to avoid a government shutdown, now just 3 days away. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Brian Nobles, reporting in Washington as 7 of the Republican presidential hopefuls are getting ready to debate the future of their party once again without the frontrunner on stage. And once again, as that frontrunner is facing legal peril. This time after a judge ruled late yesterday that Donald Trump committed years of business fraud, ordering that some of his companies should be removed from his control and dissolved. But folks, heading into tonight, Republican primary voters have made it abundantly clear to this field that every candidate on stage tonight is effectively running as a plan B to Donald Trump, despite his growing legal issues. Our new national NBC News poll has Trump leading his closest rival by 43 points nationally. He's almost at 60% support among likely Republican primary voters. It's the same story in the early state polls. About half of Republican primary voters are backing Trump in the new CBS YouGov polls out of Iowa and New Hampshire. And for the former president, he clearly already has an eye on a general election, skipping tonight's debate in California to instead travel to the battleground of Michigan, where he's set to appear at a non-union auto manufacturing plant outside Detroit to meet with auto workers amidst the ongoing UAW strike. Now, his visit to Michigan comes just a day after President Biden hit the picket lines in nearby Wayne County, which the Biden campaign, which also has their eyes on the general election, followed up with a new ad attacking their likely 2024 rival.
He says he stands with auto workers, but as president, Donald Trump passed tax breaks for his rich friends while automakers shuttered their plants and Michigan lost manufacturing jobs. Joe Biden said he'd stand up for workers, and he's delivering, passing laws that are increasing wages and creating good-paying jobs.
And the former president's visit also comes as UAW President Shawn Fain is accusing him of essentially turning his back on auto workers when he was in the White House.
The ultimate show of how much he cares about our workers was in 2019 when he was the president of the United States. Where was he then? Our workers at GM were on strike for 60 days, for 2 months. They were out there on the picket lines. I didn't see him hold a rally. I didn't see him stand up at the picket line, and I sure as hell didn't hear him comment about it.
Our NBC News correspondents are on the ground. Dasha Burns in Simi Valley, California, ahead of tonight's debate. Vaughn Hilliard covering all things Trump in Detroit. And with me on set is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian with the latest on Trump's legal troubles. Dasha, let's start with you. Every single candidate on the stage tonight needs something drastic to change in this primary to be the Republican nominee. Does that mean we could see some fireworks?
You're right, Ryan. This is a really important moment. And look, a lot of people can argue for general elections whether or not debates really make a difference. But here's the thing about primary debates. There are a few voters in a few states that these folks really have to convince, and they are paying a lot more attention than your general electorate, right? The voters in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, where these candidates are really focused, they take their job really, really seriously. And right now, the voters that are looking to turn the page on former President Trump, they are looking at these 7 candidates, and they are trying to figure out, is there one person that we can get behind here? Because you talk to any political expert, and they'll tell you consolidation has to happen. Otherwise, the math just doesn't work. Someone has to step out of the fold. Now, former Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was hoping he would be sort of the natural heir to that, but we've seen his poll numbers slide over the last few months, and he is now sort of struggling to separate himself from the rest of the pack. So tonight, he is really front and center, literally, and has to create some sort of moment for himself in order to convince voters, donors, all of the things looking at him, all of the folks looking at him to see whether or not he can really create a contrast with former President Trump and convince folks that he can be the one. Then you have Nikki Haley, who had a bump after that last debate. I think you might see a lot of knives come out for her, because what happens when you gain momentum? You also get a lot of attacks and people start really looking under the hood. So with 7 candidates on the stage, folks are going to be fighting for time. Folks are going to be fighting for the spotlight, Ryan.
And of course, it will be a smaller debate stage. Several candidates did not qualify. What else do we expect to be different from the first debate? Have these candidates taken any lessons from what they saw in the first debate?
Well, look, I think they're hoping to focus a little bit more on the economy. This is a Fox Business debate, after all, and you saw several candidates releasing various economic plans to gain independence from China. That's something Vivek Ramaswamy's been focusing on in the last couple of weeks. Nikki Haley as well. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis released his energy policy. So they're going to try to focus on the issues. The question, of course, is, does the sort of looming presence, absence of Trump, but his presence, kind of get in the way of that? What do the moderators do to sort of keep them focused on the issues and not on the battles with one another? That's always something that we're going to be watching for, Ryan.
Okay, Dasha Burns, and you're going to come back later with some live interviews from the debate site. We'll look forward to that. So, Vaughn, on one hand, this is debate counter-programming, but on the other hand, it does seem sort of like the opening salvo in the general election campaign. I mean, we saw President Biden there, obviously, yesterday in Michigan as well. Is this the beginning of what normally happens sometime in the spring?
Right. This is very much so. And you could make the claim that President Biden rushed to get here to the picket line before Donald Trump, after Trump was the one initially announcing that he was coming to Michigan. Now, there's the important distinction that tonight, when he delivers his primetime remarks here in Macomb County, that Donald Trump will be speaking to a non-union body parts manufacturing plant here instead of actually going on the UAW picket line. Now, Donald Trump also will not be joined by UAW leadership, and he has not actually weighed in on the specifics of the negotiations between the UAW and the big three auto companies. And for Donald Trump, when you look at the exit polling from the 2016 and 2020 election, you saw that Joe Biden was able to expand his lead among Michigan union households in 2020, did greater than Hillary Clinton did, winning 2 out of every 3. And so for Donald Trump, there's a distinction between being pro-union and being pro-worker, which Donald Trump is very much focused on sort of the bravado of fighting to keep plants open. Of course, the actual record of the 4 years of administration is questionable. There were several plants in Michigan, Ohio, Maryland that in fact closed despite pressure from his administration not to. There was about 45,000 jobs created from the time his administration came into office to a month before the pandemic here. But of course, when you look at the National Labor Relations Board and the Labor Department under Donald Trump, they definitely had rules and opinions that were much more favorable to employers than they were to workers who were keen on unionizing. And so for Donald Trump, it is very important to be here. He just narrowly lost Michigan in 2020. And well, I think it's important to note that other Republican candidates are speaking at the Ronald Reagan Library tonight. And you'll recall back in 1981, it was Ronald Reagan who fired more than 11,000 air traffic controllers who were on strike and part of a union. Well, Donald Trump's not there tonight. Instead, he is here making his case that the Republican Party should be the pro-worker party. And he is here and going to be joined by several of those striking workers who were invited to partake. Ryan?
Okay, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, now to you, Ken. There's a lot of background noise that is around these issues of politics when it comes to Donald Trump, and those are his legal issues. There was a pretty significant ruling yesterday in his civil case. Walk us through what we learned there.
Potentially transformational, Ryan. This judge in the civil fraud case that's been brought by the Attorney General of New York State has ruled that, in fact, Donald Trump and his business organizations have been committing fraud for years in overvaluing their properties for the purposes of bank loans and insurance claims and other kinds of things. And he did it without a trial. He decided that as a matter of law, the AG had proven her case. And as a result, now this ruling is going to be appealed. So we are maybe a long way from this. But if this ruling remains in place, Donald Trump may well lose control of many of his buildings, including Trump Tower in New York. He may be banned from doing business in New York State for 5 years, going to the heart of his identity as a New York real estate developer and with potentially huge financial penalties. Now we're going to go into a trial in the penalty phase, and the AG is seeking $250 million in damages.
So we're on the verge. You say it could take some time of the dissolution of the Trump organization. Is there some way around this? Can he create shell companies? I mean, the perception of Trump is that he always finds a way around things like this.
Well, that's right. And in fairness, this is only in New York State, and it will be appealed. So we may be a long way off from it actually being enforced. But much of his wealth, many of his assets are in New York City, and buildings worth billions of dollars, particularly Trump Tower. Right. So this could be a huge, huge impact on him and his family.
And as he does, Trump went on social media and really hammered the judge in this case, the New York Attorney General, Letitia James. I mean, how does that impact the case going forward? Is this something the court takes into account, how he lashes out and is so angry about these decisions?
What he said about this judge went really close to the line of almost threatening this judge. He said he had to be stopped. And so that's really catching the attention of legal experts and security experts. I do have to say, though, that I think regular folks out in the land will look at this and say, well, if this fraud was going on for 20 years, why is this case only happening now by a democratically elected attorney general? I think that's a fair question.
Okay. Ken Delaney, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we do have a big programming note for you. Make sure you tune in tonight when Kristen Welker anchors Meet the Press special coverage. Good thing Kristen's doing it, not me. Of the second Republican presidential debate, she'll break down the most important moments on stage. Plus, she'll have reaction from voters. That'll happen live. Interviews with campaign staffers, experts, analysis, and more. It starts at 11 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. But first, as Congress barrels toward a government shutdown, I'll speak to a Republican whose military-heavy district will be hit especially hard. Congresswoman Jen Kiggans of Virginia will be here in studio with me in just a moment. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Do you think the government shutdown is inevitable?
I don't think anything's inevitable in politics.
What can be done now to make sure it doesn't happen?
If I knew that, I would have done it already.
Well, welcome back. We're just 3 days now until a government shutdown, and lawmakers really aren't any closer to making a deal, even though there's been some movement. Last night, House Republicans finally advancing 4 spending bills that have really no hope of passing the Senate right now. Meanwhile, the Senate voted to start debate on a short-term funding bill to keep the government open through November 17th, but House Republicans really don't like that plan. So that leaves us barreling toward a shutdown on Saturday night, with party leaders trying to pin the blame on the other side.
Speaker McCarthy, the only way out of a shutdown is bipartisanship. And by constantly adhering to what the hard right wants, you're aiming for a shutdown. Work in a bipartisan way like we are in the Senate, and we can avoid harm to tens of millions of Americans.
Is the Senate's plan a non-starter in the House?
I don't see the support in the House. Why am I asked the president to sit down? Because the Senate has not done their job. The Senate has not taken up the House work. So no, the president should step in and do something about it. Otherwise, government will shut down.
So let's talk about this now. Joining me on set is Republican Congresswoman from Virginia, Jen Kiggins. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here. If there's a shutdown, I have to imagine that your district is one of the ones that will be most directly impacted. You have an incredibly large federal workforce there and a huge military presence, and military members in particular are going to be impacted by this. What can be done right now with only 3 days to go to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, well, it's frustrating for me representing in a district that is very heavily military. We also have a large veteran population and DoD civilians and contractors who work and support our military. So one of the things that I put in place was the Pay Our Troops Act that we introduced last Thursday. And this piece of legislation, this bill of mine, really guarantees that the military will get paid, and it includes the Coast Guard. We saw in 2019 that shutdown that prevented Coast Guard from getting paid for 35 days. My bill includes Coast Guard and also includes DoD civilians and contractors. It's so important that we reassure our military members that they will get a paycheck. They have earned that paycheck. I want to relieve that anxiety from them, and we've heard from so many of them.
But is it going to get on the floor? There's only 3 days left to go. Is the Speaker giving you an indication that it's going to be voted on between now and Saturday night?
So we've spoken to leadership. We started that process on Thursday and worked through part of the weekend to ensure that they knew this was important, not just for my district, but really for the country and for our national security. It's a national security issue that we take care of our men and women in uniform. So we will continue to push. Obviously, we want to not shut the government down. That is priority number one, to not shut the government. But worst case scenario, we need to have this kind of plan B or this alternative. If, worst case, it does shut down, then we want to take care of our military.
Okay, so I understand where your priorities are here, but I was there when you were with a group of your fellow members that are in districts that President Biden won in 2020, and you've expressed a level of frustration with your more conservative colleagues who are not open to anything having to do with a short-term continuing resolution. One of them, your fellow Virginian, Bob Good. What's your message to those hardliners that aren't even open to a short-term spending plan to at least give you more time to negotiate with Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the frustration, right? I think we all want to reduce some of the wasteful spending that has occurred really on both sides of the aisle. So I know that that's a priority, is to reduce that spending. But we have to do it, I think it's going to take a bipartisan approach. I think there's a lot of different voices out there, and I'm certainly protective of you don't want to cut too much, right? I think there's steps that we can take in the right direction. Republicans only control 1/2 of 1/3 of government right now, so it's a very small majority we have. So that kind of forces us to listen to other voices out there, and I think that's something for me from more of a purpley district. I have that luxury. I can listen to both sides. I think it's going to take some compromise. We need to continue to focus on cutting spending. We need to continue to focus on things like securing the border. These have been Republican priorities. I support both of those those measures, while we work towards funding the government.
But are you frustrated that Speaker McCarthy is listening more to those conservative members in your ranks as opposed to the moderates like you who are in a situation where you have to balance both the needs of constituents from both the right and the left?
Yeah, it's frustrating because I think that we're playing games with politics, right? And I think that we're playing games with our military, especially. We saw the DOD funding bill not pass 3 different times off the floor. So for me and a lot of my veteran colleagues, and why we ran for Congress was because we care about the country. We want to put the country first, right? So that's what we are here to do. So it frustrates me when we're playing games not only with government and with Congress, but we're playing games with the military. And that's certainly not the message that we want to send to the country. We're looking at recruitment and retention numbers for the military, and we're looking at the world stage and some of our, the enemies we have out there. The world is not a safe place, so we need to make sure we're prioritizing national security.
Okay, so to that end, the Senate's prepared to pass their own version of a continuing resolution. It would include funding for defense and those members of the military in your district, but it would also include funding for Ukraine and disaster relief. Is that something you can support at this point?
Yeah, so it changes every 15 minutes. It changed from the time we had conference this morning. I think I've heard 3 iterations of what's going to happen this week. So I don't have a crystal ball. I know there are some options out there, including short-term CRs, a little bit longer CRs, long-term CRs, saying that, we don't want to shut down the government. I think that's priority number 1. So we are going to entertain other options. I think it will take some bipartisan compromise.
But fundamentally, do you believe that aid to Ukraine, which is also a necessity, at least that some view it as a necessity, should be part of these negotiations, or do you view that as a separate conversation?
Yeah, so I've been a supporter of aid to Ukraine, but not a blank check, right? I think there needs to be some accountability. That's what our voters are asking for. But Putin is a thug, right? I mean, to not support Ukraine means you're supporting Putin, and we certainly want to keep America out of that fight. And right now, Ukraine is on those front lines of fighting with Russia, who continues to be an aggressor. So I want to keep my military, my military men and women and children, my children serve too, out of that fight. So it's important that we continue to fight Ukraine. It's important that we continue to educate members, maybe on my side of the aisle, who might not be as supportive. But again, not a blank check. There needs to be some accountability.
So I hear you. You sound optimistic. You want this to be successful. But are you realistic about it? I mean, we're 3 days away. There's no sort of deal that's going to pass through both the House and the Senate and get on the president's desk. I mean, do you need to brace your constituents that a shutdown is likely?
Well, I'm always a glass half full person, so I haven't quite given it.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
well, it's debatable, but that is why we put that Pay Our Troops Act in place, is to provide that reassurance for something. I mean, people in my district that is a priority for me as a Navy veteran, as a Navy spouse, as a Navy mom now. So many people who live paycheck to paycheck, who are on those fixed incomes, who serve our great country and our great military. So if I could provide that reassurance, then I'm doing my job.
So if you're that insistent about making that happen, make sure it doesn't happen by Saturday, would you be willing to support a clean continuing resolution that just extends time out to give you more time to negotiate through a discharge petition with Democrats? Is that something that you believe is a viable option?
I think there's a real likelihood that we do pass a continuing resolution. What that looks like and what version that is, that's hypothetical right now. I think there's a lot of different versions out there. It's hard to, again, it changes every few minutes, so it's hard to say exactly what version will be passed, but I think there needs to be a show of bipartisanship. I think that's what the country wants, right? That's why I ran for Congress. I hated the rhetoric. I hated the division. I hated the infighting. So I think Americans hate that. We're tired of that, right? There's a better way to do politics, and it has to be more civilized and common sense.
All right, before you go, I need to ask you about the future of Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Some of your colleagues have threatened to call a motion to vacate, which would challenge his speakership. Do you think that's going to happen, and will there be enough Republican and maybe even Democratic votes to protect his speakership?
Yeah, I think Kevin McCarthy's been a good leader. In the military, I've seen lots of different types of leader. He's got a tough job right now, and he's doing a good one. It's hard to unify. It's a lot of different opinions out there on our side of the aisle, but I think he's doing a good job. We need to keep pushing forward. We need to continue to fund the government, first and foremost, because we're demonstrating what Republican leadership looks like. And I know in Virginia, we've got state elections this year, so really important that we demonstrate what good leadership looks like.
And we didn't even get a chance to dive into the Virginia legislative elections, which will likely be very much impacted if a shutdown happens. But Congresswoman, really enjoyed your conversation. Thank you for being here. We
Thanks for having me.
All right. And now we're going to turn from the House to the Senate, where embattled New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife pleaded not guilty to federal corruption charges today. Federal prosecutors accuse Menendez and his wife of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in exchange for favors for New Jersey businessmen as well as the Egyptian government. And NBC News has also learned that the FBI is also investigating whether Egyptian intelligence played a role in the alleged bribery scheme, I should say. Today, Congressman Pete Aguilar joined the growing list of Democrats calling on Menendez to resign. That's significant because he's the highest-ranking Latino Democrat in the House, and he's also a member of the House leadership team. At least 30 Senate Democrats are now calling on Menendez to resign. Notably not on that list, though, is the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who said today that he's, quote, deeply disappointed and disturbed, but stopped short of calling for the senator to resign. Menendez denies the accusations and resisting calls to resign. He's expected to address his Democratic colleagues tomorrow during their weekly lunch. And up next, Debate Night in America. We'll hear directly from voters and from two of the campaigns on what they want to hear from the candidates set to take the stage tonight. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What are you looking to hear in the GOP debate?
Solutions.
He's seeing a little hope.
What's going on with women's rights? What's going on with China? What's going on with Ukraine?
The border issue.
Entitlement reform.
Economic relief.
I'm hoping that Republicans realize that the Trump era is over.
Stand up and say that Trump is an unacceptable candidate.
Stand strong and do everything they can to make sure that Donald Trump is not the nominee.
I'd really like to see someone stand out from the crowd. Almost the way Reagan did.
And I think more people are wanting to see answers rather than a fight.
Welcome back. That was a look at what some Republican and independent voters told our team of campaign embeds on the trail, I should say, ahead of tonight's debate. All of those voters were at events for candidates who were trying to catch up to Donald Trump. And now with more on how the campaigns are preparing for the big night, it's our Dasha Burns is once again joining us from California, and she'll be joined by David Polanski, the deputy campaign manager for Ron DeSantis, and Mark Short, the former chief of staff to Vice President Pence. Dasha, take it away.
Hey, Ryan. Well, there is a lot to talk about in terms of what these candidates need to do tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and start with these two gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'll start with you, David. So some candidates like Nikki Haley, they are trying to build off of some new momentum, a bump in the polls in this debate. Your candidate, though, he's seen a significant slide over the summer months. The gap between Trump and DeSantis has only widened. So what can Governor DeSantis do tonight to change that trajectory?
Well, number one, tonight is an opportunity to go out and drive your message. Clean air without the former president being on stage gives you the chance to do just that. So talk about your record, number one. What have you done that gives people back at home hope that you're going to do what you say you're going to do? Number two, the opportunity to get out here and talk about your vision for the country. I think all the candidates on stage generally agree that the country's in decline. What are you going to do to reverse that decline? And when it comes to polls, I think you saw even yesterday in the CBS poll in Iowa, Governor DeSantis is back in the 20s. We're on the trajectory where we need to be, which is to take out Donald Trump in January, not in September.
Now, Mark, your candidate is in a pretty different position than DeSantis here. He's struggled to gain traction in the polls. He hasn't cracked single digits in any recent polls that I've seen. In the last debate, though, he had probably the most speaking time of any candidate. He cracked a lot of zingers, but he didn't see any sort of bump like Nikki Haley did. Why not? And what does that tell you about what he needs to do tonight?
Well, I think the setting here at the Reagan Library will be an opportunity for Mike to, again, explain to the American people his vision for the future of our nation, and to herald back to saying he's actually this full spectrum conservative on the stage who has the ideas that can address the national security challenges we face with China or Russia, whether or not it's policies to address inflation and the struggling stagflation economy that Bidenomics has left us with, or addressing the social issues that face our nation, how to restore family first in America. So I think he's looking forward to being here at a perfect setting to deliver that message.
Now, Governor DeSantis, when it comes to former President Trump, who's not here but is, of course, ever present, he's walked a pretty fine line when it comes to taking him on, right? He won't criticize him necessarily directly, but when he's asked, he will talk about some of issues like abortion, his strategy in Iowa and whatnot. Chris Christie aside, most of the candidates on the stage seem to be worried about alienating Trump's base. And it seems like DeSantis has tried to sort of chip away at some of the MAGA voters, but he doesn't seem to be winning those folks, but he has sort of risked alienating more moderate voters. Will we see tonight or ever DeSantis truly take on Trump?
Well, number one, it would take a candidate to show up on stage, to have that direct interaction. And so far, the former president has resisted and declined to do that. Now, you're going to see Governor DeSantis have that kind of spirited debate with Governor Newsom of California. He's shown the ability and the willingness and the courage to step on the stage and do that.
But he's not running.
He's not running. Donald Trump needs to get out on the stage and give these guys an opportunity to get up there and contrast with him. But what I will tell you is you have seen a sharp contrast with the governor and Donald Trump on spending, where Donald Trump is responsible for massive increases in federal spending, and that has lassoed our country in debt and led to the inflation people are seeing, when in contrast you see the governor with the #1 economy in the country. Those types of contrasts he's making. We'd love the opportunity to make it on the stage, and I suspect as our trajectory grows, you're going to see the former president feel pressure to do just that and show up.
And Mark, you mentioned we are at the Reagan Library, and I know that Mike Pence has cited the 40th president a lot on the campaign trail this week. You rolled out some endorsements from former Reagan staffers. He seems to be running as the Reagan candidate. But from what we're seeing on the trail, the way that he's been received, what we're seeing in the polls, does America, do Republican primary voters in particular, want a Reagan candidate or more of a Trump candidate at this point?
I think that the reality is that in the 1970s, we faced a similar dynamic with the weak Democrat president who had created an energy crisis and stagflation, and the ideas of the Ronald Reagan championed, he brought forward. But these ideas predate Ronald Reagan. They're the core of what we are as conservatives. It's what we've always been in advocating for a limited government. We've always been in a strong national defense and advocating for pro-family policy. And so I think that it's less about Ronald Reagan. It's more about actually those ideas have worked in the past, and they'll work again to get us out of the morass we're in right now.
And David, lastly, you keep saying, and DeSantis keeps saying, this is the mantra of your campaign, that it is a two-man race. There are a lot of people that are pretty skeptical of that right now, just looking at the numbers and looking at where you're at. How do you make that mantra a reality?
Nobody's going to outwork Ron DeSantis. Nobody's going to out-organize Ron DeSantis. And at the end of the day, nobody has the record that Ron DeSantis has to bring to the table. Polls in September don't matter. What's going to matter is on January 15th and then in January 23rd. And we're extremely confident that not only is it going to be a two-person race, but that we're going to beat Donald Trump when it matters the most.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing what your candidates do on that stage tonight. Going to be a big night for everybody. Really appreciate your time. Ryan, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, great. Thank you, Dasha, and thank you to David and Mark as well. And while Republicans in California are getting ready for tonight's debate, Republicans on Capitol Hill are getting ready for their first impeachment inquiry tomorrow. We're digging into both next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Ahead of the House GOP's first impeachment hearing tomorrow, the House Ways and Means Committee unveiled today what Republicans are calling, quote, new evidence, suggesting a two-tiered system of justice and that President Biden used his political influence to enrich his son. But the two main pieces of evidence displayed were from 2017, when Joe Biden wasn't in office, and from August of 2020, when Donald Trump's Justice Department was in power. I pressed the committee chairman, Jason Smith, on this. First, he dodged my questions about why actions taken in 2020, I should say, during the Trump administration was evidence against the Biden administration. And then I pressed him about how a 2017 message is evidence that Biden was selling his office when he wasn't in office. Take a listen. Can you explain the timing then of the August 6th WhatsApp message? Why is that evidence of some wrongdoing?
I'm not an expert on the timeline. I would love to have President Biden and his family to tell us about all the timelines, because it's really, really unfortunate that we see so many meetings and so many phone calls that involved around official activity that the vice president has been participating in, and then big sums of money follows later.
But if he's not the president or the vice president at that time, where's the wrongdoing? He wasn't even a candidate for president at that time.
He was a candidate.
In August 6th of 2017?
Apparently, what source are you with?
I'm with NBC.
So apparently you'll never believe us.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm asking you a very direct question. You presented a piece of evidence that you say came on August 6, 2017, that demonstrates that Joe Biden was using political influence to help his son. If he wasn't a political figure at that time, the first WhatsApp message you put up, where you talk about the brand, and I'm completely open-minded about this. I'm asking you specifically, how does that demonstrate that there's some sort of political influence being put over him if at that time he is not he's not an elected official?
I'm definitely not going to pinpoint one item. I think we've outlined.
You presented it. It was your first thing that you brought up.
So apparently you don't agree with it. So
it's not that I don't agree with it. I'm asking you to explain it.
I'll take the next question.
Well, So he did move on and didn't finish answering those questions for me. For more on this, I'm joined by my panel, Daniela Diaz, a congressional reporter at Politico, Andy Levin, the former Democratic congressman from Michigan and now a distinguished senior fellow at the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Danielle Pletka, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and NBC News contributor, and we're going to call Danielle Danny and Daniela Daniela so we don't all get confused. Andy, we're going to stick with calling you Andy, if that's all right.
Perfect.
So Daniela, let's get your reaction to that back and forth with the chairman and myself. I mean, this tomorrow is supposed to be the day where they unveil everything. They're going to lay everything out on the table and demonstrate and what they're going to say, direct specificity that there's an issue between the president and his son and potential wrongdoing. This didn't take a lot to unravel here today. What does this tell you about what we should expect tomorrow?
Ryan, first of all, you asked basic questions, and the chairman couldn't really provide answers to what you were asking. And I think that's a sign of what we're going to see tomorrow from these House Republicans in the first impeachment hearing. There's been no smoking gun so far. They can't really prove any sort of connection between Hunter Biden's business dealings and President Joe Biden. You asked really basic questions in this back and forth that just happened a couple of hours ago, and they couldn't do it. Now, of course, this is not the panel that we're going to see tomorrow, but it's important to note that they are talking about whistleblower documents that the House Oversight Committee has been referencing in their investigation. And really, overall, it seems that there hasn't been anything that's broken through in evidence proving that there's any sort of bad, inappropriate connection between Hunter Biden and his business dealings and what President Joe Biden has said.
So, Danny, you were shaking your head
while
the chairman was talking, and you said that there actually is an answer to my question. So what is the answer to my question?
And the chairman did an absolutely abominable job answering your question and also accusing you of, being a journalist, which apparently is now a crime in Washington.
Guilty as charged.
I know, it's just, I'm shocked too. Look, I think this is, just to step back for a second, this is the problem with impeachment, okay? They were doing an investigation of the president and his son's malfeasance and the connection between the two. At that point, we were talking about Joe Biden, vice president, Joe Biden, citizen, Joe Biden, president. And so all the evidence was relevant, and it went to a pattern of whether there was a smoking gun. I happen to think those documents were unbelievably damaging to the president and his son, as much as I know he loves him and wants him to be rich. But once you're at this stage, you've got to be able to explain why it is you're able to talk about impeaching somebody who wasn't in office at that time. And I think this is really a disconnect that the Republican edgier Republicans who insisted on an impeachment as opposed to the investigation that was ongoing are going to have to answer. They haven't answered it to my satisfaction.
Andy, you were in the House for both of Donald Trump's impeachments. I mean, how does what we're going to see tomorrow compare to what you went through when you were in the House?
I mean, the idea of trying to impeach President Biden with no evidence when the former president is facing 91 charges in 4 different, courts in 4 different states, with a mountain of evidence about a wide range of wrongdoing is just shocking. And it's a sign of just the unraveling of the Republican Party in general, but in particular in the House, where any one person, I guess Danny called them the edgier people, can demand anything they want, and the speaker jumps through the hoop in order to not be the former speaker.
But I, with all due respect, I do think that this is not a great counter-argument. We can go on saying, Donald Trump is a crook, and Donald Trump may well be a crook, and Donald Trump may well be convicted. That doesn't exculpate Joe Biden any more than saying Menendez.
That's why I said
and that's why it's
no
a bad.
Evidence. That's why I said there's no evidence, because there isn't any. There aren't any bars of gold. There aren't any hundreds of thousands of dollars sewn into.
There are millions of dollars.
No, not
millions
not,
and millions.
Not about
but is that part of the problem, though, Danny? Is that the Republicans continue to kind of leave tea leaves, right? We're going to subpoena their bank records, and that's when you're going to see what Andy's talking about, the proverbial gold bars in this case, and they haven't been able to deliver that yet.
I really think that what the investigations that were going on before the impeachment broke out were actually delivering a lot of persuasive evidence that there were certainly activities that I, as a citizen, who's somebody very, very concerned, for example, about Chinese influence, about Russian influence, about malfeasance in Ukraine. I worry about those things. I think shedding light on them is the best way for the public to make a judgment, rather than simply going to the trial before you have the investigation.
Okay, all right, let's move on now. We're going to talk about the debate tonight. This is happening against the backdrop of this impeachment hearing happening tomorrow. I mean, Daniela, these Republican candidates that are going to be in the debate tomorrow night, they would like this to be about them. Does the impeachment distract at all from what we're going to see on the debate stage tonight?
I think so, Ryan. And it's not only the impeachment, it's the fact that the government might be shutting down in just a few days. There's a lot of things taking the oxygen from the room right now happening on Capitol Hill, at Pennsylvania Avenue, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's a lot of stuff that these Republicans, of course, want to be able to discuss, but there's other issues, pressing issues that they're going to have to answer. Also, we haven't even said, Trump's not going to be there. So they're going to probably have to continue to answer to whatever Trump is saying, regardless of the fact that he's not on that debate stage. And these are all candidates that are polling way, way behind him.
Yeah. Danny, what do you make of the fact that none of them have been able to put a dent in Trump's lead? In fact, his lead has grown since the last debate.
I mean, shake my head, right? But I will say this. I think that it represents an extraordinary failure of courage on the part of Donald Trump not to be willing to stand up to these people, not because he doesn't think that they're dust beneath his chariot wheels, because obviously he does. Nonetheless, the American people deserve the kind of debate that the Republicans tonight are offering on the stage, and Donald Trump doesn't have respect for the voters, and he doesn't have respect for his fellow Republicans.
So, Andy, you've been through shutdowns as a member of Congress before.
Yes.
They're not political winners for anyone. And in this particular case, I'm sure you'd tell me that Kevin McCarthy's more to blame than President Biden. But does it concern you at all that there could be political victims to this across the board if they're unable to get a shutdown, if they're unable to avoid a shutdown, which seems pretty inevitable at this point?
You know, I think the American people will be pretty clear about who's responsible. What concerns me, Ryan, is that the Republicans are hostage-taking again, and the hostages are the American people. I'm concerned about the actual damage to our soldiers, our Social Security recipients, our kids, you know, who will be harmed by this. And so that's my big concern.
So if you were still in the House,
yes,
would you be trying to find a group of moderate Republicans and putting together some sort of break glass in case of emergency plan, like a discharge petition, which everybody, it's like a West Wing solution to all of this, the TV show I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Would you be doing that right now to just avoid that, to prevent the harm that's going to come to the average American because of a shutdown?
You know, I do think we need to find a solution, and it's hard to see it because the Senate just passed, a bipartisan plan to keep things running. Well, good point. But they've introduced it, and it's got bipartisan support to get it done. And the House Republicans have already rejected it, and they're not interested in talking to my former colleagues at all about a solution. I mean, they are. Here's what we would have done when the shoe was on the other foot, and Nancy Pelosi was Speaker. Those of us in the more progressive wing would have been demanding more things to try to put in there that we knew might not have survived the Republican Senate or President Trump in order to put forward our policy agenda. She would have managed us successfully to do something that satisfied enough of us to pass it.
You knew we wouldn't get it all, but maybe
we wouldn't
get
get it all.
thing.
But we would, we'd try to get something. This is not like that. This is complete dysfunction. You know, the Center for American Progress Action Fund just put out a report that said this Congress, under Kevin McCarthy, has passed the least bills of any Congress in modern times. So it's completely ineffective.
And just to wrap it up, though, Daniela, we're seeing something different on the Senate side. That motion to proceed that Andy's talking about passed with 70 votes. I mean, is there any chance that we're going to see Mitch McConnell maybe go to Kevin McCarthy and say, you got to find a way to pass a version of a continuing resolution that can pass the Senate and do it soon?
Well, it seems that McConnell and McCarthy's relationship is very strained, and it hasn't been the situation right now that McConnell is stepping in to solve anything. I believe they've spoken, but that's about the extent of where we know their relationship stands right now. But the bigger picture being McCarthy at some point, there's 5 Republicans that don't want to support any sort of CR, right? He has a razor-thin majority. At some point, he's probably going to have to figure out passing something with Democratic votes. And as the former congressman noted, Democrats haven't gotten that call yet. So really, it's unclear how they proceed to get out of this looming shutdown if they can't find a solution to that.
3 days left.
Right, and the one thing I will say from my reporting, and it's interesting, usually, behind the scenes, people are whispering to you, listen, don't worry, we're talking. I'm not getting any of those signals as I have in these past shutdown fights. All right, Andy, Danny, Daniela, we got all your names right. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
And still to come, the cannabis industry bagged a big win in the Senate today. One of the Republican senators co-sponsoring that marijuana-related banking bill joins me next. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Am I allowed to say that? You're watching Meet the Press now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is kind of a big deal. A landmark cannabis banking bill moved one step closer to passing the Senate today after a bipartisan vote in the Senate Banking Committee. Now, if signed into law, the bill, known as the Safer Banking Act, would allow legal marijuana businesses to use banks and other major financial institutions to conduct their business. Under current laws, banks can be prosecuted for providing services to businesses that sell marijuana. Now, this is the first time a cannabis bill has ever progressed out of a Senate panel. It still, of course, needs to pass the full Senate and the House before it comes law. But to talk more about this, I'm joined now by Republican Senator from North Dakota, Senator Kevin Cramer. He's one of the co-sponsors of the Safer Banking Act. So, Senator, I'm going to get to the cannabis bill in a moment, and you and I talked about how important it is before we started. But I really want to get the status of what's going on in Capitol Hill as it relates to the shutdown. What is the status of the continuing resolution that was introduced? You've had a motion to proceed on that. Do you think that this is going to pass, and can it pass with enough time for the House to pass it as well and avoid a government shutdown?
Well, we can do it with enough time for the House if the House chooses to do it, and that's a bigger question. Right. I do think this Senate bill, I think we need to simplify it, quite honestly. I think the cleaner, the better. I think to help Speaker McCarthy have the best leverage he could have with the raucous caucus and Democrats is to pass a clean CR. That's my goal. That's not the bill that Senator Schumer has put together, however, but hopefully we can get to that point. yeah, we can pass something in the Senate. I think the bigger the margin, the better for Kevin.
So what you're talking about, I would assume, at least in part, is that there's a significant amount of funding for Ukraine in this current continuing resolution. I know you've in general have been a supporter of funding for Ukraine, but are you suggesting that any sort of supplemental funding for Ukraine be separate from the conversations about government funding in general?
I think we owe that to Ukraine, and I think we owe that to our voters and to our taxpayers and to our citizens, because Ukraine is, while it's largely supported, it's not universally supported. I think a discussion about Ukraine funding needs to be done in committee. It needs to be done in a wide open, transparent process. I think it only adds to people's suspicions if we stuff, $6 billion of Ukraine aid into a continuing resolution. And frankly, a continuing resolution means, continuing the funding to the government at the current levels, which, to the degree that the president would have presidential drawdown authority and whatnot, that should just carry on for the 47 days at the current rate if in fact we pass the CR.
So would you say,
keep it simple.
So at this point, are you a no on that version of the continuing resolution?
I likely would vote against it with the Ukraine support in it, as would the House of Representatives. What I want, Ryan, is something that can pass the Senate and at least has a fighting chance in a divided House.
But is your sense right now, I mean, that seems like a pretty high bar to cross, especially 3 days out. Should government workers, members of the military, prepare that the government is going to shut down at this point?
Well, I'm pretty sure they are preparing for that.
Yeah.
But whether we can get them to pass something that we'd send over by Sunday night, or whether it would be a week from Sunday, I think giving them something that's easy, that's basic, that is free of a whole bunch of hangers-on, gives Kevin a better tool in the tool chest.
Don't you think average Americans are so annoyed that we're back in this position? Right? I mean, you've had months to negotiate these appropriations bills. Why are we here right now?
Right. Well, the weird thing is we've actually done a fair bit of negotiating of appropriations bills for the first time in quite a while, thanks to some good folks on the Appropriations Committee. That said, yeah, I think people are annoyed, and they should be. I mean, it's dysfunction at its worst. And even, Speaker McCarthy, who pledged to do exactly that, again, the committee did their work, but it doesn't do much good to put a bill on the floor that can't pass either. So we've got to get our act together and function as a functioning government.
I mean, how much blame do you put on that faction of conservative Republicans in the House that are really kind of gumming up the works here? Well,
they are more of a problem than when I was in the House and the Freedom Caucus wanted to have good CRs as opposed to no CRs.
Right.
When you have a group whose goal is not to negotiate a CR, but rather to negotiate a government shutdown, that is a different factor than we've ever had before. So, but at the same time, we're a narrowly divided country, reflected in a narrowly divided Congress, reflected in narrowly divided opinions, and that's when leadership has to put things on the floor and let us duke it out.
All right, let's talk about this bill that passed your committee today, the Safer Banking Act. How confident are you that it actually can pass the Senate and then perhaps the House as well?
I actually think with it passed 14-9 in the committee. I actually think with that kind of momentum, with the common sense in the bill, that this is a bill that's been negotiated over years. This isn't something that it looks like it came upon us quickly, but it didn't. I think we negotiated a pretty fragile balance here that will have momentum to get 60 votes in the Senate. Frankly, I think it'll do as well, if not better, on the floor than it did in the committee. The House probably will want to do something different with it. I'm quite confident they will. But again, let's do that. Let's have the process. Let's get two bills and put them together and negotiate, the details. But I'm confident that we can get it done this Congress, that we could actually pass something.
And one of the things that some of your colleagues have expressed concern about is the scope that this gives the government in terms of oversight over banks. How much are you concerned about that, and what would you say to those that are critics of that?
I think they've got it backwards. I think this bill actually restricts the government's oversight in some respects. It doesn't restrict their oversight so much as the way that they can enforce certain things. For example, while we allow safe banking of cannabis state by state, depending on the legalization in particular states, we also protect other industries such as fossil fuels, firearms industry, munitions, other out-of-favor industries from bank over-regulation. Particularly from the regulators themselves that cannot use reputational risk as a dispositive, objection, if you will.
So one of the big concerns for these marijuana companies is that they have to deal largely in cash, right? Because they can't bank. Would this allow them the opportunity to then take credit cards? Would it go that far?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, because the answer is yes, because I'm not a fan of cannabis legalization. I oppose it vehemently. And I think the more you oppose cannabis legalization, the more you should want safe banking.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? Because okay, so if you say, I don't like this industry, it's very, evil, but it should be a cash-only industry. Well, that's like
that makes it worse.
That makes it worse. Yeah. So having the regulated banking industry doing the financing, handling the checking accounts and the credit cards, as you say, really, I think, puts parameters around the industry. And let's face it, it's the reality on the ground where we live. North Dakota, as conservative as we are, has legalized marijuana for medicinal purposes, and it ought to be able to then be banked with the regulated industry.
And we need to do this quickly, but is this the slippery slope to ultimately cannabis being legalized across the country, the federal ban being lifted?
Well, or at least the category changing.
Yeah.
This would not, I don't think this is the slippery slope. I think the slope started with the first state that legalized it. And remembering, all the states that have legalized it, there's never been an enforcement against those states or against the industry in those states. So you're already seeing some selective enforcement, particularly in the banking industry. Anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, Senator Kramer, I'm going to let you go so you can go up there and prevent the government from being shut down. I'm putting it all on your shoulders. Is that all right?
I'm willing to take it on.
All right. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
My honor.
And thank you so much for joining us this hour. Kristen will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But before that, she's back tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern for Meet the Press's special coverage of the second Republican presidential debate. Make sure you tune in. But right now, the news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, we are coming on the air with police in Philadelphia trying to stop the chaos, the violence, the theft in that city, shutting down liquor stores today, we're just learning, and making dozens of arrests after a basically mass looting spree hitting stores all across the city. The latest in a wave of crime affecting cities across the country. So what can be done? We're live in Philly, and we're also live in Baltimore, where there's a desperate search there for the man accused of killing a 26-year-old tech CEO inside her apartment building. What the suspect's mother is telling NBC News exclusively in just a minute. Plus, the top Senate Democrat is finally talking about the indicted senator's future. That's Chuck Schumer talking Bob Menendez after a not guilty plea today by Menendez in federal court. What Senator Schumer is and is not saying ahead of a potentially crucial meeting tomorrow. Plus, a well-known black rock guitarist in a stunning mix-up, an airline employee claiming he kidnapped and trafficked his own biracial children. Why he says this never should have happened and could have easily been stopped. Then the Swift effect is still swifting, and it seems like everybody's cashing in. Why what Taylor Swift touches seems to turn to gold, or in this case, red and gold. We're breaking down the numbers on what is not a love story necessarily, but a business story, coming up in just a minute. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and the mother of the suspect wanted for the murder of a young tech CEO late today exclusively telling our team she wants her son to turn himself in because she's worried that police, and I'm quoting her here, will kill him. Police are looking for Jason Billingsley, who they're now connecting to another attempted murder, arson, and rape just last week. We know that Billingsley got out of prison early, less than a year ago, after only serving 9 of a 30-year sentence for a first-degree sex offense. But we still don't know for sure why Billingsley got out so early. The mayor of Baltimore, however, says he should never have been released. I want to bring in Ron Allen in Baltimore. And Ron, we're looking ahead to a vigil in just over an hour for this young tech CEO, Pavel Lapierre, who was killed apparently in her apartment here. Tell us more about what we're learning about her and about this memorial service that is meant to remember her. She had an impact, even at her young age, in this city.
She did, and her friends and family, colleagues say that she loved this city and that she gave a lot to the city, and that was striking about her work. The tech firm that she co-founded with another colleague, it was all about providing information to other startups, helping people get their businesses running. And later tonight, we expect to see a vigil here in the heart of Baltimore, her friends and colleagues gathering here to pay tribute to her. We spoke to a man named Sherrod Davis, who was a co-founder of her company that got started here. Here's some of what he had to say about the emotion that he was feeling and about the tragicness of her death. Take a listen to what he had to say.
She wore her heart and her values on her sleeve, and she never had an emotion that she could hide. She was just wise beyond her years. She could see things that no one else could see. Honestly, I think of her as like a superhero in that way.
So yes, a very emotional gathering here we're expecting in Baltimore just a little later this evening as friends, colleagues come and pay tribute to this woman who, everything we hear about her, they think she was extraordinary and very special.
What is the latest then on this search for Billingsley, the suspect accused here in her death, and these other cases that he may be connected to?
Right. Well, tonight, police are offering a $6,000 reward. That's something new to try and get more information. They are connecting him to this case, this arson robbery case that happened last week, September 19th, nearby in another part of Baltimore. And the police are also saying that they're going to look back over all their cases over the past year to see if there are other cases that he is connected to, allegedly. So there's all of that as the intensity, the manhunt continues to step up. Allie?
Ron, can you give us a sense of what it's been like to be there in Baltimore, in that community, and given this moment that is getting, of course, so much attention, this sort of national spotlight here on the city?
Well, this happened in a gentrifying neighborhood not far from the heart of downtown, not far from the Inner Harbor part of Baltimore that many people will know well. So it seems like it was a very random place is the point. It's not a very high traffic area. It's not a place that's a very high crime area, as I understand it. There seems to be no connection between LePere and this alleged suspect. So people are on edge. People we talk to in that area are wondering why this happened here. It seems like a very random attack and a very vicious attack from what we understand. And now we are hearing more details about this suspect, about other crimes that he is allegedly connected to that are also very violent. So there's a lot of concern and a lot of wonder why this is happening here now, and of course a lot of hope that the police can solve this case and bring their suspect into custody.
Ron Allen, live for us there in Baltimore. Thank you. To Philadelphia now with new details from that city about what you're about to see, a chaotic scene. Police tackling crowds of people with others running through the streets and running out of stores. Look at this, with stuff that they stole. We are now learning tonight that all the liquor stores in the city, all the liquor stores in Philly city limits are closing today, after 18 of them had their stores robbed and damaged during this violence. You can see broken windows, smashed bottles outside. And look here, this is some more video recorded from this whole thing. You can see a bunch of people running out of an Apple store with what looks to be stuff from inside, phones, products, etc. Police say the crowd targeted other businesses, a Lululemon, for example, the athleisure wear store, a Foot Locker, too. They say they recovered a couple of guns with suspects rounded up. The DA's office says 49 adults and 3 minors have been arrested so far. They're still being processed. Police also say we shouldn't even be calling this looting, that this is burglary and theft. It is one of the snapshots here tonight of crime in America. Look at Oakland, where business owners have been on strike this week, demanding to talk to the governor about protecting their stores on the heels of some high-profile break-ins in cities like Baltimore, in San Francisco, in Seattle, and New York. Some of these retailers are responding. Target, for example, as we first told you 24 hours ago on this show, is planning to shut down 9 of its stores across the country, citing in part, they say, violence and robberies, the inability to keep their customers and workers safe. I want to bring in Rahima Illis now, who is joining us live from Philly. So, Rahima, this looting happened after a day when protests were happening around the city, but police say those unrelated protests were not connected with the theft that we saw later on. What happens next from here with liquor stores shutting down and so much attention on this?
Well, one of the things that they're going to be doing, and like the Apple store behind me, where you see that their windows are covered because the store is closed as they try to assess the damage as iPads and iPhones were taken from the store. They've got to put their store back together. The same is true of the Lululemon store, which is just a couple of blocks from here. They had mannequins that were toppled over this morning when we looked in the window of the store, and there were clothes strewn all around the floor. They are assessing their damage, and authorities want to get a full account of how much of their property was destroyed, and they're going to continue, they say, to look for people who were responsible for this crime. As you point out, we had some 49 people, adults, who were charged with burglary and theft, some 3 juveniles who were charged. So this investigation is ongoing, Hallie. And what does it matter to the people here in the city of Philadelphia? Just listen to a woman, someone told us how they feel about this.
It feels like it's a little bit overwhelming in the sense it's like, what can they do?
I mean, especially if it's like a flash mob or it's a larger incident, it feels like it's a little out of control.
I'm very cautious, but I'm not afraid.
That's what we heard over and over. People were feeling just unsettled. They're going to continue. As you see, the streets are filled with people getting on with their lives, but this has left them very unsettled, Hallie.
You know, we talked about this being sort of a moment here as we look at crime more broadly in this country and some of the other high-profile incidents we've seen. It seems like there are many cities, not just Philly, grappling with what to do here, right, as far as how to stop this, how to get a handle on this down the road, if you will.
Well, it may be one of those big challenges that authorities are facing because there was someone, an influencer who was known to her fans as Meatball. She has something like 200,000 followers on Instagram, some 400,000 TikTok fans. And according to authorities, she was streaming this incident live as it was unfolding last night. Authorities are concerned about whether or not was this influencer influencing people in a certain kind of behavior. That's not clear. This is part of the investigation that's going on. And it becomes a question of how do police that kind of behavior, Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, live for us there in Philadelphia. Rahima, thank you so much for that reporting. Let's take you back here to Washington now, because the top Senate Democrat is holding his fire, at least for now, not calling for one of his indicted Democratic colleagues, a sitting senator, to resign. Instead, Senator Chuck Schumer is looking ahead to a key meeting tomorrow, this very highly anticipated Senate Democrat lunch where Senator Bob Menendez is expected to speak to his colleagues for the first time since he was hit with new federal bribery charges. Listen.
Like you, I was just deeply disappointed, disturbed when I read the indictment. Look, I've known Senator Menendez a very long time, and it was truly, truly upsetting. Tomorrow, he will address the Democratic caucus, and we'll see what happens after that.
So a lot riding on those remarks, it sounds like, from Senator Menendez. It comes after the second highest ranking Democrat in that chamber, Dick Durbin, basically said that if Menendez's fellow New Jerseyans, Cory Booker and Governor Phil Murphy, think that Menendez should go, then he should resign. That means nearly 2/3 of the Democratic caucus, a grand total of 30 senators, think Menendez should step down. This graphic we show you, it keeps getting bigger every single night. This is after Menendez and his wife, along with 2 of 3 other co-defendants, walked out of a New York federal court this morning after pleading not guilty, released under bonds, restrictions, etc. I want to bring in our team covering this. NBC's Tom Winter is outside that courthouse in New York. Sahil Kapoor is live for us at the Capitol. Tom, let me start with you. A bunch of guidelines here for Senator Menendez going forward. Talk us through that.
Right, and they're not very restrictive here, Hallie. Basically, it's a $100,000, what's called a PRB, a personal reconnaissance bond. The senator's travel is going to be restricted overseas for personal travel, so he has to hand over his personal passport, but his official passport, he doesn't have to hand that over. Senators have too, so his ability to go on congressional delegations, referred to in your town as CODELs for short, he's able to go on those. He can continue to do that and can continue to travel within the United States. A potentially big restriction for him, though, is his ability to contact witnesses, including those that might have been on his staff that may have knowledge or may ultimately testify if this case goes to trial. As you noted, Senator Menendez pleaded not guilty today, same with his wife, and as well as 2 other businessmen who've been charged, Hallie.
There's also this other piece of this, right? Because NBC is reporting tonight that there's a separate investigation by the FBI into whether or not the Egyptian intelligence services had anything to do with this alleged scheme. Explain why that would be something that would occur here and how Nadine Menendez, of course, the senator's wife, plays into this.
Right. So the reporting led by our colleague Jonathan Dienst, focusing on this other component of the investigation. So there's the investigation involving Menendez, his wife, and 3 other businessmen. But they're also taking a look into what were the Egyptian intelligence services up to here? What were they trying to do and determine whether or not Nadine Menendez passed along information to those intelligence services, what roles her might be, but also is there a role to potentially charge Egyptian intelligence officials with trying to co-opt the senator through his wife. So I think that's going to be the key nexus here, is because of her prior prior knowledge and her prior established relationship with a New Jersey businessman who is Egyptian, and that individual's ties to Egyptian intelligence. That's kind of the pass-through here, Hallie, and that's the thing that they're going to be focused on in their counterintelligence investigation. Of course, we should note the senator's wife has not been charged with anything tied to counterintelligence, so we want to make sure that that's clear, but that investigation is definitely ongoing, Hallie.
Tom Winter live for us in New York. Thank you. Let's get to Sahil Kapoor, who's live here in Washington. And Sahil, in just the last hour, we saw Senator Schumer pass a resolution that takes Menendez out of the chairmanship of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Very powerful committee. It is a big deal. He'd been the head of that. It was expected that he'd get pulled from that. We knew that was coming. But I wonder how this indictment, how these charges affect the senator's ability to get access to key intelligence information that members of the Senate will often be privy to.
It's remarkable, Hallie. This is the second time that Bob Menendez has been forcibly stripped of his position as the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The last time was when he had that first indictment on corruption charges, which he escaped as a result of a hung jury. This time, unlike last time when he was the ranking member, he is the chairman of that committee. And once again, that position is going to be taken by the Democratic Senator Ben Cardin, at least for the foreseeable future, while he's fighting these charges. And one big question Democrats are going to have to face is tomorrow, when Bob Menendez speaks to them at lunch, will it tip some of the remaining Democrats who have not called on him to resign in that direction? So far, there's 30 of them. You showed all their names and faces of senators who are calling on Menendez to resign. It's actually worse than that when you consider the fact that several of the Democrats who are staying silent say they're only doing so because they're on the ethics committee, and as a result, they're not, realistically able to comment on matters that could come before them. The Democrats calling on him to resign include leadership members like Dick Durbin, committee chairs like Patty Murray, red state Democrats like Sherrod Brown and John Tester, who are facing voters next year. It's a very broad section of the conference. Everyone agrees that Menendez deserves the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. What they don't agree on is whether he deserves to remain a senator while fighting these very serious charges.
And it feels like a lot, I don't want to overstate it, but a lot might be riding on this lunch tomorrow. We say lunch. This is something that happens. The senators meet on a regular basis. Just the Democrats, they'll get together. They're in a room. There's often leaks or reporting that comes out of it as senators talk to members of the media. And here, I mean, the highlight, the top of the agenda is going to be Senator Menendez, it seems, set to plead his case to his colleagues here, with Senator Chuck Schumer listening very carefully.
That's absolutely right, Hallie. Schumer has not called on Menendez to resign. He only went as far as that video clip you played there. He said he was disappointed and disturbed by the remarks, but it looks like he's going to wait at least until tomorrow to hear what Menendez has to say. Schumer in the past has been a lagging indicator of, what most of his conference thinks. The majority of them are already on that page. It seems like he wants to give this a little bit more time. The question becomes, if Chuck Schumer does want Menendez to go, if basically the entire Democratic conference decides that he shouldn't stick around and Menendez refuses to go willingly, what can they do about it? I think we can show a list of options about what the Senate could theoretically do here. There are several possibilities. One of them is they could strip him of other committee assignments. Yes, he's no longer the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, but he does have other committee seats where he can vote and try to move legislation. He has a security clearance that other senators do, should someone who's been credibly accused of taking bribes in connection with foreign policy decisions to benefit the government of Egypt have that. There's also the question of censure, which would be symbolic, doesn't have the force of law. It would be just, I guess, a resolution of disapproval. And then, of course, expulsion, which would require 2/3 of the Senate, has not been done since the 1860s, since the Civil War, Hallie.
And to be clear, Sahel, just very quickly here so that people understand, it doesn't matter in a practical sense if Chuck Schumer calls on Senator Menendez to resign. And I mean, of course, that would be added political pressure. You could have every Democrat calling on Senator Menendez to resign. And short of an expulsion move, which you just laid out, Senator Menendez doesn't have to. He can sure still stay in office because he was elected to, right? Just to be clear.
Yes, that's exactly right. They can't force him to resign. They can simply make it untenable for him to stay in the Senate. If none of your colleagues have confidence in you, there's not a lot you can do.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you. Tonight, the Army private who intentionally ran into North Korea is back in U.S. custody. He is on his way to Texas, we've learned, for medical treatment, not long after North Korea says it expelled him. As this news was breaking, our Lester Holt was sitting down with the head of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman General Mark Milley. Listen.
The important thing, of course, is he's safe. We'll get him reunited with his family and bring him back to the United States.
So Travis King is set to arrive at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio sometime overnight for something they call reintegration. This is something that happens for example, hostages or prisoners of war. It helps them deal with, trauma, post-traumatic stress from what they've been through here. You probably remember Travis King's story. He bolted across that DMZ, the demilitarized zone that separates South Korea from North Korea, during a public tour of that area. U.S. officials say the North Koreans ended up bringing King to China, where he was turned over to the Swedes, who then turned him over to the U.S. military. Josh Letterman is joining us now. And just to explain why the Swedish officials got involved here, it's because the U.S. does not have diplomatic relations with North Korea. The question here is, why did North Korea now choose to expel Travis King? Do we know?
We don't know, Hallie, and neither, frankly, does the U.S. government. That is a question that U.S. officials are asking right now, because they also say very clearly that there were no concessions whatsoever given to North Korea in exchange for releasing Travis King. And in the past, when North Korea had taken Americans prisoner and then eventually released them, there was some type of trade for food assistance or sanctions relief, or at the minimum, a high-level visit that would bring positive attention to them. You probably remember Jimmy Carter visiting North Korea, the late Bill Richardson, to get Americans out. But in this case, the North Koreans essentially just said, all right, we'll let him leave. And that has created a lot of questions. The U.S. State Department spokesman Matt Miller today acknowledging, frankly, they don't know. Watch.
I would not want to speculate on any motivations on the North Korean side. I would not see this as the sign of some breakthrough. I think it's a one-off with them being willing to return this private.
But here's the other interesting thing, Hallie. There is a difference in tone from what we heard from the State Department there today and other U.S. officials. And for example, last week when you and I were speaking and I was in Qatar after those Americans were released from Iran, and the U.S. was saying, we have nothing else to talk about with Iran right now. There's not really a situation for nuclear talks. We heard the U.S. government today saying they would love to have diplomacy with North Korea, that they hope, they're not optimistic, but that they hope that this could lead the way to some type of restored conversations with North Korea that could help address the nuclear concerns and other issues.
You're pulling on a very interesting thread here, because when you hear, for example, the State Department spokesperson say, well, this is not a breakthrough, it's a one-off, it raises the question of what is that diplomatic, what do those diplomatic conversations look like moving forward, not just with North Korea, Josh, but also, for example, with China.
Absolutely. And there's been a lot of attention paid today to what role China played in releasing Travis King. Now, we know that basically China was the buy station between North Korea and him being flown out through South Korea to the United States. The U.S. has actually thanked the Chinese government for allowing and facilitating that movement through their country. They had to bring State Department planes, for example, that don't normally land in China. But beyond that, the U.S. is saying, look, the Chinese didn't broker this. In fact, the North Koreans apparently didn't even want to speak directly to the American government about this. And that's why the U.S. had to work through the Swedish government as our protecting power in North Korea to deal with this. So there's clearly still a major reluctance by the North Koreans to engage directly with the U.S. government, even as they took this action today that the U.S. is very grateful for in releasing Travis King.
Josh Letterman, thank you very much. Lots to watch, lots of moving pieces there. Appreciate it. In just a couple hours tonight over in Michigan, we will see former President Donald Trump talk with striking auto workers, not on the picket lines, but at an assembly plant, a non-union assembly plant that says this huge strike against those big three car companies could get bigger in just 48 hours. With the union president announcing some new threats for workers to walk off the job in more places if they don't see what they describe as serious progress. That's according to a union source talking with NBC News. So if Donald Trump is speaking to these auto workers, where is he not going to be? Well, he's not going to be in California on stage for the second Republican presidential primary debate. It's going to happen an hour after Donald Trump is set to begin speaking. Even though Mr. Trump's not going to be there, skipping the debate for the second time now, he is still going to be a shadow hovering over it, if you will. Our latest NBC News poll shows him leading the Republican race by 43 whole points. That's a lot of points. It'll be Ron DeSantis center stage, not Donald Trump, at least tonight. Let me bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who is live for us on the ground in Clinton Township, Michigan. Let's start with talking Donald Trump, because obviously we saw President Biden on the picket line 24 hours ago. That's a political statement. We see Donald Trump showing up in Michigan. also making a statement to speak to auto workers, but he's talking at a non-union facility, right? The UAW president, the auto workers president, isn't even going to meet with Mr. Trump here. Talk us through the dynamics of sort of the union message and the worker message.
Right. It's an important distinction here. There is sort of the pro-union side of this, which is the Joe Biden side, and then there's what Donald Trump claims to be pro-worker side of this. You said it. He is going to be here at a body parts manufacturing plant that is a non-union plant here. And contrast that with Joe Biden yesterday, who was actually on the picket line with striking UAW workers. We do not believe that Donald Trump is going to be taking that step. He's also not going to be joining UAW leadership, and Donald Trump has not weighed in on the specifics of the actual negotiations between the UAW and the big three auto companies here. And when you're talking about Donald Trump, of course, for every reason, he has to be here. When you look at the results of Michigan in 2016 and 2020, and the exit polling that came out of Michigan when it came to union workers. In 2020, he lost the union vote by about a 2-to-1 margin to Joe Biden. But it was much narrower in 2016 when he barely beat Hillary Clinton. It's an important vote here in the state of Michigan, Hallie.
Sure is, Vaughn. And when you look at the state of Michigan, we know that it is going to be a player in the general election a year and change from now. The people on the debate stage tonight are hoping to be the nominee. Right now, if the election were held today, it looks like Donald Trump would be it because he is having such a huge polling lead here. Give us the viewer's guide of what people should expect at tonight's debate. What are you going to be watching as you've got one ear on the speech and one ear on the debate?
There's two realities that have played out, Hallie. It's Donald Trump's campaign and everybody else's here. And the question, with just 3.5 months until the Iowa caucus, is anybody outside of a Chris Christie going to make a concerted effort to take punches at the clear front runner? Donald Trump has anywhere from 30 to 40-point advantage nationally, but also in places like Iowa and New Hampshire. And in the first debate, you saw Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Mike Pence. They squabble amongst themselves on important issues, from abortion to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. role in international affairs. At the same time, when it comes to Donald Trump, just last night, a New York judge found him liable for financial fraud. You didn't hear any talk about the allegations of Trump Organization and Donald Trump that have been levied against him in the state of New York or any of the indictments. So the question here tonight is, does anybody, despite Donald Trump not being there, try to lay a hand on Donald Trump as he tries to make this a general election campaign between him and Joe Biden, Hallie?
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Michigan. Vaughn, thank you so much. You can catch our special debate post-coverage later on tonight. My friend and colleague, Kristen Welker, will be in the chair. I'll be joining her along with a bunch of other people. That's tonight, 11 o'clock Eastern. However you're watching now on NBC News Now. A new warning tonight on what even a very short government shutdown could mean for people who are flying anywhere in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, etc. Listen to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
It would mean we would immediately have to stop training new air traffic controllers and furlough another 1,000 controllers who are already in the training pipeline. Even a shutdown lasting a few days could mean we will not hit our staffing and hiring targets next year.
There's already not enough air traffic controllers, so if this whole hiring and training pipeline is stopped by a government shutdown, you could see flight delays, you could see cancellations that stretch on. Right now, it seems to be, based on all of the signals from Capitol Hill, not a question of if, but when the government will shut down and how long it will last. Some movement on Capitol Hill today, emphasis on the word some. You could say very tiny amounts of little bitty baby steps on Capitol Hill. But at this point, I don't think there's a whole lot of optimism, even from the folks who are making some of these decisions here. You've got the Senate, for example, working on a short-term deal to keep the lights on for now. But a handful of House Republicans say they're not going to support anything that's only temporary. Let me bring in Ali Vitale, who's joining us now. And let's start with sort of this new warning here from the Biden administration on what exactly a shutdown could mean for anybody who's trying to go on vacation or take a trip in the next few weeks.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're playing upon something that's already a problem, which is people have been having issues with air travel. Some of that's because of weather. Other parts of that are because of a lack of jobs being filled and the need to be training more of those people like air traffic controllers. We also know that one of the things that happens during shutdowns is the idea that some of those people who are still required to work, I'm thinking, for example, TSA agents who are doing those security checks, they're being asked to work without pay in perpetuity. That brings burnout. That brings people calling out sick. We've been here before. We know what this looks like. And that has nothing to say of the way that regular people are just impacted by the fact that they don't have the money coming in and they don't know when it's going to come in after that. That's really the question here for this shutdown, is not a matter of if, but how long. And that's one of the concerns that I hear most from Republicans, Hallie. The idea that shutting down the government isn't good. Most of them don't want to do it in the first place. But there is a question of, once it happens, how do you even get out of it?
And without putting the cart in front of the horse here, let's say it is 5:28 Eastern time. Let's say in 30 seconds from now at 5:29, we get some signal from the House and Senate that they're in agreement. They're not, right? Like, we're not close to that. Would they have the time to do what they need to do legislatively to get this done before Saturday night at 11:59 p.m.? In other words, when is it too late to actually try for something to avoid a shutdown?
Yeah, so first of all, if I lived in that fantasy land, that would be really wonderful, because fantasy land is the only place that would really happen. And here's why, Hallie. The reason that it's so hard for the Senate and the House to find any commonality right now is because there's no upside for Speaker McCarthy to do that. That's because the second that he looks left, even a little bit, to say, hey, maybe I don't mind what Schumer's doing, or hey, maybe I'm going to do something that House Democrats will help me get passed through my chamber, the moment he does that, that's when hardline conservatives pounce and he's on the line to potentially lose his job. That's what's looming over this whole thing, and it's what makes a sticky situation even stickier for McCarthy. It's why he's so beholden to these hardliners that have continuously held him up at each turn. It's because if he defies them, only one of them could trigger the job and could trigger a motion to vacate and try to oust him from his job. Now, that leads you into the whole other news cycle of, if not McCarthy, then who? What would that look like? Would Democrats save them? And that's why all of us are so wrapped up in how complex this is, because it's not just a matter of avoiding a shutdown. It's also doing that and seeing if McCarthy can keep his job.
Ali Vitale live for us on the Hill as it appears Congress is barreling towards that shutdown. Ali, thank you. Coming up, lots more to get to here on the show, including fire literally raining down on people at a wedding in Iraq. Dozens of people killed. We'll tell you what we're learning about how this horrific fire happened. Plus, a man says an airline reported him thinking he was trafficking kids who were actually his own. What he thinks should have been done before police were called. Next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The writer's strike is over, so some big shows are coming back. When you're going to be able to watch your favorite late-night hosts in action, coming up in the 5 Things. But first tonight, Musicians calling out American Airlines after he says he was reported for potentially kidnapping and trafficking kids. But they were his own children. We're talking about this dad, David Ryan Harris. He's a guitarist who's played with stars like Dave Matthews. There he is with John Mayer. He's black, and his children are biracial. And he says he and his kids were flagged after landing on a flight from Atlanta to L.A. because a flight attendant, essentially, he says, didn't think they looked enough alike to be related. He talked with our team here at NBC News, and Morgan Chesky has more.
Tonight, musician David Ryan Harris still reeling after he says he was reported to authorities by American Airlines for suspected child trafficking. All he was really doing? Flying with his two biracial children.
In Los Angeles, we were met at the top of the jetway by an AA employee, and there were 4 police officers there as well.
Harris has played with massive recording artists Dave Matthews and John Mayer. Shocked by the interaction, he posted a series of videos to social media.
Apparently, a flight attendant had called ahead with some sort of concern that perhaps my mixed children weren't my children because they were unresponsive during an interaction with her.
Harris says his 7-year-old child is just shy.
There was one maybe 30-second interaction with the flight attendant. And it seems to me that you should have to have a bit more to go on before you're able to call the police on someone.
He also says the airline could have easily verified his identity.
There's a flight manifest. They know people's names. I know there was internet on the plane. Any sort of Google search, you wouldn't have to dig very deep. You know, my Instagram page, if you'd gone there, you'd seen, pictures of me with those very same children.
We reached out to American Airlines, and they apologized for any misunderstanding that may have occurred, saying in part, "We strive to create a positive, welcoming environment for everyone who travels," adding that a member of their team has reached out to the customer to learn more and address their concerns.
The representative eventually did apologize.
As a former flight attendant, they are one of the first lines of defense in human trafficking, and they are trained to identify that.
But Sean Kathleen says that Harris's situation could have been handled better by the airline.
I thought that he brought up some really, really solid points, like, hey, check the manifest. So that would be a pretty, low lift.
Now Harris says he's turning his focus to advocacy, trying to find a way to prevent both human trafficking and experiences like his by doing things like checking children's IDs at airport check-in.
I do feel like that could have prevented this scenario from happening.
Morgan Chesky is joining us now. So, Morgan, what else does Harris say that companies, airlines should be doing to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, Hallie, great question. Harris says he spent the last several days looking deeper into this, and he talked more about what he called that first line of defense when it comes to security, and says that it really would take a lot of onus off of the flight attendants if children did have to provide some sort of identification, whether it be a birth certificate or an ID at TSA, at those security checkpoints, instead of going onto the plane where flight attendants are put in the position that this one was. He also went on to say that he was not put in handcuffs. He just had that conversation after disembarking off the plane. But he, of course, is saddened because he had to explain to his own children that they, in fact, did nothing wrong. They were confused about this whole ordeal, and they're very thankful to have it all behind them. Hallie.
Morgan Chesky, thank you very much for that reporting. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a horrific scene at a wedding in Iraq when a fire started, killing more than 100 people, hurting at least 100 others. So officials say the bride and groom had started their slow dance when apparently spark machines went off, but they set decorations and ceiling panels on fire. At one point, you can see some of those sparks coming down from the ceiling, some of those flames dropping. Officials are now ordering an investigation into just what happened. Number 2, late night shows are coming back now for the first time since May, now that the writers' strike is over and writers are going back to work. Real Time with Bill Maher says it'll come back this Friday. The other big late night shows, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, etc., going to come back on Monday night. Number 3, a landmark cannabis banking bill is moving forward in the Senate. It would protect banks that serve legal marijuana businesses. Basically, under current federal law, a bank could be punished for doing just that, even in places where cannabis is legal. But the senators behind the bill say that's a problem and that those companies, those small businesses, should have better financing options. Next up, number 4, Bruce Springsteen is postponing the rest of his tour dates this year because he's fighting this peptic ulcer disease. Springsteen says he's doing a little better and can't wait to see everybody next year. The rescheduled tour dates will come out next week. Number 5, take a look at this. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio coming back to Earth today after more than a year in space, 371 days. He says it's good to be home. I bet. He's set the record for the longest U.S. space flight ever. NASA says it's given researchers a look into how spending a long time in space can affect people, like their bodies and their mind, etc. They don't have any more plans right now for missions lasting longer than a year at the moment. When we come back, more problems for Kia and Hyundai. Not only are a lot of them getting stolen, millions are also apparently at risk of catching fire. Owners being told to park outside. What you can do if you have one or if you're thinking about getting one. Next.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What do you hear what mechanics in South Carolina found when they popped open the hood of a car? I'm not going to spoil it for you, but we'll have that in a second in the local. First, however, car makers Kia and Hyundai, you know, those big car companies, huge recall out today over concerns that some of their cars can, like, literally randomly just burst into flames. We're talking about nearly 3.4 million cars affected by this recall. They're telling anybody who owns them to park outside, to park away from anything flammable until you can go and get your car fixed. The issue? Something to do with this faulty piece that can leak brake fluid and trigger an electrical short. It's just the latest in a string of recalls, as a spike in car thefts also is plaguing both companies, which are owned by the same parent company. You've probably seen some of the videos, but you may not believe the numbers driving this surge. Here's Aaron Gilchrist with more.
It's the car theft wave sweeping the nation, and big cities are struggling to keep up. The numbers are shocking. In Chicago, for example, thieves stole only 500 Kias and Hyundais in the first half of 2022. But by the end of that year, that number had ballooned to more than 8,300. And this year is on track to be even worse, with car thefts already surpassing 21,000, up 86% year to date. The city says Kias and Hyundais make up more than half. And it's not just Chicago, of course. Cities like Cleveland, St. Louis, and Baltimore have seen a surge, too.
Kia boys, stolen car haul.
It all started in 2021 when a viral TikTok trend called #KiaBoys began spreading across social media. It instructed would-be car thieves on how to quickly hotwire certain Kia models that lacked engine immobilizers.
Pull it down and then
break it down.
This doesn't work with most cars. In fact, 96% of other vehicles sold in the U.S. shipped with immobilizers in 2015. But they're not required, and only about a quarter of Kias and Hyundais had the protection. That's why last month, Chicago joined several other American cities in suing the automakers, alleging they've contributed to a major increase in crime. Kia has said the suits are without merit, while Hyundai has said all its cars meet government anti-theft requirements. In light of the disturbing streak, Kia and Hyundai attempted a fix, offering a free software update available at dealerships and at mass giveaway events. The update requires the car's key to be in the ignition to start, but there have been reports of cars being stolen even after they got the update. One victim's father telling our Washington affiliate,
I would love to find out if the program was actually put in or the program failed.
When asked for comment, Hyundai responded by saying, our dealers across the country are maximizing the number of anti-theft software installations. Kia told NBC Washington that it's confident the software update works as intended. The car makers built their reputations advertising affordable cars for the average consumer.
I'll be there in 30 minutes.
That allowed the pair, which are owned by the same South Korean conglomerate, to become the third largest manufacturer in the world at one point. But even though some security systems may work, thieves still target the cars, which could mean a smashed window and an abandoned car when realizing it can't be hacked for a joyride, underscoring just how big of a challenge Kia and Hyundai face.
Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now. So you mentioned those lawsuits from these different cities here. What do Kia and Hyundai say about that?
So you've got, we mentioned them, some of them, Chicago, Baltimore, New York City, and several other cities as well. And they've essentially said that in Chicago, for example, that there are deceptive practices that are underway with these two companies, that they are negligent and that they are creating a public nuisance by not having these safety features and giving thieves the opportunity to steal these cars. They want restitution for customers. They want people to be paid for whatever damages they've had to deal with. They want the car makers to put these safety devices, this anti-theft immobilizer in the cars that are already out there. They were already doing it for new cars, but they want them in the old cars now too. Hyundai and Kia have both said, you know what, we think that this is not a safety defect that you're talking about here. They've said the lawsuits don't have any merit in so many cases, and they have not violated any federal standards by not having these immobilizers in. Now, they've done these software updates to the tune of more than 500,000 cars in the last year or so. They've also given out the steering wheel locks to help people from that perspective. Again, hundreds of thousands of those, but obviously these cities are saying that's not enough.
Aaron Gilchrist, super interesting. Thank you very much for bringing us that story. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, prosecutors in New York say a DNA swab from the Gilgo Beach serial killer's suspect matches the DNA police previously had collected from one of the victims in the case. Now, the suspect's lawyers are downplaying the evidence here, but officials also say the case against him could now grow to include some other unsolved murders. He is set to be back in court in November. Out of our Midwest Bureau, the football coach at an Ohio high school is stepping down after his team used racial slurs and the word Nazi to call out plays during a game. The team they were playing against comes from an area that's about 90% Jewish. The school superintendent says both the coach and the school have apologized for what they call hurtful and harmful speech that will not be tolerated. And out of our Southern Bureau, mechanics in South Carolina popped the hood of a car and found something, well, that's a little scarier than an engine that doesn't work. That is an albino boa constrictor. That is an 8-foot-long albino boa constrictor wrapped around the engine. Obviously not very common in the area. They think it's probably somebody's pet. They're going to take care of it. They're going to just like adopt it, I guess, until the owner comes forward. That is a brave move. Coming up, a remarkable story about how officials tried to find the mother of a baby abandoned at an airport by pulling women off a plane, allegedly searching their bodies without consent. What the airline is now saying next.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
A senior Qatar Airways executive today saying an incident involving invasive gynecological exams of passengers, women on planes, will not happen again. That statement to the Australian government comes after Qatar Airways was denied a request to double its current number of flights to Australia. It wants to expand business, but Australia says no. That's after 13 Australian women say they were taken off a flight from Doha to Sydney at gunpoint by guards back in 2020, and that they were subjected to these invasive gynecological exams without consent. Qatari officials say they were trying to identify the mother of a newborn baby that had been found abandoned in a trash can at the airport in Doha. Qatar Airways senior vice president describing what happened as a, I'm quoting here, one-off, very extreme incident that he says will not be repeated. Matt Bradley is joining us now. Matt, it is just extraordinary with some of these details here. Qatar is looking to expand business in Australia. At the same time, they're being sued by 5 of these women here in Australian federal court. Walk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complicated story, and it spans, 3 years, as you described. This is a slow-motion scandal, and this happened all the way back in October of 2020 when 13 women were taken off of airplanes and made to essentially undergo some sort of gynecological exam. It sounded like in ambulances that were parked next door to these airplanes. So this was a rushed, frenzied, chaotic scene. If you can imagine, a lot of outrage and a lot of lingering anger from these 13 women, 5 of whom, as you mentioned, are now suing. Now, we need to mention, though, this parliamentary hearing in which all of these people are making these comments, including that vice president of Qatar Airways, that doesn't really have anything to do directly with this incident from 2020. This is a business story. This is about why Qatar's application to double its flights from Qatar to Australia was rejected. And there's a lot of moving parts here that don't involve this incident where the gynecological exams were used against these 13 women. There's also questions of whether or not Qantas, which is sort of the state airline, but it's actually a private airline, it doesn't get any state money or protection, actually intervened to stop Qatar Airways from doubling the number of flights that it services to this subcontinent, to Australia. So that's kind of the scandal here. It's a business story, and that's why there's this parliamentary hearing. And that's why we're hearing from these senior executives, because there's still so much anger about this incident. And it is one of the reasons we heard from the transport minister saying this was one of the reasons that I considered, or it was the context around this incident that caused me to stop the application and give no explanation to Qatar Airways. And that's what brings us here today. Allie?
Big international news coming out of Australia and Qatar. Matt Bradley, thank you very much for that. Still to come, Taylor Swift doing numbers on different charts now. How she affected a podcast, TV viewership, and football tickets. It is the Taylor Swift effect in full force. Wait till you hear this. Coming up. when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
How's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
That, of course, is Travis Kelce and his brother Jason Kelce. And unless you've been living under a rock for the past week, you know that Travis Kelce, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, is rumored to be a potential love interest of superstar Taylor Swift, who showed up at his game on Sunday. And if you're like, wait a second, why is Travis Kelce's brother, who, by the way, is also a pro football player, he plays for the Eagles, why is he asking him if Taylor Swift put him on the map, given that Travis Kelce is considered one of the best tight ends in football? Well, it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek nod to this trend going around online. Watch.
Isn't it crazy how Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce on the map?
What?
Put Travis Kelce on the map?
Really on the map, though.
Oh my God.
You know, like...
How can so much nonsense come out of your mouth?
They're like incredulous, right? Because Travis Kelce, listen, he is football royalty right now, but Taylor Swift, she is royalty of a different kind, and the numbers do not lie about her impact on the business piece of things, right? Look at that podcast that you just saw, the two Kelce brothers. They hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. It is now the #1 podcast on Apple. It's #4 on Spotify. You've got the Chiefs game that Swift was at, seeing a 63% increase in the number of women who watch, specifically young women, compared to the game the week before. Again, the Swift business impact. And any game where Kelce is at, which maybe means Swift could be there too, now seems to be the hottest ticket. Look ahead to the Sunday game in New York against the Jets. Again, the numbers don't lie. The Jets sold more than double the number of tickets in a single day since their season started. It is the second highest selling game of the season already. Let me bring in Emily Aketa, who's got more on this. It all goes to show, and we've said it before, that things that Taylor Swift touches turn to gold, in this case red and gold. There is like a real moving of the needle when it comes to the bottom line, when it comes to Taylor Swift and this huge, franchise, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, you think about how do you make the biggest sports league in the U.S. even bigger? Well, you bring in Taylor Swift and her band of incredibly passionate Swifties. And I think one of the most telling stats we saw comes from the viewership of the Chiefs-Bears game that happened on Sunday. Take a look here. 24.3 million people tuning in to Sunday's game, making it the highest-ranked game in the NFL of the week. And you mentioned Jets tickets skyrocketing because the Jets will be hosting the Chiefs this upcoming weekend in the New York area. Well, there was a similar effect for Chiefs tickets. Take a look at these numbers from StubHub that shows the Chiefs sales increased nearly 3 times in a 24-hour window for Chiefs home games. And then you look at website searches on StubHub for Kansas City Chiefs. That also saw a tripling effect there. We've been talking about how Travis Kelce's jersey sales have surged more than 400%. They were reacting to that on their podcast, which you mentioned slid into the #1 spot on Apple Podcasts now. He talked about how he now has paparazzi outside of his home, the podcast reaching the 1 million subscriber mark. One of the things that I found incredibly entertaining, they fully acknowledged that some of their newest listeners tuning in today, myself included, were Swifties. So one of their segments that they call No Dumb Questions, they did a Swifties version, which included questions like, what's a field goal? It was very fun, Hallie.
Listen, it is all playing out in this sort of very fun, public way. It may not stay that way if things actually do start to get, let's say, serious between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. And let's stipulate, we have no idea, what's up with the two. They are not, there's a lot of, sort of fun moments, obviously the quote-unquote, the getaway car after the game, et cetera. But Travis Kelce is talking a little bit about that piece of it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I will point out, literally 2 days after Taylor Swift rocked the internet with her appearance at the Chiefs game, she announced her taking her concert film